How terrifying would a hero be if pushed to the point of corruption? Though he possesses monstrous power, he's never killed a single criminal. As a hero, Seo Kang-ho promised his teammates he would never kill, so he sent the world's strongest villain to prison to await his execution. But on the day of the villain's execution, an incident occurred. All the prison's superpower control devices were disabled, restoring all the prisoners' powers, and unfortunately, Seo Kang-yu was there that day. The protagonist's brother was in charge of Seung-hwan's execution, and knowing Sang-yu wasn't as strong as his brother, he didn't hesitate to attack. Upon hearing the news, Seo Kang-ho is consumed by rage and storms the prison, using his position as warden to begin a brutal execution of all the inmates. Promises mean nothing now. Kill or be killed. Let's get to the main story. It begins with massive plumes of smoke rising from beneath the earth. Next, we see massive, jagged craters, as if a fierce battle had just taken place, and a weary, sweating man covered in wounds and blood. Beneath him, a white-haired man in white is being choked, pinned down, the apparent climax of their battle. But unexpectedly, the man being choked, bloodied and battered, wasn't afraid at all and even smirked. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. Then he glanced to the side, at the others collapsing to the ground, exhausted, unlike the trash before him. The gruesome scene unfolds, the falling rain adding to the desolation as the black-haired man above snarls, unable to bear the mocking tone any longer. "Shut up and kill me," the white-haired man below sneered. "Only you have the power to kill me." The black-haired man above simply stares down at him with sharp eyes. "Is that so? But I won't be the one to take your life." "I made a promise to my comrades," he said, grabbing the man by the collar. He glared at him and shouted, "I'll make sure you face the death penalty and the full extent of the law." Meanwhile, the white-haired man just smirked at him. "I still regret it to this day." The black-haired man yelled, "You'll face justice, and then you'll regret it." I should have killed him then. A news flash appeared with the editor reporting an emergency and a picture of the white-haired man, labeled as the worst villain. The villain who brought fear to the entire world. His name was Seung-hwan. The judge's gavel slams down, and the sentence is passed. Seung-hwan is pinned to a wooden board. Surrounded by soldiers in protective gear, armed and vigilant, Seung-hwan faces another execution. Seung-hwan is now forced to wear a special device to control his powers, but even captured, this villain confidently smiles in Lucilla's prison, home to the most vicious criminals. He's imprisoned in the deepest basement of the prison, the 5th sublevel to be exact, and a ceremony called Justice is scheduled for tonight. Someone watching the news gritted their teeth in bitter resentment, a wound still fresh on their face. In memory, images of a purple-haired girl, a monk, a long-haired blonde girl, a bearded man, and a blue-haired boy appear. The heroes who fought alongside Seo Kang-yu against Seung-hwan have fallen, and the sole survivor, Seo Kang-yu, is now recovering, his face a mask of chilling rage as he hears the news. The TV continues to play, praising the fallen heroes for their sacrifice, when suddenly someone grabs the remote and turns it off. A voice calls out, and our Seo Kang-yu coldly turns his head. A young man in a police uniform entered saying, "You should be resting with your body aching, not watching TV." This man is Lucilla Seo Kang-ho, the prison warden. Seo Kang-yu narrates. "This man is my brother, a prison warden." Seo Kang-yu then speaks. "Brother, look at your hands, confused and speechless. You bastard Seo Hwan." His face darkened as he spoke. "You should have killed him when you had the chance." His brother reassured him, "Kang-yu, you promised your teammate." At that moment, his blonde female teammate, Lao Sa, said seriously, "Heroes save people. They don't kill them. No matter how evil they are, you can't just take a life. They're still human, and their fate will be decided by the law." But Sekang Sang-yu retorted, "What if they kill us?" Lao Sa then said, "Promise me, no matter what happens, you won't kill anyone." That's what she reminded her teammates, who could only silently obey Lao X. Back in reality, Kang Ho, his brother, spoke up. "I agree, as the only thing that can judge people is the law." As he said this, he lowered his head, looking anything but happy. His brother was a bit helpless, and of course, as a prison guard, he had to keep this a secret. "This is classified information. Seung-hwan will be executed next week, and I'll be carrying out the sentence." Seo Kang-yu looked on in shock as his brother continued, "You kept your promise to your comrades. You did well. Leave the end of his life to us jailers. Let's go then." Seo Kang-yu was even more surprised and looked up at his brother. Seo Kang-ho reached out to him, saying with a smile, "Come meet your colleagues." The scene shifts to a memorial overflowing with letters and flowers for the fallen heroes. The people gathered, wearing ribbons, their faces etched with grief and outrage, as the fallen heroes were honored in a solemn row. The Seo brothers also appeared to mourn their comrade Kang Ho, holding a white chrysanthemum for his fallen teammate. A week passes quickly, and the funeral home remains crowded with mourners. The day of Seung Hwan's execution has arrived. The wooden plank bearing the villain's name appears, but Seung Hwan is gone, replaced by a memorial portrait of Seo Kang-ho, son of Emi. My friends, this is heartbreaking. He's dead. Seo Kang-yu is overcome with tears, unable to believe the truth. He was struck speechless with grief. Why did the man sentenced to death by law remain alive? The image of the sinister Seung Hwan appears. My brother, a prison guard, is dead. The memorial portrait of Seo Kang-ho smiles, a prison guard who always did his duty. Before it, chrysanthemums of remembrance and a smoking incense burner. Seo Kang-yu could only sit blankly by his brother's portrait, lost in despair when a voice called out. Seo Kang-yu was then approached by a woman followed by 2 uniformed officers. It's been a while, she says. The girl is Jose Shu, a prison official from Lulu Lucas. Can we talk for a moment? Seo Kang-yu wearily glanced at the group of people. At that moment, a tablet displaying a video was presented, prompting Shang-yu to ask, annoyed, "What is this?" Duex replied. This is footage of Seung Hwan's execution, which took place today. The video plays, showing synchronized footsteps. Bound tightly to a wooden board, Seung Hwan is carried by several prison guards as Seo Kang-ho walks beside him, the man glancing over with a mocking grin. Hey, looking at you, you resemble him, he said, leaning in close. You look a lot like Seo Kang-yu. Are you 2 brothers? Seo Kang-ho heard this and silently glared at him. He continued to press, Are you a prison guard? Quite the different brothers, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Which one of you is the older brother and which is the younger? Seo Kang-ho remained silent as the man stared at him, waiting before asking, How does it feel to kill someone? Seo Kang-ho finally speaks up, annoyed. What? But Seung Hwan just continues to wear that contemptible smile. You're a prison guard. Isn't your job to kill people just like me? How do you feel? He seemed to be deliberately provoking Seo Kang-ho, but he remained silent. Then he glanced over and said sinisterly, I think it's a bit of a shame. Annoyed, Seo Kang-ho asked what he regretted, and Chung Hwan grinned, uttering disgusting words that fueled outrage. Killing someone with a mere touch is no fun at all. Seo Kang-ho was truly provoked when he said that. He pointed at him, gritting his teeth. Even killing someone who isn't even human like you makes me feel incredibly guilty. Even though I only lightly pressed the button, the truth is he's been having nightmares, waking up every night in anguish. Nightmares plagued him, leaving him exhausted and unable to sleep soundly. Nightmares. Images of the other prisoners appear, screaming, You're just like us. Even as he died, he cursed Seo Kang-ho's work with a sinister smile. But they were all just murderers. Nothing more. Seo Kang-ho, agitated, blurts out that the executed prisoners haunt his dreams. But Seung Hwan just smirks, asking, What motivates you to keep being a prison guard? The brother thought to himself, Well, everyone has a job to do. I'm just doing my duty as a warden. From this moment on, before the execution of death row inmate Seung Hwan, Seo Kang-ho, sitting in front of him, asks, Do you have anything to say? Seung Hwan simply replied, Well, I just wanted to ask. He laughed maniacally. It's irrelevant. Which of you 2 is the older brother? The brother declared into the radio, initiating the execution. The 3 guards were about to press the button, their fingers hovering close, while Seung Hwan smirked with amusement. A finger touches the button. But just as it's about to be pressed, a flash of light pierces the darkness. The video on the tablet froze, and Seo Kang-yu was left speechless, unable to believe what he was seeing. Jose spoke up again as the execution was carried out, but the screen was now filled with static. Now at the Lulu Lucas prison, the ceiling and long, unlit light bulbs appear, and the guards exclaim in a panic, What's going on? Prison-wide blackout. They glanced over at Seung Hwan. Could Seung Hwan have a red button on his collar too? He laughs like a demon, pressing the red button with his finger. A mysterious attack has been launched, and Seung Hwan cries out, The only person who can kill me. Seo Kang-ho was utterly terrified. A massive explosion rips through the prison, sending everyone scrambling for safety as sparks fly and smoke fills the air. A prison guard desperately shouts into his radio, Catch him, all of you! Sound the alarm! We need backup! 2 has unlocked the control device, and he speaks as quickly as he can. I repeat, the death row inmate is in the control room. But Seung Hwan appeared behind the guard, his eyes filled with demonic intent, and the guard's skin immediately began to blister in terror. Sounds of agony filled the air. Seung Hwan grinned with delight as the guard's body swelled and exploded before Seo Kang-ho's horrified eyes. His eyes glazed over as he saw his comrade's fresh blood. and Seo Kang-ho collapsed to the ground. Sung Hwan stepped through the pool of blood, approaching him, looking down with disgust. I knew you were his brother, didn't I? Seo Kang-ho, filled with rage, gripped his knife tightly, leaping up and striking with all his might. But Sung Hwan simply raised his hand, and Kang-ho's arm shattered instantly. His eyes filled with pain and hatred, he collapsed, clutching his wound with his remaining arm. Sung Hwan's eyes widened as he asked, "Am I wrong?" Seo Kang-ho trembled, but still reached for his blade with his remaining hand. "You must be judged by the law." Seo Kang-ho's bloodied fist clenches, bulging with suppressed rage. Sung Hwan stood there, expressionless, looking down with disdain as Seo Kang-ho screamed, "You must be judged by the law, you monster," and swung his blade with all his might. But Sung Hwan simply raises his hand again, and instantly a spray of blood fills the air, leaving only scraps of fabric, and a familiar hat falls to the ground. Above, lightning crackles. Below, a devil stands over a sight no one wants to see, Seo Kang-ho's head in a pool of his own blood. The devilish figure stared at the empty hat and muttered, "What?" He smirked and continued, "If you want the right answer, you'll have to ask Seo Kang-yu." Back in the present, Seo Kang-yu is still in shock, his eyes wide and unmoving as Dosi explains that due to the surprise attack originating from Seong Hwan, the control devices installed on the death row inmates on all floors have been released. Fortunately, the death row inmates' escape was thwarted, but countless guards were trapped with the prisoners. It was then that Seo Kang-yu regained his senses. He gritted his teeth, resentfully asking, "Who did this?" Jose remained silent for a moment, then replied, "We're still investigating." Then, resting her chin in her hand, she cut straight to the chase about Seo Kang-yu's heroism. "I'm truly sorry to ask this at your brother's funeral, but can you quell the riot at Lulu-ku's prison?" Her expression was sharp and serious, and without hesitation, Seo Kang-yu responded. Of course, she still watched him with those sharp eyes, waiting. But now, a dark aura enveloped Seo Kang-yu. His crimson eyes burned as he continued, "But I have one condition. My teammate once said this." As explosions, both big and small, echoed around them. A group of prisoners in yellow uniforms are breaking down a door, as if they're trapped inside. Chaotic screams erupt. "Open the door! Die! Damn it! Die!" At this moment, people were maniacally slaughtering each other with satisfied expressions. Seo Kang-yu continued his narration, saying that a hero saves people, not kills them. The massive iron gate slowly creaks open, revealing a sliver of light, then wider and wider. After the chaos, the prisoners scramble to escape, and my brother, a prison guard, tells me that only the law can judge a person. The grotesque prisoners were ecstatic at the sight of light, shouting with glee, "The gate's open! Let's escape!" But before they could celebrate, the law's executioner unleashed a force from beyond the gate, a warden throwing them back into the prison. The inmates cried out in terror. "What? What is that?" And there, silhouetted in the doorway, a figure with eyes like a predator glared at the prisoners. I didn't want to enter Lucas prison as a hero. A familiar badge appears on a hat, followed by a greeting from the depths of hell. "Hello, you worthless scum." But as a prison guard, a butcher. Seo Kang-yu, with a cold, emotionless face, declared, "I am prison guard, Seo Kang-yu." Seo Kang-yu? The hardened criminals were shocked to hear that name. One of the leaders boldly steps forward. "You're a hero, so why are you wearing a prison uniform?" They then laugh like monsters, staring intently at him. "But it was nice meeting you. Now die." With a roar, the monsters charged forward to attack Seo Kang-yu, who calmly waited in the doorway for them to rush in. Before the sharp claws could reach him, he simply raised his fist, his eyes finally blazing to life. The first brute to attack was met with a punch to the gut, instantly bisecting him. Those nearby were caught in the blast, losing limbs, and whether dead or alive, they were blown away like they'd been hit by a Category 5 hurricane. A path of mangled corpses and splattered blood marked his entry, horrifying the remaining prisoners. One of them grits his teeth, sweating bullets, and blurts out, "What is this?" Meanwhile, Seo Kang-yu stands calmly outside, catching his breath, before warning the prisoners, "Those beasts. Listen closely. By order of the government from the first floor, a giant of a man sits, head bowed, in solitary confinement. Basement 1. A girl with purple hair smiles. Basement 2 holds a group of faceless figures, their eyes glowing brightly. Basement 3 contains a person with iridescent hair and a luminescent mark under their eye. Basement 4, a girl with long blue hair, half her face visible. Basement 5, a familiar blood-stained hat appears. Seo Kang-yu continued, All the work of my brother. Seung Hoan, sitting atop a pile of corpses, nonchalantly donned the warden's cherished hat. I will. He saw who had arrived and spoke with a mocking smile. So, you've arrived? Shang Yu finishes his narration, continuing his mission, his face filled with rage as he delivers his verdict. Execute them. The prisoners panicked at those words, screaming in denial at the thought of execution. You bastard, are you going to kill us? Seo Kang Yu simply stared at the rabble with cold eyes. Once they quieted down, he spoke grimly. You've taken countless lives and you still think you don't deserve to die? The prisoners exchanged confused glances, wondering, have we really killed that many people? Another prisoner raised his hand, protesting, I haven't killed that many, but Halida here has killed 12. I've only killed a handful of people. That's Brooke, he's killed 7. Another chubby prisoner proudly held up a few fingers. I haven't even killed 5 people. This one's a bottom feeder. Even worse, he kidnaps children, abuses them, and then kills them. Then, a group of unrepentant prisoners began to question him. Seo Kang Yu, who are you to kill us? I need to speak with my lawyer. Even murderers are human. Then came the curses and rebuttals from that scum. Meanwhile, one prisoner silently observed the scene. He watched on, inwardly annoyed by the noise. He's a prisoner with long moss-green hair and a weary, sleep-deprived look. His name is Choi Guan, convicted of 8 murders plus sexual assault. Amidst the chaos, Choi Guan calculated his next move, using the other prisoner's distraction to his advantage. He could see Seo Kang Yu. His eyes lit up with a sinister plan as Choi Guan subtly retreated. But then, a foot stomped down hard. While the other prisoners were busy resisting Seo Kang Yu, Choi Guan used his speed to make a break for it, seizing the chance to escape. But before Choi Guan could celebrate, something was already approaching his ugly face. Seo Kang Yu wouldn't let this shrimp escape. With a single kick, a massive spray of blood filled the air, silencing the rioting prisoners in horror. All that remained was a mangled object falling to the ground as Seo Kang Yu spoke softly. He stood tall before the stunned prisoners, delivering his decree. I'll give you one last chance. Wear the monitoring devices and return to your cells to await your execution. Or be executed by my hand right here. Hearing this, the prisoners were thrown into utter chaos, but suddenly one fearless inmate spoke up to mock him. What's that idiot thinking? He spoke wildly, astonishing the others. I have one thing to say. If we're all going to die anyway, isn't it better to die fighting than to just lie down and wait for it? This negotiation is truly meaningless. That guy is disgustingly ugly, like a sewer rat spewing filth, and his smug expression deserves to be killed by Yang Wuji 1,000 times over. This isn't a negotiation, Seo Kang Yu retorted. Despite the prisoner's contempt, he suppressed his rage and patiently explained, this isn't a negotiation, it's a final act of mercy. The prisoners, a mix of panicked, worried, and calm, began to murmur, we're done for. Was he planning to kill us all? I thought he was just a new warden trying to prolong his life, but who knew he was a hero from equality? I'm wearing a monitoring device, me too. But one man remained silent, emitting a radiant aura. While the other prisoners huddled together in fear, he opened his massive maw and unleashed a powerful aura, his face now resembling that of a high-ranking monster. The rioting prisoners were stunned, turning to face the monster as a voice rang out, a dark finger pointing skyward. The prisoner nonchalantly called out, listen up, even if he's a hero from equality, there's no need to worry so much, he's just one guy. I once killed a Class 2 hero. If we work together, we can do this. He began to brainwash the weaker prisoners into attacking Seo Kang Yu. Another prisoner, a bit worried, asked, is that really true? Then, replacing their previous confusion, they all revealed sinister expressions and laughed. That's right, there's nothing to fear. Kill him and take back our freedom. Seo Kang Yu calmly stared at him with fiery red eyes, uttering, this trash is going back to John. She sat in her chair, speaking seriously. Lucilla's prison divides its inmates by threat level. The first floor houses those who have killed many, with over 300 serial killers. The first basement level holds over 100 regional-level criminals. The second basement level holds over 30 city-level criminals, while the third contains 10 national-level threats. In the fourth basement level are 5 continental-level threats, and in the fifth are 3 world-class dangers, including Esioan. ZU seemed to have a lot to say back then, quite a bit, but the number of prisoners he'll have to deal with will be much smaller. With a grave expression, she spoke. Images of the prisoners on the second basement level, dazed and swaying, appeared. Golden halos locked around their heads. Meanwhile, 2 girls with blue and red eyes urged the prisoners to confess their sins, and on the 5th basement level, a ceiling appeared. Meanwhile, a girl sat in the corner of the room, and as another man approached to observe her, he exclaimed, revealing himself to be none other than Si-Ung Hwan, holding a round, red, flesh-like object in his hand, grinning at the girl in the corner, both despising each other. He casually tossed the item in his hand and said, "So you're here." The girl simply glared at Chung Hwan with cold, sharp eyes as he smirked, plotting how to kill time while waiting for Seo Kang-yu. But then a voice echoed, singling out a peculiar prisoner on the first floor. Duex left a warning for Seo Kang-yu. Be wary of this one. The screen shows the sewer rat from before, nonchalantly holding his prisoner ID. His name is Hylon. Back in the present, he wears a calm expression without a hint of fear. He possesses a skill that makes others easily persuaded by his words, and Shang Yu now accuses him. You attacked a hospital, injuring 30 and killing 7. 8 if you include the rank B hero. Suddenly, Hilisun's hideous sucker-like lips began to move. Raising his hands, he laughed maniacally, proudly proclaiming his vile deeds. I killed people, huh? That hero was pregnant with twins. Seo Kang-yu's eyes sharpened as he heard those words. He stared at him, took a breath, and began to call out, "Hey, Commander?" He spoke into the device attached to his collar. "I don't think I'll hold back. Is this prison strong enough?" The commander on the other end affirmed, "No matter what you do, it won't collapse. I guarantee it." At that moment, Seo Kang-yu's face turned ice cold as he spoke. "Then I won't hold back my power any longer." Hila Lashan, unafraid of death, sneered, "You're just bluffing." He mocked both him and his comrades relentlessly. "You're a useless equality hero. So desperate to catch Sung Onion, you used your own teammates as bait, didn't you?" He led the charge with a revolting grin, declaring, "We'll send you to join your dead colleagues." And then, Hila Lashan howled at the sky, unleashing his rabid power. Empowered, the other prisoner's eyes gleamed with hope as one sneered, "I'm overflowing with power." Hila Lashan, now like a rabid beast, roared, "Attack!" Immediately, the other prisoners rushed Sang Yu, determined to finish him off as 2 bursts of power attacked Seo Kang-gu, instantly tearing apart the prisoners who charged ahead, just like before. The dark power lashed out at the fearless prisoners, hot blood spraying into the air as their heads began to dissolve. The dark power snaked through the prisoners, causing them to cry out in alarm. What is this? Seo Kang-gu's power left the prisoners in pieces. Their remains scattered like fallen leaves, while a few survivors stood frozen in terror. What the hell? Hila Lashan was among them. He no longer wore that contemptuous, vile expression, but was instead frozen in stunned horror as a foot was launched with immense force. It was none other than Seo Kang-yu, whose aerial kick unleashed a web of dark energy. Seo Kang-yu then doubles down, slamming his foot down with immense force, unleashing a surge of crimson energy. Instantly, his power peaked as his foot struck the ground, sending the remaining prisoners to hell. Then, the scene shifts to a beautiful sunset, as if the carnage was just a nightmare. In a dark room, a man sits motionless, head bowed in silence. Suddenly, the prisoner looks up, his mouth gagged with leather, and a questioning voice rings out. "Seo Kang-yu," a prisoner cried out from this side. Even as Seo Kang-yu pummels him into oblivion, he still finds time to curse. Damn it! Then, his eyes rolled back in fear. Seo Kang-yu continues his assault, leaping and striking down the remaining prisoners who can only cower and try to evade him. With eyes ablaze, Seo Kang-yu unleashed a whirlwind of deadly fists, a powerful force descending upon his enemies. Screams erupt. "No, stop!" Blood sprays through the air as death knells toll, and his fist becomes a web of destruction. His fist became like the claw of a massive beast, and the prisoners were horrified as the blood-red power enveloped them. Hila Lassan was no exception. The sharp force sliced him in 2 before he could even register the pain. Then, his eyes rolled back in disbelief as he uttered, "Impossible." The result of Seo Kang-yu's subjugation was that the remaining prisoners were all cut in half. After Seo Kang-yu withdrew his power, only an apocalyptic wasteland of corpses remained. Then, Seo Kang-yu finally spoke, "First floor execution, complete. Let's head to the isolation room." Behind him, a sight no one would ever want to see, but one those men deserved. The number of people killed is countless, a mountain of corpses, dozens, hundreds. Seo Kang-yu's deathly fist is still burning strong. He stood before 2 prisoners, one large and one small, both utterly bewildered as Seo Kang-yu spoke. "Choose. Wear the device, or die." His voice was cold, his eyes sharp. The smaller man gritted his teeth in fear, while the larger one spoke through gritted teeth in anger. That fool brazenly attacked Seo Kang-yu, but with a swift kick he met the same end as the others. He quickly surrendered, raising his hands in the air. I'll wear it. I'll wear the device. Su Kang-yu replied. Come and get it. The man stammered. Yes, sir. He frantically raised his hands, cautiously saying, Please, give it to me. Seo Kang-yu's eyes narrowed as the man who seemed to value his life suddenly grinned wickedly and unleashed a power he believed surpassed Seo Kang-yu's. He confidently unleashed that power towards Seo Kang-yu, laughing maniacally. Did you really think I'd listen to you, you bastard? His eyes widened in shock behind the attack. Seo Kang-yu stood firm, without a scratch, causing his opponent to exclaim in disbelief. Huh. One of Tom's captured villains says that those lacking physical ability are pathetic. Tom's divergence reveals a female prisoner chained from head to toe, yet she laughs maniacally. You don't know what it's like to crush someone from afar, do you? Like this familiar fist to the face. Instantly, his head was crushed in midair, like smashing an egg with a hand. Then, Seo Kang-yu found himself in a cleaner space. He presses the red button on the wall, and as the door opens, Seo Kang-yu stands silhouetted against the light. A voice echoed from within. It's noisy out there, isn't it? But he just stared at him with cold eyes as the masked prisoner continued to speak. It's been 3 years, huh? I knew you'd come. Seo Kang-yu frowned, annoyed as the man continued to speak. Long time no see, Hero Kang-yu. This man is a prisoner held in solitary confinement on the first floor of Findio, a man-eating demon who tortures without mercy. He then asks if Kang-yu remembers him as the Findio Chiok rises to his feet. Looks like you've changed jobs. Doesn't look like a step up. Kang-yu ignored his nonsense and coldly said, choose between life and death. Findio removed his gag and began to ramble with a despicable look on his face. If I knew we'd meet like this, you and your hero friends from the Equality Guild. Flashback to when Findio was captured and tied to a rock by the Occulti heroes. It was then that Seo Kang-yu noticed something and glanced to the side, where a pot with a loosely closed lid sat, filled with something red. As Seo Kang-yu looked on in confusion, the man spoke up with a disgusting tone. Doesn't it look delicious? He sticks out his tongue, a truly disgusting expression on his face. Looks like you want to kill me? Su Kang-yu glared back at him with furious eyes as the provocation continued. But you wouldn't dare kill me. Seo Kang-yu's hand was overflowing with the power of rage. His teammates looked on with worry as Seo Kang-yu roared, throwing a punch at the wretched Findio. I'll kill you. Just as he was about to deal with the prisoner, a shout rang out. Seo Kang-yu. The punch stops as another appears, Lao Sha says with a sad look. Don't! Seo Kang-yu choked back his rage, but the Chiok continued to provoke him. Look at your teammates. See how disappointed they are. Return to the present. At that moment, he raised his hand, crackling with power, and spoke. If you don't answer, I'll take it as your choice of death. Findio continued to ramble on. Do you want to know why I kill people? I'm not interested. Sekang Chang-yu had long since lost his patience for Findio's rambling. Instantly, a surge of power sends Findio's head flying. Yet his voice remains, his severed head still grinning. I want them to remember me. He reappeared on the other side, raising his hands, and casually said, so I killed them, and became the most memorable person in their lives. The image of a person murdered by him looks up in despair. When they die by my skill, they won't forget me. He appears in his victims' lives like a swarm of vile insects, trapping them in a terrifying power they can't escape. And he laughs like a monster, proud of his cruelty. They'll forever be branded with my image and the look in their eyes. My ability, Chiok Fin, will show you the memories of those I've slain. Seo Kang-yu simply glances at him, disturbed by his display of cruelty, surrounded by ominous, dark purple insects that seem to embody his power. He resumes his arrogance, asking if he should show him one by one. Suddenly, an image of a head appears beneath his hand as Findio attempts to speak. The kid's eyes lit up instantly, and the arm that had summoned the head was sliced off by a surge of power. Findio clutched his wounded arm in agony. Seo Kang-yu then asked, Is it because you're a secluded prisoner? Shang-yu turned his power into a sword and approached the struggling Findio. I really want to shut your incessant babbling. His image as the Grim Reaper appeared as he uttered, You don't have time to attack me with your skills, do you? The man cried out, then, sweating profusely, asked, Before I die, tell me, do you remember all the people you've killed? Seong-yu raised his sword and casually replied, No, nothing worth remembering, especially trash like you. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Chiok Findio grinned, conjuring images of Seong-yu's comrades to distract him. Lao Sa looked on sadly, saying, Seong-yu, don't... But Seong-yu had already gone blank, staring straight ahead. Two more of his comrades looked at him affectionately, calling out, Kang-yu. Though drenched in sweat, the fiend still tried to maintain his depraved facade. Do you remember these people? But how? Kang Yu quickly regained his composure, still swinging his sword despite the calls of his name. Kang Yu, oh Kang Yu. As Lao X's illusions call out to Kang Yu, his blade cuts through them, returning reality to its place. Seo Kang Yu's eyes sharpen like a god of death as he snarls, "Are you done with your tricks, Findio?" The prisoner's body fell to the ground, and Seo Kang Yu, head bowed, said, "And I'm no longer a hero, I'm a jailer." Findio coughed up blood, still defiant. "What are you talking about? You're more than just a warden." His eyes slowly closed as he struggled to finish his sentence. "You're a monster." But Seo Kang Yu simply stood there in silence. Chiok Findio's final words marked the end of his cruel life. A monster, just like Seung Hwan said. A final jab at Seo Kang Yu. But he paid no mind to the meaningless words, turning only to glare at the prisoner's corpse, before the scene shifted to see Seung Hwan, who looked up with a bored expression. "What's this? Not even a little resistance." The prisoner girl in the corner was beaten to the floor, her face blank and devoid of emotion. Seung Hwan's childish display of displeasure is utterly disgusting. "When will you come down here?" "Seo Kang Yu, should we head up there? It seems he's planning something after taking everyone down inside." It was night, and the moon peeked through the dark clouds as 3 figures stood on the cliff, observing. A man spoke up. "When will you make your move, Sister Singa?" The woman called Singa Smiles in response. "So he's here?" Seo Kang Yu has arrived on the floor, his face cold, a harbinger of death. "Ah," X covers her face, giggles excitedly, and then blurts out, "My dear husband?" "Her husband?" one of them asked, confused, as he looked at Seo Kang Yu on the screen. She turned back with a bright smile and replied, "Yes." "He's my husband," the man stated. He smirked and asked, "Isn't your husband Seung Hwan?" "This one's name is Hannes." One of the 3 hoes spoke up. "Right. Isn't that why you attacked me, to save him?" Hannes continued, "And the one over there is a hero, the least useful person for human evolution." To that, Yinga calmly replies, "He was a hero." But her expression twists with madness as she cries, "No, I don't see any hero in him at all." Everything fell silent after that statement, and Seo Kang Yu remained vigilant with a cold expression. Hani says, "Then you should choose one." Hatu adds, "Yes, polygamy is illegal." Meanwhile, the singer pondered her choice, wondering if he was younger or older, a crucial detail as they were incompatible. Her eyes gleam with anticipation. "The survivor will be my destiny." She acts like she's got all the power, like she's the one choosing. She wears a sinister, expectant look. But who is this? A ceiling full of light bulbs appears, and Do X is behind Seo Kang Yu, saying, "Well done, Warden Seo Kang Yu." Her eyes narrowed as she gazed upon the prisoner's corpse, and she continued, "The first basement floor is already cleared." Du Zeu reminds him that the prisoner's strength will increase exponentially, suggesting he rest, but Seo Kang Yu cuts her off, refusing. He turned back with a resentful look and said, "I'll go there now." "Open the door." Du Zi was momentarily surprised, then replied, "Understood. Before you go down there, I have a favor to ask. Down here on basement level 2, there's a surviving guard sending signals. How many guards do you think are on each level?" A female guard grits her teeth, raising her baton in defense as Seo Kang Yu responds to Jose, "I don't know, but can we save them and return them to their families?" Du X replied, "All the communication devices on basement level 1 are broken, so I don't know the exact number, but I'm sure there's only one." The image shows streaks of blood on the floor, left by a prison guard who was attacked and lost both legs. He crawls across the floor as all communication devices on the 5th basement level are still functioning. The camera shows the guard reaching it, undoubtedly screaming into the lens in desperation. "Help me, someone please." But then, Seung Hwan and another prisoner appeared behind the poor warden, his eyes filled with malice as he raised his hand. Instantly, the warden's face swelled, followed by a horrific explosion, blood splattering before the camera. Seung Hwan grinned maniacally at the security camera. "I'll show them what I've got." In Seung Hwan's hand, he clutches that disgusting red orb as Seo Kang Yu adjusts his cap and says, "I'm coming down," terrifying everyone. Du Yu replies, "I'll open the door between the 2 basements." She then spoke into the radio, giving the go-ahead, and a sliver of light appeared as the door opened. As Kang Chang Yu waited for the door to open, Du Yu reiterated that he must be careful, as the power difference between the prisoners on the 2 levels was like heaven and earth. And with that, the door opened before his keen eyes. As the door opened, Seo Kang Yu's eyes narrowed, and a horde of savage prisoners charged out, attacking him, eager to make him their plaything. Ha ha ha, you son of a bitch. May the fastest win. Then came a burst of colorful flashes. The prisoners, each with a gun, took aim, mocking them, knowing someone would come to receive this greeting. Seeing this, Dokyum cried out in horror. So Seogyul's eyes quickly lowered as she heard those words. Worry about yourself before you worry about others. A giant hand reached out in front of Joe as one of the prisoners grinned with delight. Then, his disgusting hand reached out, successfully grabbing Do Shu's neck and lifting him up, before asking with glee, "You're a warden, right? What a rare opportunity. I've always wanted to smash that arrogant face of yours." Do X is struggling to break free, but the prisoner smirks. "Should I just do it now?" Then he turned around, arrogantly declaring, "Hey, you fools, that's the warden. Whoever catches them first wins." But before he could finish, his eyes widened in alarm. While he was preoccupied with his pathetic achievement, his cellmates had already collapsed on the ground like chickens with the flu. The prisoner exclaimed in disbelief, "What the?" He fearfully looked up, only to see Seo Kang-yu's deadly fist coming down. It didn't take long for that immense power to land. Seo Kang-yu relentlessly punches until the man releases Jose. Jose falls to the ground, confused, when a voice booms, "Don't go down there." Seo Kang-yu stood up, looked at her, and said, "Basement 2. His eyes were sharp as he warned, "It's dangerous." Jose just nods, listening intently. Yes, I understand." Before he could go any further, Jose reached out, calling out that Kai, and Warden Seo Kang-yu, along with Tomoki, were captured on the first basement level, followed by images of women chained up. Seo Kang-yu silently walks away, eventually replying, "I know." Cut to the isolation ward on the first floor, where some menacing prisoners are talking amongst themselves. "Did you hear something? It sounds like a scream. Did he succeed?" A prisoner with ample assets speaks up. "Hey, dumbasses! Did he succeed? Who do you think among us can cause a ruckus here? I bet you'll never guess." This is Tomoki, the one who killed 28 heroes, and with a manic grin, she continues, "Do you know why villains remain villains? Because you're not smart enough, ex-hero." Just then, a voice shouted, "You bitch!" A menacing prisoner approached, gritting his teeth as he looked down at her and asked, "You want me to kill you?" Hearing this, Tomowaki burst out laughing. "Ha, kill me? You've only killed ordinary people. Have you ever killed anyone with superpowers?" The thug didn't answer, and she proudly continued, "Ever fought one of them before? If you don't know why I'm here, it's because I've killed them before." The thug exuded a murderous aura and exclaimed, "I'll kill one with superpowers right now." But in a flash, she extended her claws, slashing a line straight down the thug's head. "Kill!" Instantly, blood splattered as Tomoki's monstrous arm was soaked crimson, a chilling aura emanating from her as she declared, "Who's getting killed? Foolish." The others in the room stood frozen in terror as she proudly continued, "As a hero, I captured countless villains, so I know how to catch those with superpowers. With this knowledge, I've killed countless heroes," Tomoki said with a grin, standing before the bisected body she had created. "Now, I will teach those who side with me." She disgustingly licked the blood from her hand, then declared, "I'll show you how to hunt a superhuman." At that moment, Seo Kang-yu's image appeared in the dungeon. His sharp gaze fixed forward, she continued. And more importantly, her face twisted into a venomous smile, "I know Seo Kang-yu's ability." An astonished voice then rang out, "How do you know Seo Kang-yu's ability?" Tomoki then sits down on a man who is hunched over, acting as a chair, like a king. She places her hand on her chest and confidently replies, "I used to be a hero, and I have reliable sources." A prisoner then asked, "Even if you know, what can you do?" "He's a hero in equality, an organization full of top-tier heroes, unlike third-rate heroes like you." The shrimp woman then wore a sinister expression. Then she explained that since Lao X became the president of Colty, there had been changes in the hero profession. First, the way heroes operated had changed. They were no longer allowed to kill prisoners at will. Secondly, they frequently hold group training sessions for the heroes, and finally, the hero ranking system from 1 to 5 has been abolished. Tomoki confidently explains that Seikang Chang EU joined equality during the ranking system's maintenance period, receiving special selection without notable achievements, essentially getting in through connections, with rumors even suggesting he was Lao Sha's lover. The prisoner still hesitated. "I've never actually seen him fight, but the way he cleared the first floor in an instant, he's at least 1 rank above us." Tom scoffs, saying that the first floor is full of insects that they can handle. The one with the spiky hair, Choi Mok Gang, killed 1738 people, and the one with the vertical scar, Hoen Hien EU, killed 1983. Her voice rang out again, easily stating, "The one with the round eyes, Kurian, has killed 2,270 people, and the pensive, slit-eyed Mizujonak has killed 3,521 people, correct? A large, strong, and seemingly young man named Spick has killed 6,435 people." The other prisoners remain bewildered. Tomoki continued, "I'm not saying Seo Kang-yu is weak, he's actually quite strong, but I'm extremely confident. I know his weakness, so we can work together to take him down." Then Spee asks if I know his weakness. He casually asks why they're hesitating, wondering how long they'll keep thinking. "Make up your minds." The others hesitated, while Seo Kang-yu continued his approach. "He's coming," and the prisoners eagerly raise their hands. "I'll join too, me too. Why is Speak so quiet? What if she asks you?" He makes his decision, asking what the plan is. Since the last century, when humans began to awaken superpowers, scientists have divided them into three main categories. Physical abilities, which allow for transformation or body enhancement. Those who can create objects from nothing possess creative abilities, while those who don't fit into either category are called aberrant. The prisoners stood there, waiting, as a familiar hat appeared. Kang-yu stepped through the door to their anticipation. "He's here." Immediately, two inmates exchanged glances, creating sparks of electricity. Bolts of power surged into another prisoner's eyes. The target was locked. Instantly, a surge of power flowed into Speck's head, and he asked, "Do you see him?" Tomoki, still riding on someone's back, nonchalantly replied, "I do." Physical ability, brainwave communication. Both of her eyes were now infused with that brilliant lightning. Tomoki confidently analyzes Seo Kang-yu, noting that his strength is also physical, like hers. She believes she knows his weakness, having watched him train daily. HL-12 training robots were set to sparring mode, as she watched him with disdain. He was training with a giant robot on easy mode. Back in the present, Seo Kang-yu stands before the prisoners, uttering Tomoki's signature line. "Wearing a monitoring device, I see. Fine by me. If you want to die, just say so." Suddenly, a beam of energy flashes from the ceiling, targeting him. Soon after, an explosion erupts beside Seo Kang-yu, who confidently thinks he's not dodging. As a prisoner excitedly unleashes his power, Tomoki uses the cell doors as a defensive line, allowing the ability users to attack relentlessly as the prisoners continuously unleash their powers on Xiang-yu. Speak, still wearing that power, speaks up. "You were right. He just stood there and took it." Tomoki simply smiled, satisfied, but he also knew the reason Seo Kang-yu was unfazed was because of a large explosion that appeared, yet it couldn't harm him. As the explosion dissipates, Seo Kang-yu remains, unfazed, but a powerful force approaches from behind. But Tomoki had another card to play, this attack from behind. Seo Kang-yu coldly turned to glance at the incoming strike. His calm eyes suddenly widen in alarm, as Seo Kang-yu's body is battered and shaken by the force. His hand was also changing, having endured that power. After the attack dissipated, Seo Kang-yu stood motionless. The one who unleashed that ranged attack smirked as the button on Seo Kang-yu's collar flashed, revealing his power-limiting device. "As you said, I collected these things from the warden's corpse. That's Speak, and he still seems a bit doubtful. But will it even work?" This is from the first basement level. Tomoki confidently assures him that it will be fine, as long as they give him more. That's from the first basement level. 10 should be enough for a rank 2 hero. Even a rank 1 hero would lose all their power with 15. Million can use his skills to attach them. The one called Million smiles, holding a pile of devices. He's killed 2,421 people and has the power to manipulate objects. Tomoki then says to be safe, let's put 30 of these on him. Seo Kang-yu was covered in power-limiting devices, yet he stood motionless. The others cheered. "You're done for, you bastard. We've loaded you with limiters." However, Tomoki's plan had 3 flaws, and their joy quickly turned to horrified shock as the power-limiting devices on Seo Kang-yu's neck began to crack. His eyes gleamed with a fierce animalistic light. First, his power remained as potent as ever, completely uninhibited. Seo Kang-yu's power terrifies the prisoners as they watch the restraints shatter and fall, followed by a deadly fist. The prisoner coughed up blood from the backlash, and the lightning power helmet shattered. Speak exclaimed in horror. "The restraints are all broken." Tomoki, stripped of her earlier arrogance, could only stare in disbelief, muttering, "What the—" Immediately, a blood-curdling scream echoed. The prisoners turned to flee from Seo Kang-yu's gaze. "Damn it." Tomoki frantically shouted, "Plan B! Tell them to initiate Plan B." Speak telepathically ordered everyone to initiate Plan B, as a voice warned Seokang Yu not to move. An innocent man is being choked by a strange hand as the prisoner threatens Seokang Yu, move, and he dies. The prisoners then frantically use the guards as leverage, threatening their lives, but with a simple wave, Seokang Yu unleashed his power, seizing them. The second mistake. Drops of fresh blood splatter in the air as the guard glances over in horror. The prisoner's hands release him in agony. Seokang Yu simply points a finger, but the power emanating from it is anything but small. How can this be? Deadly red streaks of blood appear in the prison cell. The guard died in disbelief, unable to comprehend such power as a scene of utter carnage unfolded within the prison. The prisoners were swiftly dealt with by Seokang Yu's finger, lying in a large pool of blood, and the other guards were rescued. It could also be used as a superpower. The third and final mistake. Some prisoners hid in a corner, panicking. Damn it, what do I do now? Should I put on the monitoring device? As one prisoner reached out, sweating profusely, he pleaded, I'll wear the monitoring device. Please spare me. But before he could finish, his pupils contracted, and a large spray of blood erupted into the air. Kang Yu had no patience for those who regretted their actions too late, and he continued to sweep through the prison, his power spreading through the air. Those on the upper levels now fearfully embrace death. Seokang Yu then says, You're too late. These men can never be forgiven. As the lightning blue power explodes, a prisoner sweats profusely. It's Spec, who exclaims in disbelief, Damn it! He then turned to Tomoki and questioned, What the hell is he? Everything's falling apart. Don't you have any other plans? She's just sitting in the corner, biting her nails? No, how could this be? Growing impatient, Speak turned and shouted, saying he never should have trusted her. It was then that Tomoki replied, You said the restraints wouldn't stop him, but with 30 of them on, he told me I'd have a chance to live if I wore a monitoring device. Hearing this, she gritted her teeth in anger. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Tomoki's eyes gleamed like a demon as he turned and pierced Speak's stomach with his bizarre hand. She screams maniacally, Who do you think you're talking to? You think we're on the same level just because we're locked on the same floor? Tomoki looks down at the man he killed and confidently says, I'm almost good enough to be a Class 1 hero. Then, still uneasy, she grits her teeth and asks, But are those devices really all broken? If he's so strong, why isn't he fighting on the front lines? Tomoki screamed. This is all meaningless. I don't understand. Suddenly, she glances back at something. A prison guard trying to escape. Seeing Tomoki's vicious gaze, the guard cries out in terror. Please, save me. Someone, help me. But in her rage, she swung her hand down, only to have her wrist severed by a sudden surge of power. Tomoki stared in horror at her bleeding stump. Seokang Yu had arrived just in time, his monstrous hand at the ready as he called out to the villain Tomoki. The terrified warden then stood up and screamed, while Seokang Yu continued to emanate a murderous aura as he questioned her. Inmate Tomoki, do you have any last words? Tomoki simply smirks. Ha ha ha, I'm screwed. Standing before this brazen woman, Seokang Yu asked if those were her final words. She continues to ramble on, asking if all the 80s heroes are dead except for him, to which Seokang Yu calmly replies. That's right. At that moment, Tomoki grinned strangely. He's gone. So Tom is dead too. Tom's image, bound by countless chains, appears as Seokang Yu stares silently at her. She continued, He's dead, isn't he? I told you not to become a hero, you foolish little sister. And with a slightly provocative tone, as a member of Equality, you're killing people. Do the other heroes know about this? You know how hard Lao Sa tried to change the hero industry, but because of you, everything is back to square one. I wonder if Lao X is sad about it in the afterlife? All this talk is pointless. This hero business isn't normal. That's what Tomoki realized after becoming a hero. But eliminating villains doesn't mean everyone is righteous. Just then, a cry for help rings out. Please save me. A girl is being threatened with a knife by a thug. Please, I beg you, the thug shouted. Stay right there, if you move. At that moment, the poor girl was terrified, but then a ray of light pierced through. A hero slashes through the thug, bisecting him, and the girl is caught in the attack as well. On a mission, even if innocent people die, the hero's position is absolute. And this hero, after killing even civilians, wears a satisfied smile. Mission complete. The reason Tomoki became a hero is simple. As a young girl, she always helped her sister. Her younger sister Tomo clasped her hands together and happily exclaimed, Amazing, just like a hero. Tomoki, to the shock of her powerless sister Tomo, declared, That's right, isn't your sister amazing? She twisted her personality like a hero under a clear blue sky. Thank you for saving me, the rescued girl said gratefully from the ground. At that moment, Tomoki smugly said, "Oh, it was nothing." Tomoki continued her heroic deeds, and finally, on one mission, she killed a villain. Her first kill. That's when Tomoki's face twisted in a grotesque manner. For the first time in her life, she touched her own face, then looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. She felt superior, and tears welled up in her eyes. Ah, killing is so exhilarating. Tomoki then went on a killing spree, taking the lives of villains, civilians, and heroes alike, leaving no one spared. Of them all, Tomoki most enjoyed killing heroes weaker than herself, savoring their betrayal, shock, and ultimate loss of happiness. Please, the weaker hero begged for his life. A sight that drove Tomoki mad, but the truth would eventually come to light. Tom had always been suspicious of Tomoki coming home late and covered in blood, so she followed her that day. And the sight before her eyes began to haunt her. Before her very eyes, she witnessed the gruesome sight of her sister committing mass murder. Tom was shocked and cried out, and Tomoki, covered in blood, turned around, startled. "Tom, I told you not to stay out late." Hopeless. Her hand still clutched the head of an unfortunate soul, and without a hint of remorse, she grinned, inviting her sister to join her in her dark deeds. "Want to join in?" Tomoki's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" But then Tomoki went even more insane, swinging her hand down. "If you won't Google it, I'll do it myself." Just then, a loud S sound startled her, and she looked up. No, a chain emitting a purple light descends, binding her hand, and on that day, Tomoki awakened her power. And her first act as a new hero? Tom, with tears streaming down her face, pointed and cried out. From that day on, Tom became a hero, relentlessly pursuing her sister, who had become a villain, a sinister smile on Tomoki's face. Finally, the villain Tomoki, Tom Choi, caught his sister and exclaimed, "You're caught?" Tom then spoke with agitation. "So, no more calling me sister? That's too bad. Your powers are growing stronger, but it's a shame it's a summoning ability and not a physical one. Those without physical abilities are truly pathetic." Tomoki simply stared at his sister. Tomoki was even more deranged because they could only kill from afar. They would never know true excitement when tearing people apart with their bare hands. "Did you ever understand me?" Hearing those words, Tomoki exclaimed, "I never had a sister like you." Back in the present, Tomoki asks, "Did Tom die in agony?" Shang-yu coldly replies, "Tom recalled the image of her falling in the battle with Sung Hwan, and when Seo Kang-yu found her, Tom cried out in pain, saying it hurt too much." Tears streamed down her face as she cried, "Save me, sister." Seo Kang-yu said that even as she died, she called out your name, begging to return to the prison. Tomoki pauses, then cries out, "I shouldn't have asked." A surge of power erupts, making her feel worse as a sharp blade grows from her hand, and her body transforms into something horrific. Then she leaps forward, but Seo Kang-yu remains still. Tomoki lunges, striking at him, but her eyes widen in horror as her blade meets only air. Seo Kang-yu appeared behind Tomoki, who gritted her teeth, struggling against his power. The two clash head-on, a glint in Tomoki's eye. Immediately, Seo Kang-yu's kick sends her flying back, creating a massive explosion and a cloud of dust. Seo Kang-yu waited in front of the smoke, as Tomoki, illuminated by the light from above, gritted her teeth and charged again. But Seo Kang-yu simply punched her in the stomach, causing Tomoki to vomit blood before collapsing to the ground, defeated. Tomoki glared up at Seo Kang-yu, who looked down with his crimson eyes, saying, "Even as a sinner, I take no pleasure in killing my colleagues." She finally spoke, much to his surprise. "So you can spare me?" she asked with a crazed smile. She collapsed to the ground, pleading, "You're a hero. You promised Laoja, didn't you?" He coldly replied, "I'm no longer a hero." Tomoki desperately begged for mercy, pleading, "Please, please, spare me," as she fearfully grabbed Seo Kang-yu's leg. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." He replied, "Your current state is what they often saw." The scene replays the victim's desperate pleas for mercy. "Spare me! Please, spare me!" Tomoki, Seo Kang-hyuk's eyes narrowed. "What did you do to those who begged for mercy?" Tomoki's face twisted into a grotesque smile. "Ha-ha, you're dead meat!" Seo Kang-yu didn't let her speak further and continued to unleash his powerful fists. Outside, dark clouds gather as Seo Kang-yu's battle cries echo through the prison, exciting Hannes and the others who watch on. "Did you guys hear that explosion? That must be Seo Kang-yu, right?" "Oh, what now?" Her excitement was palpable, captivating someone, while the other guards were confused and fearful, wondering what was happening. Terrifying some, but to others, a familiar hat unfolds. Seong Hoan happily cries out, and the Seo Kang-yu makes them even more expectant. Seong Hwan is now extremely excited and exclaims something that even confuses the girl next to him. "This won't do. I need to get up there." As he spoke, he made a terrifying devilish face and raised his hand. But suddenly, a surge of power sends Seong Hwan flying, his body slamming into the wall in a massive explosion, his hat sent flying. "Whoa!" Seong Hwan stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "How surprising!" A voice speaks out. "Bored, kid?" A wrinkled, elderly inmate stepped forward, much to the shock of Seong Hwan and the captive girl. "Want to play with me? This man is Kingston." Seong Hwan put his hat back on and sneered, "Oh, you're so scary." Kingston grinned, asking, "Are you scared?" "Basement 5, prisoner number 001. You're just a kindly old man who wants to play with children." Just then, a panicked voice cried out, "Sir!" "Jose?" He stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" A guard watching the camera urgently reports. Down on the 5th basement level, Kingston and Hwang Sung-onin have finally met. Dusay, hearing this, smiled and said, "Excellent." The guard was confused by this. "Okay, one of them will die," she continued. "Personally, I want Kingston to win. He's less dangerous than Sung Hwan." Jose's eyes narrowed dangerously, a red glint flashing within. Why was that woman with him? The image of the female prisoner with Sung Hwan appears, and back in the prison cell, Sung Hwan speaks. "You want to play with me, old man?" Kingston grins. "Of course." He now wears the innocent face of a spoiled child, as if to say, "I don't want to." But then Kingston's eyes gleam dangerously as he says, "But this old man wants to play with you." Kingston was the first prisoner of Lucillus, the oldest inmate, and unlike the prisoners in the 4th and 5th basement levels who had killed millions, he only killed 3 people. The first to die was Caracas, the most powerful and evil villain of the time, and the other 2 were the most talented heroes. Clark and Hilo, he appeared out of nowhere and killed the 3 strongest people at the time. Covered in blood, he exclaimed, "I've killed all those so-called unbeatable ones." "Am I invincible now?" Kingston asked everyone then. "It's pointless." He let himself get caught by the government. When it came to risk, he was the lowest, yet he surrendered after only killing a few. And this was also a time when relations between the government and the Hero Association were not good. He avoided execution for 30 years, and back in the present, Kingston raises his hand, saying with a gentle expression, "I won't kill you, just a little playing around. I'd feel guilty crushing a little sprout." Sung Hwan finally gets serious, raising a hand, followed by the corpses of the unfortunate prison guards. The corpses floated in the air, controlled by Sung Hwan, before transforming into floating chunks of flesh. With a cold look, he said, "Let's play a little game." Sung Hwan then launched the balls of flesh to attack Kingston. Kingston remained calm, waiting patiently before finally raising his hand. Aku swats at the incoming meat orbs with incredible speed, catching and popping them with ease. Streams of power surged through the air as Kingston's hand moved through the void. His power then formed a vortex as Kingston combined both hands to create it. His eyes sharpened, his hand lunged forward, and the fabric of his clothes fluttered wildly. The spheres of flesh shot backward, instantly exploding into massive bursts of blood in the air. The droplets of blood fell as Sung Hwan silently gazed up at the bloody rain. Kingston glanced up with a sharp look, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he rose to his feet, saying, "I thought you were a telekinetic, but your attacks and defenses are like this. So you're not a psychic. Do you have any other attacks?" He replied, "I've considered that too. I know, playing with an old man is boring. What's the fun in killing someone who's about to die anyway?" "You truly are an arrogant kid," Kingston remarked, narrowing his eyes in admiration. "I've met many like you, frogs in a well, each thinking they're the strongest." His feet glided across the ground, each step cracking the floor, sending debris flying as Kingston emerged from the dust, brimming with arrogance. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed as the panicked warden cried out. At this rate, the underground level will collapse. Duzeyu reminds him not to make such a ruckus. Even a rank A or B hero couldn't destroy this prison. It has 20 layers of special walls. There's no way it could be breached. Everyone calm down. Inside, Kingston's face darkens as he speaks. "I'll correct that attitude of yours." And with that, he lunged forward. As the floor crumbles and vanishes, Sung Hwan observes the scene before him, then looks up in wide-eyed shock to see Kingston's foot descending upon him. The foot was about to strike when a massive explosion obscured everything. Outside, the sky is thick with dark clouds, while inside, the warden continues to scream. Du Xu had to raise his hand to shield himself from the shockwave. Meanwhile, Seo Kang-yu stood silently outside as Du Xu anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" The warden, still terrified and speechless, asks, "Xi Commander, who won?" She was anxious. "That's not it." The warden answered before Joe's sharp eyes, while inside the dungeon, the man stood in shock, watching the cracks spread before him. The warden turned and replied that all the walls had been pierced, causing Duex to break out in a cold sweat and exclaim in astonishment. "We're doomed," Shunung Hwan exclaimed, staring at the shattered walls. "Whoa, it's like a human-shaped drill. How far can he possibly go?" a voice echoed. "Is this enough to pique your interest?" he wondered, looking down. "Should we follow him?" Suddenly another group appeared, saying, "Why would you follow that old man?" The words came from a familiar, arrogant mouth. Singer A and her two henchmen appeared, and she sat on the ground, laughing. "Wouldn't it be more fun to talk to me?" In the observation room, Joe and the warden were bewildered by what they saw. "Huh." Seong-hwan turns, glaring, and demands, "What are you?" Ah-sin replies, "Let's talk and you'll find out who I am." As Jose looked closer, he cried out in alarm, "How is that starving woman on the 5th basement level?" The warden remained stunned. "What's this?" Over here, the Sin Eater looks up, but before that she points directly at the screen and says, "Those of you watching, get lost." The screen immediately goes black and Jose X slams his fist on the table, gritting his teeth. "What the hell?" Meanwhile, our protagonist stands silently outside the door. Seong Yu spoke into his collar comm. "Commander, 1st basement level clear. Please open the 2nd basement level door." But the voice on the other end was cut short. Seo Kang Yu waited patiently. Seo Kang Yu stood there, still waiting. After waiting a while, he calls again, a bit worried. "Commander, there's no response, and the line goes dead." Silence descends once more, and perhaps due to the weak signal, Seo Kang Yu doesn't wait, but forces open the heavy doors. The door slowly opens, revealing an eerie light. His expression sharp, he continues, "She's gone to the lower levels." Descending the stairs to the 2nd basement level, unlike the 1st floor and 1st basement where the stench of blood was already present, there was no smell at all. Seo Kang Yu warily pursed his lips. It was clean, everything was calm, there wasn't a single corpse. The lights flickered, and there wasn't even a person. Seo Kang Yu stepped inside, when suddenly a scream caught his attention. A prison guard frantically runs out, screaming, "Don't come near!" as a pack of monsters with jagged teeth gives chase. The monsters gleefully bared their jagged teeth as the prison guard ran and screamed, "Don't come any closer!" But when she ran out and saw Seo Kang Yu standing there, she was shocked. She ran towards him, calling out, "Seo Kang Ho!" The girl's mistake startled Seo Kang Yu. To recap, Seo Kang Ho is the name of the main character's brother, and the prison guard is desperate as the monsters hunt her down. Suddenly, a surge of power obliterates the monsters around her. She collapses to the ground, surrounded by their remains. Huh? Beside her, Seo Kang Yu's fist radiated a murderous aura, and he asked if she was all right. The girl, likely unaware of her brother's sacrifice, rushes to hug Seo Kang Yu, calling out his name in worry. She looked up at him, overjoyed, and said, "Weren't you supposed to be on the 5th basement floor?" "Hey, what was that just now? You have superpowers? That's amazing. But you've been hiding your abilities until now?" Xiang Yu then pushed the girl away and said to me. His eyes narrowed as he revealed he was Kang Ho's brother, causing the girl to gasp in astonishment. Hero Seo Kang Yu. Then she wondered why he was wearing a prison guard uniform, or rather, why he was even there. He says, "So you're my brother's colleague," Se Kang Yu warns. "It's dangerous here." Suddenly she says, I'm sorry to hear you say that, young master." This shocks him. Then he finally asked, "Who are you?" The girl put her hand to her chest and cheerfully replied, "This is our first time meeting, isn't it? I should have been the one to greet you." Then, extending her hand with a smile, she said, "I'm your sister-in-law. You look just like your brother, you know." Hearing this, Kang Yu was shocked and speechless, as a voice echoed from the 2nd basement level isolation cell. "Mawel," a shadowy figure spoke up. "It seems an intruder has arrived." The girl called Mawel replied with a dangerous look. "That's right. A group of humans and monsters were locked inside. How many sins has this newcomer committed?" Mao, catching something, replies, "He killed my dog." The prisoner, Mian, replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? Then it's going to be hell for him." Meanwhile, back with Seo Kang Yu, the girl spoke up, "I've only seen you in pictures or videos." She smiled brightly as she introduced herself, adding that seeing him in person was much better. "I'm Kai Nu Chongjia, Warden Hongya of Lucullus Prison." Kang Yu replied, "I heard he had a girlfriend, but I don't know anything else." Ka Hongjae laughs and scratches his head, then points to his stomach with 2 fingers, surprised. Hongja hugs her belly with a blissful expression, saying, "In here is the child who will call you uncle." Disbelief washes over Seo Kang Yu's face as he utters in shock, "What? You're still so cheerful, haven't you realized it yet? I only found out recently, less than a month ago, and because it involves Chunghwan, I didn't want to reveal it too soon. After a moment of shock, he asks if what she said is true, and Hong Dien, seeing his grave expression, asks in confusion. That's right. Is there a problem? Siu Kang Yu looked away as he answered. No, she continued. What are you doing here, Kang Yu? Are you here to quell the riot? But you're wearing a warden's uniform? I, Siu Kang Yu, have been appointed as a special warden to execute the prisoners in Lucullus prison, I replied, leaving Hong Jae in utter shock. Huh? She found it a little hard to believe. You're the executioner? Why you? She asked, a bit confused. Was this the warden's order? Siu Kang Yu then explained, it seems they haven't informed everyone, so I'll give you a brief explanation. After hearing the story, Hong Di was shocked and exclaimed, an electromagnetic pulse attack? Who could have done this? Siu Kang Yu replied. They're still investigating, Siu Kang Yu replies, as Hong Di, already tearing up with worry, urgently asks, what about Kang Ho? He must be on the 5th basement level carrying out the plan. Seong Yu didn't know how to respond as his brother watched Hong Di standing there, clutching her stomach and crying. Unable to bring himself to tell her the truth, Seo Kang Yu closed his eyes in despair, then changed the subject, saying there was a distress signal from basement level 5. Hearing that, Hong Di sighed in relief. Oh, thank goodness. Seeing her like this, Seo Kang Yu could only bow his head in silence, telling her it was too dangerous here and that she should go to the upper floors. He would take her, but she refused. Hong Di then says that if he wants to go to the lower levels, he'll need her, to which he replies in surprise. Why? Hong Jae responds, I can read a target's memories just by looking at them. My special ability is psychometry. She waved her hands, adding, I haven't read your memories, Shang Yu, don't worry. I don't use my powers carelessly. Seong Yu stared at her, speechless, as Hong Jae continued. I use this ability to provide psychological treatment to prisoners and to determine if their actions truly constitute a crime. Seong Yu asked, but how does your ability help me? She explained, Miel and Mail currently control the solitary confinement cells on the 2nd basement level. They are two brothers with a unique summoning ability which grants them immense power. These monsters turn people into puppets by piercing their hearts. Now all the prisoners on the 2nd basement level are their puppets. Seo Kang Yu spoke up amidst her shock. I already know a little about their abilities. They are Mago's disciples, and an image of Mago appears. I already knew this, so please head upstairs, Seo Kang Yu said, pointing upwards. Seo Kang Yu quickly said, some of the fighting puppets controlled by those brothers are jailers. Hearing this, he could only purse his lips in silence. Hong Jae's expression turned serious. Among those combat puppets, he wouldn't be able to distinguish prisoners from guards. But with my ability to read memories, I can tell them apart, Seo Kang Yu replied. If they're puppets, aren't they already dead? What's the point of telling them apart? Hong Di explained that they were still alive. When those two brothers stop using their powers, they'll return to normal, but he's certain they won't. But Hong Jia was determined. Placing a hand over her heart, she confidently stated, I can persuade them. He worried that her current state made it too dangerous, but Hong Jia suddenly declared, before becoming a mother I was, and still am, a warden, so I must fulfill my duty. At that moment, the image of Seo Kang's older brother appeared within her. Seo Kang Yu pursed his lips, silently gazing at Hong Jia before reaching out his hand and speaking. Seo Kang Yu's power enveloped Hong Jia, startling her, and lifted her into the air, leaving her astonished. Whoa. Then she asked, what is this? Seo Kang Yu looks up and replies, my power will protect you from danger. Hong Jae shouts down in alarm, wait, wouldn't that put you at a disadvantage? This is so weird. The two continue toward their goal. Hong Jae shouts that the figures before them are puppets, indistinguishable as guards or prisoners. Their bodies like stone controlled by golden rings on their heads, the power of Mio, who captured many guards. Seo Kang Yu stared ahead, asking which of them were guards, and was told to wait a moment. Hong Jae replies and closes her eyes, then opens them, her pupils glowing as her gaze sweeps across the puppets. She then revealed the result. The two people in the back are the prison guards. First, we need to defeat them and group them together. Suddenly, Hong Jae looked down at her hands in a panic. Huh? She was now hidden behind Seo Kang Yu's protective circle. She called out anxiously, I can't see anything. Jiang Yu, what's going on? Hong Jae kept shouting from inside, but it was no longer clear. Seo Kang Yu then spoke somberly, explaining that the difference was that his power ignored the floor, targeting the living, and that his power attacked the identical puppets that were jailers. At that moment, his power enveloped two of the puppets, but another, unaffected, leaped to attack Seo Kang Yu. The puppet's eyes were hollow as Seo Kang Yu's fist shattered its face. His gaze sharpened as he declared, the dead ones are prisoners, I see. The puppets attacked, but Seo Kang-yu easily crushed them with a single blow, each one drawn to him like moths to a flame. His eyes grew fierce as he struck down the puppet prisoners, while Hongjae remained protected within the circle, blind to the outside world. A sphere appears, showing Seo Kang-yu decimating the puppet prisoners as the male mean siblings watch. Mao asks, "Brother, do you think this outsider is stronger than Master?" Mian hesitates. Mao remembers Laoxia and asks, "What about that woman?" Mian remains silent. When she didn't get an answer, she called out to her brother. She approached him, clinging to his arm, and said weakly, "I'm so scared." Looking into the orb, M replied, "Don't worry." An uncountable number of puppets appeared around the two girls, and he hugged his sister tightly, comforting her. If that's all he's got, he can't kill us. The sharp image of Seo Kang-yu appears. Meanwhile, Hongjae struggles to scream, unable to bear the darkness, and demands answers. Huh? Why did you lock me in here?" Kang-yu silently replies, "Did I surprise you? Sorry, I should have given you a heads up." Hongdi then asks, "How did this happen?" To clear up any misunderstandings, I pushed the guards aside and executed all the prisoners. "Execution?" she asked in disbelief. "But isn't the execution device on basement level 5? Shang Yu replied somberly, "I executed them with my own hands." Hongdi gasped, "What? You mean you executed them yourself?" Kang Yu. He looked up and asked, "Is there a problem?" She hesitated slightly. "Who made this decision?" With a sharp gaze, he answered frankly, "I decided." Hongdi frantically asked if the warden has agreed to this. He responded, and she was suddenly speechless. What are you planning?" Hongdi asks through gritted teeth. Seo Kang-yu looked up, puzzled. "Hongdiu Kang-yu, is everything all right?" Si Kang-yu coldly retorted, "As a warden, I'm just doing what needs to be done." "What's the problem?" But Hongjae retorts, "As a warden, we're not supposed to kill them. Our job is to rehabilitate these prisoners, to make them better. What's wrong with being a warden?" Kang Yu, unable to listen any longer, interrupts, "Enough. I'm sick of hearing such idealistic nonsense. A hero's job is to save people, not kill them. Only the law has the right to judge others." His face betrayed his anger as he said, "I know that very well." The result of chasing those ideals was someone being brutally murdered by an unreasonable beast. In truth, it doesn't matter if I'm a warden or a hero. I'm simply doing what I should have done long ago, executing the beast who abandoned their humanity. Hongjae was bewildered, but Kang Yu insisted they were still human, leaving him speechless with rage. "What?" Hongjae looked down in dismay. In a fit of rage, he shouts, "How can you say that? You call them human?" Below the second basement level are criminals who have murdered hundreds of thousands of innocent people. They all deserve to die. In the past, innocent people were wrongfully executed, and there were many debates about the death penalty, but since the emergence of psychics, there have been no more wrongful or unjust cases. Ria, you know this, right? But Hongdian gave his opinion, but they all have their own stories. He was at a loss for words. A story, huh? She continued, especially about Meal and Mel, but Se Kangyu cut her off. What? Everyone in this world has their own story. Didn't the victims who were murdered have stories too? Hongjae looked down in confusion. Seo Kangyu made his decision. They'll die by my hand or by execution. What's the difference? Isn't that right? Hongjae was adamant that execution didn't equal a massacre and was truly annoyed by this holier-than-thou attitude. Hongjae would only know true suffering when she learned her lover had been killed by a prisoner. At this, Seo Kangyu lost his patience and snapped. "Enough, don't say another word. My hand's getting tired." He then issued a stern warning. "This ends here. If you keep acting like this, I'll send you upstairs. Got it? I'll handle this my way." Hongju could only sweat and remain silent. Everything inside the prison became hazy and unclear as Se Kangyu continued forward, his protective circle keeping Hongjae safe behind him. Suddenly, red control circles appear, and the puppets look even stronger than before. Se Kangyu asks, "Which one of them is the warden?" Hongjae immediately replied, "The 3 in the back." "Understood." He finishes speaking and reaches out towards the puppets as Hongjae looks on in confusion. Suddenly, she blurts out, "Kang Yu will be very sad. I want to tell this saint that if Gu knew her lover was dead, she'd be even sadder." Seo Kang Yu was about to attack the puppets, but upon hearing that, his eyes went wild, and he froze, allowing the puppets to strike. Just then, a powerful force strikes his neck, and Seo Kang Yu's face darkens with rage, shattering the weapon. The haunting voice echoes again. Kang Yu would be so sad if he knew. His eyes widen, as if about to burst. His eyes blazed as the puppet struck him, yet left not a single mark. Seo Kang Yu. Feeling his sorrow and anger building, he unleashed a deadly punch. And as the ideals of others echoed in his mind, Xiao Kang Yu spiraled further into madness, desperate to release his pent-up rage. His comrade's words echoed as a powerful fist came crashing down, followed by the image and words of his brother. Xiao Kang Yu no longer wanted to suppress his rage, and Hongdi watched the scene in horror. Instantly, a puppet is torn apart by the force, followed by a swarm of puppets charging to attack. What good are words anyway? Is this misfortune or a stroke of luck? Red orbs of power are unleashed into the vortex, embodying Xiao Kang Yu's anguish. Those orbs floated in the air under his control before striking the puppet prisoners. The puppets then turned into swirling red streams, diminishing slightly, followed by explosions in the air. A pained cry echoes out, ugh. After killing the prisoners, a rain of blood fell upon Xiao Kang Yu, who stood silently in the gore. Looking at the screen, the brother's shadow smiled with satisfaction, eyes gleaming. Watching him, Manhwa covered her face and squealed with delight. Oh, he's even cooler now. Xiao Kang Yu continues onward with Hongjia, followed by images of him dealing with the puppet prisoners, and then the protective orb around Hongjia. The images overlap as Hongjia tries to observe. This time, the three over there are jailers, and 3 puppets appear before them. Xiao Kang Yu replies, then wait a moment. But something catches his eye. A golden ring appears with a voice, "Nice to meet you," followed by a red ring. The male and me siblings casually strolled in, exchanging greetings as if nothing were amiss. But a voice from beyond startled them. "You came out on your own," Xiao Kang Yu said, his eyes fixed on the children. "It would have saved me a lot of trouble, and I'm happy about that." At that moment, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a massive monster following behind the 2 siblings. Hongjie frantically called out to Menbi, who calmly replied, "Warden Hong Ria, why haven't you come to us? Shouldn't you be in heaven? Dispel your powers?" Xiao Kang Yu held out his hand, saying, "I'll grant you a painless death." Mi hugged her sister, asking, "Is there any option where you don't kill us?" He replied, "On both the first floor and basement 1, I gave them the choice to use surveillance devices or not, but the beasts that have killed countless people in basement 2 will have no choice but death." Mai then mentioned their master. "The outsider said you were a colleague of our master, is that true?" Mao added, "That woman, a hero like you, captured us. You and she give off completely different vibes." "You're definitely going to hell," the older brother warned. "Mao, don't say anything else." Xiao Kang Yu then took an offensive stance and coldly said, "We'll see who goes to hell first." Mian then tried to negotiate. "If you promise to release us, we'll relinquish our powers." Xiao Kang Yu flatly refused. "I decline." Hong Diao cried out, "Min Mao, this will only make things worse." Unable to bear the surveillance devices any longer, she cuts off Hong Dia, the prison warden, mid-sentence, embracing her sister and beginning to beg. "We didn't commit any capital crimes. You understand that, right?" Hong Dia was silent, and it continued. "So, we refuse as well." Hong Dia tries to reason with them, but Mian Xiao Kang interrupts, knowing her methods are useless. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the brothers. "I will not negotiate with beasts." Hong Di continues to try, but Xiao Kang Yu knows there's no other way. Xiao Kang Yu creates a weapon from his power, saying even beasts should feel pain. Before the hammer of death, they still wish to negotiate. "Outlander, we don't want to fight you. If you listen to our story, we can negotiate." Shang Yu gripped his hammer and cut them off. "I refuse." Hong Di, up above, tries to intervene. "Kang Yu, if you talk to them, we can resolve this peacefully. Please just stay put." His power binds them, lifting them into the air. The strands tighten, and they cry out in pain. As for how to torture villains, an image of a scoundrel appears. Xiao Kang Yu, eyes bloodshot, looks up and says, "I already know." I never thought those words would come in handy. The 2 brothers were terrified of Xiao Kang Yu's power. Mian then spoke up. "Talking is useless. You're not human." Mao's body also emitted light as he frowned and explained, "We're not beasts or monsters?" Xiao Kang Yu merely glared at the villains as 2 other figures were now suspended in the air above, 2 prisoners taking the brothers' place. The voices echoed, "We are humans with special powers." Instantly, the 2 were crushed in midair by his power, and fresh blood spurted out. The voices echo still, "But why don't they call us human? What's the difference between us and them?" Now countless puppets advance toward Xiao Kang Yu. The yellow circles mark the white puppets, and the red circles mark the black puppets. Xiao Kang Yu cleaved through their heads in a flash. He gritted his teeth, realizing he'd been tricked, while Mao watched through the orb, breaking out in a cold sweat. Mian anxiously turned back, asking, "Mao, do you need my help?" She replied, "No, I'm fine." "His defenses are too strong," Mian said from behind the puppets. The girl summons a magic circle, declaring, "Let me help you." Then she slams the circle down on the orb. Instantly, the magic circle expanded and fell before Seo Kang-yu, as red circles appeared in the sky, revealing grotesque, gigantic monsters within the matrix. So this is the power of a summoner. A monster with huge, round eyes appears, but they're nothing compared to a human. Seo Kang-yu isn't intimidated and charges to attack the monsters. He leaps onto the monsters, each step unleashing a surge of power, and charges toward those behind. The monsters jostle and crowd each other as Seo Kang-yu weaves through them, unleashing a powerful strike. His power sliced through the monster on the right, then cleaved through those on the left. He weaved through the horde, stopping, lips pursed, as he waited. The spirit medium looked at the orb, horrified by what she saw, and turned to her brother. "How much longer can you hold on?" Mian replied. "Probably about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. She lowered a hand and the demoness bit her finger until it bled. Not long after, she raised her bleeding finger above the orb and cried out, pressing her bloodied hand down upon it. Instantly, a wave of oppressive energy descends, causing Mai to turn in alarm as the power crushes the space below, engulfing everything in dust. The goblin girl coughed, covering her mouth, while Min looked up in confusion and asked, "What happened?" A hat appeared, and Seo Kang-yu was now standing before the two prisoner siblings. Overcome with terror, Mao wept uncontrollably, while his brother was equally frightened, as Seo Kang-yu declared. Light shines down as he glares at the two below, declaring their lives are over, and demands they relinquish their powers for a painless departure. His power emanates, attacking the two criminals, and the wall and the massive hole still send shockwaves through everyone. The siblings exclaimed in terror, "How many powers does he have?" Seo Kang-yu approached them, fist raised, and said, "Release your powers." His eyes looked down like a god of death as the prisoner brothers stared up in terror. At that moment, Mien gritted his teeth, raised his hands, and beams of light emerged. Then magic circles appeared in the sky, and Seo Kang-yu looked up in astonishment. At that moment, countless giant puppets emerged from the magic circles to confront Seo Kang-yu. The tallest puppet was named Michael. The second one with the black face is Gabriel, and the third one with the head full of wings is Raphael. The fourth, Uriel, has 3 eyes and a mouth that stretches from ear to ear. Suddenly, 2 crisscrossing slashes appear. Seo Kang-yu moves with lightning speed, slicing through the giant puppets as the two brothers turn to face their last defense. Witnessing this, his lips stiffened as he exclaimed. Meanwhile, Min conjured a magic circle. Instantly, the jailers were released, crying out in confusion. Mian summons the jailer puppets and shouts, "Stay away from us! If you don't let us go, all these jailers—" He tries to use them as leverage. Seo Yu coldly interjects, demanding the release of the guards and the removal of his power, when a sudden cry leaves him stunned. "Ah!" His eyes narrowed. Seeing her sister bound by Seo Kang-yu's power, she cried out in panic, "Brother!" Seo Kang-yu then stepped down, coldly declaring, "I will make your sister die a painful death." The cat cried out in agony. Her sister's screams echoed, sending Mai into a panic. "Brother, it hurts so much." Seo Kang-yu simply stood there, gazing forward with cold indifference, as Mao continued to cry out in agony. At this moment, Min finally spoke, kneeling on the ground and begging, "I'll undo it. I'll undo my power. In exchange, let me speak with the warden," Hongja said urgently. "Release your power first. Release it." His eyes are cold and resolute as Mao's painful cries startle him. Seo Kang-yu said he would stop, and soon after, a beam of light descended as the two brothers, kneeling and holding hands, turned to face each other. Soon after, the guards were freed from control and cried out in surprise, while the prisoners regained consciousness in confusion. "Huh?" The others, faced with the current scene, spoke up in confusion. What's going on?" As they questioned our presence, Seo Kang-yu's power surged, bisecting the wretched prisoners. Blood splatters everywhere, shocking the two brothers, and even the guards are frozen in fear at the sight. One of them stammered, asking the hero Seo Kang-yu what was happening, to which he replied, "You should all head to the upper level." The others retreated in confusion. "Ah, I see now." Just then, Mian spoke up. "I've stopped using my powers, so you need to keep your promise." Sakang Chang-yu replied, "Fine, I'll let you see her." The brothers were still in shock as he continued, "But first, let's move somewhere else." Between them lay a gruesome barrier of prisoners' corpses, sliced in half. Pregnant women shouldn't have to see this. Meanwhile, somewhere still relatively safe, Hongjae, still inside the protective circle, calls out, "What happened?" Si Kong-yu replies, "I've completed the task." The ability has been dispelled, and all the inmates have been saved. Hongjae urgently asked, "What about Min and Mail? They're right there, in front of me." The two siblings clung to each other in fear, wanting to speak with Jia before they died. Hongdi pleaded with Kang-yu to just put monitoring devices on the children, but Seo Kang-yu cut him off, saying, Don't make me repeat myself. The beasts of the second basement level have killed countless people, and I will execute them myself. Hongjia was stunned to hear this. Meanwhile, Mian naively asks, Warden Hongjia, have we done something so terrible? We really didn't do anything deserving of the death penalty. Say something, please. He was clearly panicked. Hongjia was momentarily speechless, and Seo Kangyu urged, Hurry up! Hongjia then cried out in confusion. Mianmao, you must be executed. She managed to utter her final words. The two siblings could only hug each other in fear. And Hongjia, having spoken, clenched her teeth as silence fell. Hongjia was speechless. Shangyu pressed on, asking if she had any last words. The prison guard also spoke up, and the two children embraced, awaiting their death. I will fulfill my promise, Seo Kangyu declared, raising his hand. It's time for the execution to begin, and the water demon cries out in despair. Please have mercy on us, we beg you. Brother, they no longer have the strength to fight back. Seo Kangyu unleashed his deadly fist, the force creating a cloud of dust. But as the power dissipated, something appeared that shocked Seo Kangyu. It was Mago, with his flowing beard. He's creating a protective barrier around the two brothers as Mago Ikoti appears, with a cold expression. The two brothers exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him, while Seo Kangyu stared in disbelief, wondering about Mago. He appears before everyone colossal in size. What is happening here? Mago's image then appeared, enveloping his two disciples, causing Seo Kangyu to exclaim in astonishment. What? He wonders if this is the twins' ability? Summoning illusions? No. Prisoners on basement level 2 shouldn't have this level of defensive magic. Mago used it himself, but why? Si Kangyu wondered why he would use defensive magic on these two. But no matter. He exclaimed, then summoned his immense power. But Myung's thoughts wouldn't change anything. The two brothers, still terrified, clung to each other as his fist shattered the barrier, sending fragments raining down. But then, Mago unleashed a barrage of magic circles upon Seo Kangyu, who gritted his teeth in fury. You damn old man, what have you done? Why would he do this? Mago was now desperately protecting the two prisoners as Kangyu unleashed his crimson power. Seo Kangyu's fist shatters the magic circles, leaving only the original blue shield, its fragments falling as Mago maintains his gentle expression. Seo Kangyu's piercing gaze comes to a halt, having shattered countless layers of Mago's defenses. Mai frantically embraces his sister, who is on the verge of collapsing, his eyes betraying his unease, yet he can't shake the feeling of frustration within. The scene shifts to a clear blue sky with white clouds. Seo Kangyu's group of heroes are gathered, smiling happily in a field of flowers. They watch Mago happily playing with the children, and the curly-haired hero sighs, "Doesn't that old man ever get tired?" Baldy chuckled, saying it was a good thing, as Curly turned to Tom with a smile. "Hey, Tom, after we get married, we'll have kids, right?" Tom replies, annoyed. "When did I ever say I'd marry you?" the curly-haired man teased. "Oh, come on. I hate guys like you who cheat on people. I've never deceived anyone." Curly Hair retorts, and Lao, seeing them, speaks up. "Come on, stop bickering." Suddenly, a loud voice startled everyone. "Hey, everyone." Mago embraced the children and cheerfully told him not to just sit up there, but to come down and play with them. The sky was still a clear blue. Seo Kangyu's comrades joined the children in their playful games, but he remained silent, watching from the shade of a tree. Suddenly, his name was called. Mago approached him and asked, "Don't you like children?" He replied, "It's not that I don't. I just don't know how to interact with them." Mago chuckled, sitting beside him. "Just imitate what your parents did when you were a child." Seo Kangyu calmly replied, "My parents passed away shortly after I was born, so my only family is my brother." Mago broke out in a cold sweat, feeling guilty. Clearing his throat, he apologized, "I'm sorry about that." He glanced hesitantly at Yu, who quickly looked away. Suddenly, Mago smiled brightly, calling out to Sang Yu, pointing to his own face and saying, "Well then, you can practice with me. Try acting like a child." With a puzzled look, he glanced over, letting out a small sound of surprise. Mago chuckled, "Ho, ho, ho, I was just kidding. Just a little joke for fun." "I didn't know you could make that expression, but I wasn't entirely joking. If you're having a hard time, you can act like a child in front of me." Seong Yu silently watched his comrades playing with the children, then said, "I refuse." Just then, dark clouds gathered and rain began to fall. Just then, Seung Hwan appeared, covered in blood, reaching out his hand as Seo Kangyu stood frozen in the cold rain. He glanced down to see Curly Hair and Tom embracing, awaiting death. Seo Kangyu then looked to the side, where Lao Sa and the monk had stopped breathing. Blood dripped to the ground as tears of rage streamed from Seo Kangyu's eyes. Even as he succumbed to despair, a voice called out, Mago, on his dying breath, still sought to comfort him. It's okay. Even though my eyes can no longer open, everything will be all right. The shattered fragments return to the present, and Sekang Yu shatters the magic circles with a single punch. With only Mago's last defense remaining, Mawel had already fainted inside, leaving Mian to look up in a panic as Mago's protective shield circle gradually dissipated. He closed his eyes, then smiled kindly. Seo Kang Yu could only watch helplessly as his power stretched out. Seo Kang Yu releases Hong Jae outside, leaving her confused and panicked. After safely getting her to the ground, he asked if she could read the memories of abilities. Hongdi quickly replied, I can do that. Sekang Shang Yu then pointed upwards and said, then please read the memories of that ability for me. I need to know what that old man was thinking when he did this. What is that? Hongdi asked, looking confused at Mago and the protective magic circle. Hero Mago? She then presents the memory of that power. In her hand, she holds Mago and the two Death Row brothers, all enjoying each other's company. A memory contained within Hero Mago's power. Si Kang Yu slumped to the ground, complaining about how unpleasant it was, but Hong Jae protested, I think it's cute. He then asks, why are the memories of those killers here too? She explains, it's because he used his power on them. Se Kang Yu looked at Hong Jae, prompting her to say, I didn't put them here on purpose. Shang Yu said, I'm telling you this so you don't misunderstand. Whatever the situation of those killers, I will execute them. She replied, I understand. Good, that's all, Se Kang Yu said, and Hong Jae dropped the three masters and disciples to the ground. A chandelier is lit and iron cages are brought out. A man strikes a gavel and announces, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the auction of individuals with special abilities. Here, a person in tattered clothes clutches the bars, staring out with a haggard face, a picture of misery in this hellish place where a grim fate awaits. Miel and Mael were locked in a cage together, their eyes blank as they stared out. 6 years old. It's the auction for ability users, a pastime for VIP collectors. Deep beneath Huangtan City lies the secret auction house, where Miel and Mael were sold by their own father. The most valuable possess special grade abilities and shape-shifting powers, while summoning abilities are the most common and therefore the cheapest. So Miel and Mael concealed their true abilities, and for a long time, no one bought them as they waited to be discarded. Just then, a man opened their cage and said, come on out, someone wants to buy you two. It was a man and a woman. The woman, upon seeing the two children, exclaimed with delight, oh, are these the kids? They summon both angels and demons? The man inquired. So, you want to buy them? I'm asking because there are no returns here. The woman simply smiled and replied, oh, I'm just curious. Hearing this, he asks back, annoyed, what? With a crazed look, she wondered aloud, what would happen if you mixed an angel with a demon? The brothers were horrified and confused. She continued, you're probably too young to understand, but you will soon enough. As she spoke, she looked at them with a sinister glint in her eyes. Her eyes widened as if she were on drugs, and suddenly a surge of power descended from the ceiling, startling them both. A blazing sphere of magma plummets towards them, and the building is torn apart by the force. Switching to another scene, a smoke-filled sky reveals a colossal crater in the ruined city, as the protected couple cries out in horror. What? What is that? The two siblings inside are also protected by a shield. Mai shakes his sister, Maelo, asking if she's okay, but Mao is too terrified to speak. What's going on, Mian? Everyone is protected by the barrier. A burst of laughter makes the two siblings look up. Just then, a familiar beard appeared. It was Mago, playfully twisting his beard with a grin. Beside him, a girl with rabbit ears floated in the air. He chuckled, ever playful, it's magic. Just then, the bunny-eared girl exclaimed, come on, Mago. Her name is Lepus, Mago's assistant with the power of summoning. Annoyed, Lepus scolds, what kind of level is this? How can I possibly keep up? And Mago just keeps smiling. Ho 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 ho. If you work hard, you can do it. Lepus, I told you, with summoning abilities, imagination is incredibly important. Lepus sullenly replied, but you're teaching too fast. Mago then changed the subject, asking if she had completed the task he had assigned. Lepus replied, I've teleported all the auction participants and freed those who were imprisoned. Mago then said, let's move on to the next level. Lyrsis felt helpless. What is it this time? How can I summon anything after that giant ice? Suddenly, a noise made them look down to see Min holding her younger sister, asking if they could come along, and if he was a summoner. We also have the ability to summon. Lip shook her head. That's not going to happen. He promised to take only me as a disciple. Mago retorts with a smile. I never promised that, she gasped in surprise. Mago then turns to the two children, saying, let's see what you're capable of. Leers grits her teeth in anger. Liar. At this, Mi summons an angel, and Emma summons a demon. Lipus is shocked, thinking, these kids' summons are strange. Usually, children only summon toys or dogs. Mago hesitated for a moment, then made his decision. He observed the two siblings, intrigued. As a lover of children, Mago smiled without hesitation, extending his hand and saying, "All right, come with me. I'll teach you magic." Lapis could only puff out his cheeks in anger from behind. For 3 years, Mago taught you and Mael how to summon, and imagination is the most important element for summoning abilities. The image in your mind will appear when using your powers. Me summons angels because she remembers her mother, the one who protected everyone when she was little. And Mio summons demons, perhaps influenced by her cruel father. Mago happily taught, if I see the world in multiple dimensions, I can summon many things, but focusing on one thing is fine too. Lears smiled brightly. Shooting stars are the best. Mago pointed behind them, saying, like that rabbit over there. I don't know which path you two will take. The brothers were a bit confused. We really like both heaven and hell. Mago was taken aback. Heaven and hell? Lepus was impressed. They're not like normal children. They explained, our mother told us before she passed away. The good go to heaven and the bad go to hell. Those words have always been our support. We want a world of justice, where the good go to heaven and the wicked go to hell, the siblings declared with radiant faces. Mago smiled, ruffled their hair, and said, I'm sure you two can do it, because you're the kindest kids I know. One day, as dark clouds gathered, a frantic call came. Mago, Mago! Leapers rushed in, frantic. The Hero Association needs your help. He exclaimed in shock, what now? Mago revealed a rare glimpse of anger. They ignored my offer and now they want my help? Lepers remained bewildered. Wet has appeared in Finland with images of a man whose face and neck emit a fluorescent glow. Mago is shocked by the news, exclaiming, what did you say? We must convene the Hero Assembly at once. What are they doing? Lepus responded, I don't know either. Mago, weary, clutches his head and mutters, then stands silently for a long moment before finally speaking. She brought me and Mail here, but after meeting him, the two were distraught. You have to leave? Mao hugged Mago tightly, crying, no, don't go. Mian, more resolute, asked, when will you return? Mago closed his eyes helplessly, replying, the opponent is quite tough. It'll probably be a few years before I can return. Mian asked blankly, can't we come with you? He explained, you and Mao, the opponent is too dangerous, I can't take you with me. I don't want you to go anywhere. Mago could only look down at his newly adopted grandchildren with a heavy heart. Tears welling, Mao cried out, I don't want to be abandoned again. Lip scolds, abandoned? You're not objects, are you? Mago gently called out to Men and Mao, telling them that his gift, a symbol of his power, was on their clothes, so they would be taken care of at the sanctuary. And with that, he transferred his power to the two siblings. With a gentle smile, Mago closed his eyes and said, one day, we'll meet again. But little did he know, it would be the last time. The two could only huddle together and cry as he reminded them to grow up to be good people. But after Mien and Mael parted ways with Mago, they didn't go to the sanctuary, fearing strangers. Instead, the two children went to a remote place, training their powers on their own. What power must I master to become good before I see Mago again? At this moment, Mien emanates a golden aura. What is good? What is evil? An angel and a demon appear, as Mael emits a red aura, symbolizing the devil. What should I do with my powers? 2 years later, Miel and Mael decided to define good and evil for themselves and returned home, promising heaven for the good and hell for the wicked. And so, they began to create their own heaven and hell, a utopia born of their imaginations. The twins' faces were filled with excitement. In just 1 month, Miel and Mael transformed the entire city into their own paradise, watching the townspeople, summoning angels and demons, and deciding who would ascend to heaven or descend to hell. The twins set these standards based on what they heard from their mother as children, things people shouldn't do: stealing, littering, disturbing the peace, lying, betraying friends. And so, deep in their childhood memories, these things became indelible obsessions. Even for those who met the standards, it summoned a demon and said with a smile, I've always been watching you. You've lived a meaningful life. The woman clutches her child, terrified, and pleads, please, please help us. It responds, don't be afraid, this isn't the end. With that, it commanded the demon to impale the poor mother and child, proudly proclaiming they would have beautiful dreams in paradise. The mother could only scream in despair, while it stood there, hands clasped in satisfaction, chanting endlessly. Unbeknownst to it, the commotion from the twins' territory, where a towering building emerged, had attracted the attention of the Hero Association. The man, looking troubled, exclaimed, let's begin the meeting. This is Authority, chairman of the Hero Association. Authority spoke again. I made the announcement. Why is attendance so low? Before him, only 3 young people lounged in their seats as a blonde girl replied, Well, I guess they're on vacation or something. She is Xiaobenju, a level 3 hero. One of the boys spoke while chewing gum, asking to open the information and see what it was. This man is Kusta, also a 3rd level hero, as dim lights cast faint shadows. After reviewing the information, both Kusta and Xiaobenju exclaimed in surprise, What is this? Kusta marveled, the 1st level is already this intense? It's 1 in a million. Xiaobenju continued, dejected. Damn it, I want to level up, I want to reach that level. Authority asked, 3 stars? Do you want to try? Xiaobenju dejectedly replied, It won't work, Mr. President. Then she looked at the information containing the image of the 2 brothers. But why did you choose this small village? Level 1. Bayons won't do much to improve a hero's performance. The authority then explained, Well, I chose that location. Because these kids are rated as level 1 villains, Kusta asks, How old are they? The chairman replied, Around 10 years old. Hearing this, the young man exclaimed, And they've already conquered an entire village. Xiaobenzu added, After their 2nd upgrade, they could reach level 2 or 3 villains. Should we prepare something before dealing with them? Kusta inquired, and Xiaobenzu smiled brightly. It'll be at least 5 years before they develop further, so there's not much to prepare, Kusta exclaimed. That long? It was then that Authority spoke up, adding that there were a few things to add, and that the 2 were Mago's disciples. Kusta was shocked, while Mago and Xiaobenju said helplessly, Ah, I knew it. But the argument between the 2 young men erupted. So, we should tell Mago about this. He went to Finland to hunt down Eastwet, so just tell him to come back when he's done. So Authority just sits silently through this discussion. At that moment, a beautiful set of nails was presented, and the other person, who had been silent until now, suddenly volunteered. This girl, masked and adorned with hair clips, asks with heart-shaped pupils, Can I go? This is K2, a hero-level veteran. Cut to a golden sunset, a wheel rolls across the ground, and C2 arrives, parking her bike to observe. She leans against a stylish pink motorcycle, her hands resting on her helmet. Then she takes off her helmet, observing and exclaiming in awe, Wow! Countless golden and red rings float in the air, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. They can't help but marvel at the magnificent sight. Unbeknownst to her, she was being watched through a crystal ball as the 2 brothers monitored K2's every move. Mao speaks up, confused, saying, There's a stranger. Mai simply hums in response, as K2's heart-shaped pupils remain focused on their observation. The evening sky was ablaze with the colors of sunset, as the 2 brothers snapped photos with the puppets. As she snapped photos, she mused, Is this a special ability? Brainwashing? Or are they just asleep? I don't think they're dead. Huh? Something suddenly makes her cautiously turn back to look at the demon and angel, who have now become twin siblings. To K2's surprise, Mi speaks up, asking why she's there. The twins stared at her suspiciously, rubbing their hands together as their eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, those are some amazing abilities, huh? What can you kids do? Is there something different about them? Mi replied unhappily. You should answer our questions. My brother continued, but she gestured to the shimmering golden-red circles floating in the air and said, Do you know? After all, you have many summoner disciples, don't you? The brothers looked at her, confused. The 2 brothers were suspicious. What do you think of summoning them with summoning magic? In a panic, Mian asks, Who are you? The 2 of them break out in a cold sweat as they wait. I'm your senior. At this, K2 makes a rather perverse expression and sticks his tongue out. Remember that. Mi shields his sister, saying, We have no senior other than Laius. Kai laughed. Master already removed me from the disciple list. As he frowned, she continued, I think I got a little too interested in sharp objects. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing countless scars, big and small. She ran her claws over the wounds, recalling how her master told her to learn more defense as a way to protect herself. Unfortunately, she didn't like that, so she didn't listen to him, and he stopped paying attention to her. The 2 listening were even more confused when suddenly Ka-her blurted out, I'm so sorry, she said wearily, bowing her head. You're the worst, teacher. The worst. Then came K2's frantic cries, her face buried in her hands as tears streamed down. It's not right. It's wrong. It's not. It's wrong. It's wrong. The others were horrified by the scene, and May clung to her brother, fearfully saying, Brother, she's so scary. Both are still in a state of anguish, screaming, Master, you said I had magical talent. I just wanted to be praised, even just a smile from you. As she said this, she unleashed her furious power. But the teacher crossed my name out. Mai quickly raises her hand, forming a magic circle, and shouts, "If you don't leave this place now." But at that moment, a different color flashed in her eyes, and sharp objects like knives and scissors appeared in the air, reflecting K2's loss of control. The objects in the air began to tremble, and the two brothers cried out in terror. K2's weapons attack the brothers' puppets, scattering debris everywhere. Blood sprays as the unfortunate victims cough up mouthfuls of blood. After the horrific scene, only K2's bloodied weapons remained in the air. Even as tears streamed down her face, she wore a sinister smile and spoke. "Would you finally notice me?" Fresh blood sprayed through the air as a poor soul was impaled by countless weapons. A truly gruesome sight. Meanwhile, K2, below, maniacally controls the weapons with both hands, laughing like a madman. Meanwhile, the victims suffer in hellish pain as K2's face twists into a depraved grin. "This is so much fun." Mia collapses to the ground at the sight. He turned to his sister, concerned. "Maeo, are you all right?" Maeo frantically called out, "Brother!" as they both watched in horror as K2 slaughtered their puppets. They bit their lips, terrified of this man. "What is that woman?" "Ah, right. After all the killing, they finally spoke. So this is the feeling." The pitiful bodies were riddled with blades, a truly gruesome sight as K2 danced with glee amidst the carnage they had wrought. "This is even more fun than I thought." Meanwhile, someone in the air has a golden halo above their head. K2 saw this, her face clearly showing excitement. More, she wanted more. She conjures another weapon and maniacally launches it at her opponent, screaming, "I want more." But then two arms immediately appeared, creating a barrier against the attack. Seeing this, the twins' expressions twisted even further. They can use protective magic. The twins' brows furrowed as they glared ahead, still consumed by madness. "You've learned so much from your master, haven't you?" Suddenly, an angel puppet silently attacked from behind. A purple magic circle appeared, stopping the puppet's sneak attack as K2's voice echoed, and a giant pair of scissors appeared in her hand, slicing the puppet in two. Then K2 glanced over, a sinister smile spreading as she continued, "This isn't enough." Me, enraged, shouted, "You're going to hell for this." Brandishing the giant scissors, they winked and pouted. "You kids are being awfully rude to your benefactor." Geez, she always wanted to use her powers in a crowded place like this, but alas, I'm a hero after all. She knew she'd be arrested if she did it, so she restrained herself, but thanks to you guys for preparing this place, she can finally make her dream come true. So now, as K2 speaks, she raises her hand again, thinking she can summon it. K2's expression twists in pain as she grits her teeth, breaks into a sweat, and finally unleashes a scream. The twins are shocked once again as K2 screams with her mouth wide open. "Ah." Suddenly, a box cutter blade appears, emerging from a tear in the sky, looking absolutely terrifying. With blood streaming from her eyes, nose, and mouth, she smiles contentedly. "Ha ha ha. Here it is. Imagination is the most important thing for a summoner." The experience of slaughtering countless lives amplified her imagination, further strengthening her abilities. And a massive paper cutter appeared above K2, summoned by her. "Ah, this is the first time I've summoned something so huge," Siahai shouts excitedly. "It's so huge, so cool." The two of them break into maniacal smiles, but then their twisted expressions fade into a coldness as they raise their hands, saying, "It's all thanks to you guys. Farewell for now." But suddenly, K2 was seized by a colossal monster, leaving only his outstretched hand. Mai was shocked, but Mao had summoned a demonic monster that devoured K2, a red magic circle in her hand. Fittingly, Mao's eyes also began to bleed, and with a twisted expression, she gritted her teeth and spat out the words, "Demon." She blames others, blind to her own faults. Mao only sees a terrifying demon when she looks at K2. That scene also amplified the girl's abilities as Mi turned to call out to her younger sister. The frail Mao froze, calling out, "Brother!" His bewildered face before the monster he summoned was sickening. She even asks, "Did you just kill someone?" Under a sky turning red, the answer is spoken. "No," he says, as the giant monster with bulging eyes looms nearby. Mian embraced her younger sister, comforting her that it wasn't a person, but a demon. A year quickly passed, and Miel and Mael had created an even greater paradise for themselves. In the sky, countless red and gold circles shimmered, and the Hero Association once again recognized them as the Basement 2 villains from Lucilla's prison. Basement Level 2. A finger trembled as it reviewed the information on the two devils. Mago, in disbelief, utters, "Miel and Mael?" The chairman then spoke up, "They're your disciples, aren't they?" Mago was still in shock, seeing the achievements of his two disciples. How did things turn out like this? The chairman added, "We're quite curious ourselves." Later, Mago gets up and turns to leave, saying, "Let me go there." The chairman is caught off guard and tries to stop him. "Huh, you can't go," Mago asked, confused. "What?" The chairman retorted tensely, "I can't let you handle this." "What do you mean?" The chairman explained. "I clearly told you to kill East-West and return, but you didn't listen to me, did you? Instead, you captured her and handed her over to the government. In that case, I cannot fulfill your request." Mago was truly losing his composure as he raised his voice. "Arguing won't solve anything. I'm leaving." The authority chairman slams his hand on the table, declaring he's made himself clear. "It's you who can't go." The table is cracked from that blow. Mago retaliates, raising his hand and summoning magic circles. "Stop this." He speaks as if he's a power-hungry maniac. Suddenly, a voice echoes, "Let me go instead." Appearing to cut off the confrontation between Mago and authority was Lao Sao. With an expressionless face, she spoke. "I'll be the one to go." Upon hearing this, authority agreed. Well, using this as a promotion mission for a level 3 hero isn't a bad idea. "She should be the one to go," Mago interjects, still angry. "I said I would, but a loud voice stopped him." Mago is shocked as Lao Sa confidently and resolutely approaches him. He could only stand there in silence as Lao Sa confidently placed a hand over his chest, saying, "Trust me." Meanwhile, back in the city with the red and gold rings in the sky, a voice calls out, "Mao!" Meanwhile, the two are still embracing, observing the situation through the red orb as Mi worriedly says, "An intruder." But Mao remains calm. That's right. No matter how evil they are, they still put on that innocent face. Looking through the orb, they see it's Lao Sa. They look terrified. Just how many sins have they committed? Outside, Lao Sa simply smiles and glances up, the sunlight illuminating the buildings as she stands tall, her gaze distant. She's observing something. 3 figures in the sky, wearing headgear, limbs dangling. She wonders if they're the heroes who took on this mission before. At least they're still alive. Lao Sa continues to observe as Mi and Mao look back at her, and one of them speaks. "Outsider, who are you? Why have you come here?" She calmly introduces herself. "I am the hero Lao Sa, and I'm here to take you both back." The 2 girls ask suspiciously, "A hero? A different kind of hero?" One of them casts a spell, summoning monsters that threaten Lao Sa, warning her, "Leave now, or we'll send you to hell." "All right, I'll go back." Lao Sa smiles, a smile as bright as the sun. "I want both of you to come back with me. Let's go home together." The monsters are engulfed in flames. Men and male are shocked that their power was defeated, but Lao Sa stands tall even in the sea of fire. She approached them, saying, "You children have kind hearts. I didn't sense any malice in your attacks." Her expression shifted with each word. "How unfortunate. If good heroes had come, things wouldn't have gotten this bad." She slowly walks towards the 2 of them, who can only huddle together helplessly. "Isn't it strange? You think what you're doing is right, but countless people come to stop you. Don't come any closer." Facing their panicked eyes, Lao Sa remained gentle. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you," Lao Sa continued. "But what you're doing is wrong. Your master is very sad." The 2 girls' eyes widened at the mention of their master, and they began to whisper to each other. "Master Mago, is he back?" "Mao, don't believe these lies." "Old geezer, I'm not lying." She reached out to them, speaking with a smile. "Unleash your potential and come back to me. It's time to return to Master Mago." The 2 girls stare at her wide-eyed, Mi and Mello. They reached out and touched her hand, feeling something. Lao Sa took the 2 girls by the hand, and they walked together as the sun began to set. The 2 girls gasp in astonishment at what they're seeing, but Lao Sa remains unfazed, saying, "I knew it." Mago faces them. "You followed me." The 2 girls rush into Mago's arms. He opened his arms to them as well. "Teacher Mima." Overcome with emotion, the 2 girls confessed through tears and sniffles. "Teacher, our abilities are actually a type of superpower. Their mother told them to keep it a secret from others, and he was surprised to hear it from Mien and Mael. Do you only accept summoners as students? We're sorry for lying to you." He turned to Min, asking if it was true that he only accepted summoners. "Who said that?" "A hero named Kwai Thu. She claimed to be your apprentice, Mago, a revelation that he found hard to believe." "My apprentice, Mian? I've never taken on anyone besides you 2 and Lipus." His explanation surprises the 2 girls. He's only met her once at the association and offered a few words of advice. What? After 3 years, they reunited and shared what had happened. The 2 children spoke of their efforts to grow into good kids and how they were misunderstood, something Mi and Mal still couldn't grasp. Mago watches the 2 children sleeping soundly on the grass as Lao Sa approaches from behind. "Have you spoken with the children?" Lao X asked her seriously. "Could you entrust them to me?" Lao Sa didn't respond, but instead brought up another matter. Even though they haven't killed anyone in the village, they've taken thousands hostage and even killed a hero. It's unlikely they'll avoid the death penalty in court. Mago was frantic, insisting they were simply misguided because they were so young. They've also unleashed their powers. If you entrust them to me, I'll help them understand the error of their ways. I cannot do that, he continued to plead. Lausa, you said they were just children. Lausa lowered her eyes. Mago, I disagree as well. The government changed the law to allow the execution of underage children, and the law is the law. Besides, a hero's job isn't to rehabilitate criminals, Lausa. However, she continues, I sympathize with you. The world has too many problems right now. So Mago proposed, from now on, would you consider working with me? He was confused, but what did that have to do with the two children? She continued, her eyes serious, that she would change this world. Mago's eyes widened at La's declaration. He spoke, I have one condition. Then pointing to the two girls, until they come of age, do not let them die. Please, allow me to use my ability on them. Lhasa agreed. Very well. With La's support, Mago quickly used his powers, ensuring neither child would die before adulthood. We'll change this world before they grow up, says a man in uniform. He remained silent as another girl approached him, Kang Yu. Following Kang Sang-yu's lead, he turned toward the voice. A person with light brown hair continued. I've heard Ganho talk about you a lot. Lao Sa smiled, extending his hand. Won't you change the world with me? Breaking free from his memories, he slowly rises. Mago is projecting images of me and Mawel for him. They say we simply judge people based on our own rules, but aren't laws just rules set by the people of this world? Kang Yu remained silent. The two continued. What's the difference between us? The girl finally spoke. Kang Yu, Gangho, and I were assigned to provide intensive rehabilitation for these two children. Confused, she explained as red beams enveloped her. I'm not saying they did nothing wrong. They need to understand that what they did was wrong first. Kang Yu envelops her in a red sphere, cutting her off. He advanced towards Kang Yu, red tendrils snaking from the ceiling to the floor as Mi embraced Mao in terror. He looked at his hand, and the other two, in utter panic, begged for mercy. Xiang Yu approaches as Mi and Mael beg even louder. Please, we beg you. We know we were wrong. He raises his fist. The two screamed, Mommy, Mommy, and Teacher, as Kang Yu struck. An earth-shattering tremor erupts, the crimson energy still lingering. Kang Yu punches the ground, a distance away from Mi and Mao, their eyes filled with terror as tears streamed down their faces. Kang Yu cursed under his breath. He gritted his teeth until they bled, his eyes turned red, and veins bulged on his hands and face. This is unpleasant. Kang Yu was lost in thought, his mind a jumbled mess. Kang Yu's eyes widened as he watched those thoughts taunt him in his own mind, 3 figures appearing before him. Deafening laughter echoes as Kang Yu kneels, observing the scene before him. Why do you have to think so much? That look doesn't suit you at all, even more beautiful in person than in the photos. Kang Yu's eyes widened as the dark-haired girl smiled brightly. Hello, my husband. Your bride has arrived. I'm so happy to finally meet you. Before she could finish her introduction, Kang Yu charged forward and a collision occurred. He was a little surprised. Shouldn't you listen when someone is talking? A man blocked his attack. Does he have any manners at all? The girl pouts, knowing he will soon become their master. How rude of you. I apologize, Miss Sinka. She clears her throat. Let me reintroduce myself. But as she continued her introduction, Kang Yu charged again, ignoring her words and throwing a punch. She gently reached out her hand and a shield rose between them, easily blocking Kang Yu's impatient attack. She continued. We'll be seeing each other for a long time, so let's chat. She smiled. My name is Shinjia, a member of the psychic group with the power to manipulate space. I will be the one to become the progenitor of the new human race, where they stand shimmering in the purple light from Shinka's barrier. Kang Yu wondered. The matriarch. She smiles. Indeed, this matriarch is so tired. He's indifferent. This is too exhausting. A crazy person has just appeared. Crazy. Shin wasn't offended. Instead, he laughed, perhaps because she was the only sane one there. Right, everyone? That's right. Yeah, I suppose so, she continued. Kang Yu, do you realize humanity is in danger right now? Humanity, Shinka said gravely. We're on the verge of extinction. At this rate, we'll all be wiped out. Why are you so skeptical, Kang Yu? Shin asks again. Kang Yu, what do you think threatens humanity? You, as a member of Equality, probably think that villains or heroes of the past should have absolute power. But that's not true at all. Kang Yu held his face, sighing that what's destroying humanity now are the nobodies who call themselves normal people, the very genes her plan was meant to filter out. She argues that only those with superior genes should reproduce, but the sacrifices of those with superior genes have allowed inferior genes to proliferate. Sync even has the data, like the second-generation equality heroes led by Lausa. They possessed superior genes, yet why did they die despite nature's logic? Creatures unable to evolve to survive should perish, but they desperately tried to prevent it. Chang Yu remained still as Shingo continued to ramble on. Oh, Kang Yu, you're all right. You're not a hero anymore. Now you enjoy killing those with weaker genes, don't you? She laughed, pointing. Brother, that's when I fell in love with you. Kang Yu remained silent as Shin continued to speak. Ruthless Prison is a haven for superior beings destined to become the new human race, yet unjustly imprisoned here for killing the weak. After we eliminate all the heroes hindering humanity's evolution and all the weaklings, she excitedly envisions the future. We will build a world where only those with powerful abilities exist, a world of alphas. She points at him, continuing to smile reassuringly. Oh, don't worry, if those powerful heroes change their minds and join us, we'll include them as part of the new human race. We're not that strict. Kang Yu now speaks up. I try not to harm those who aren't criminals, but it seems I have no choice but to beat you all to a pulp. Shinka is excited by his words, but the person next to her is wary. Oh, make more people right here? Oh my, how embarrassing. Her companion had to explain. No, Shinka, I don't think that's what he meant. All right, but not right now. We'll do it next time when it's just you and me. Shin, I told you it's not what you think. Shut up. How would you know? Shin clears his throat. Anyway, he says, pointing at him. You'll be Adam, then pointing at himself, and I'll be Eve. She imagined the two of us birthing the first humans, leading the evolution of mankind. She shyly covered her mouth with a wedding bouquet. Actually, I initially planned to make Seum-1 an Adam and use the EMP to save him. Kang Yu was shocked. Shin continues, but the prison's security was tighter than I thought. No outside attack could ever penetrate it. So, after acquiring the prison's schematics, we used a homemade electromagnetic pulse weapon, detonating it from within using my abilities. Kang Yu inquired about the EMP weapon, and Sin responded. After that, she spoke with Seung Oneon. However, he's still too young and hasn't even gone through puberty yet. As you know, he only has that full ability after puberty, right? But time is of the essence. That won't stop me. My name is Sina, which means rich imagination. So I immediately came up with a brilliant solution. Before Seung-1 becomes an adult, I'll do it with his Kang Yu. For humanity. Once he comes of age, we'll do it with him for the sake of humanity. I've found a solution, she says proudly, so that both of your genes can be passed on to future generations. Then she laughs, asking what he thinks about the two of them becoming sworn siblings. They could get along, after all. Wouldn't that be wonderful? She asks. Does he understand what she's saying? Kang Yu responded, asking if they were the ones behind the electromagnetic pulse attack. Shin panics at Kang Yu's furious expression. That's not it. That's not what I meant. As if remembering something, she admits, oh right, your brother was an investigator, wasn't he? He died after that EMP attack. It's okay. He can build another family with her, the biggest family possible. Kang Yu couldn't contain his anger any longer, asking, so, have you decided? I decided a long time ago. Oh really? He reaches out towards the barrier. I take back what I said about not being able to make you like him. Shinka looks at him expectantly. I will make you all. He uses his power, grinding his teeth in as much pain as possible by tearing you apart and crushing your bones. Shin is worried the girl beside him is joking. Wouldn't that be helping a lot of people? The other man is worried too. This doesn't look good. Wow, why does he want to tear me apart? Looking like a bloodthirsty beast, Kang Yu tears into Shinya, who feigns innocence. Even lovers' quarrels aren't this intense. They say the deeper the love, the fiercer the fight, and the stronger the bond. Kang Yu's rage tears through Shinner's barrier bit by bit, much to her delight. Kang Yu is truly formidable. The man beside him senses the danger. His power almost reaches her when suddenly a spatial gate opens. Kang Yu paused, falling through the gate when a voice caught his attention. She waved and smiled at him from the exit. Let's end this outside, okay? She reminded him to stay calm first. Then the gate vanished, leaving Kang Yu in this space. He unleashed his power, going berserk, a pillar of strength erupting from his core. His power erupts, putting the S-Class on guard as Kang Yu breaks free. Shin's eyes widened as she looked at him. Wow. His immense power knows no bounds, tearing through space as Kang Yu closes in on Shinka. She laughs as the three of them disappear into another spatial gate, and Kang Yu continues his pursuit. This crazy woman is acting like we're playing hide-and-seek. He stomps down powerfully. He missed everyone, leaving him all alone. Singa opened a portal and taunted him. She beckons. It's closing. Come and catch me. As he spoke, red beams began to surround him, exciting Sine. Oh, that's what he used on B1. He's still not fast enough. The Sin Cara appears behind him again, blushing with excitement. She smirks. Xiang Yu's hand inches closer. Wait. He's been tailing her every time she opens a gate. Kia's tears embraced the girl beside her as Kang Yu's claws were about to reach her. Suddenly, the space around him shifts. Kang Yu's eyes widen in shock as the girl is now on top of him, choking him. Lord Masenga reaches out from another portal. Hato, everything is going smoothly. Why are you interfering, Shinka? As Hao lunged toward Shinka, Xiang Yu grabbed her by the head. Hao couldn't finish her sentence. If he catches you, you'll die. He slams Hatu's head into the gate, creating another explosion. Shinka and the other man remained silent. Kang Yu stood silently amidst the chaos until a voice drew his gaze. See? Hatu appeared behind Shinka. Unscathed, I told you. If he catches you, you're dead. Shinsa asks again. How do you intend to resolve the lives lost? Well, Shin, make your decision. Kang Yu uses his power again. What a waste. And what about the life I lost? She sheds tears, saying his jealousy is wonderful. How did things end up like this? Kang Yu continued. Form 5. Shinkai is cold. Multi-dimensional space. Kang Yu's eyes widened as his red orb struggled against the multi-dimensional space. Behind each gate stood a human figure, shocking Kang Yu and silencing Shinka's laughter. Greet them, for they are the new humanity, and they will replace the old. From now on, B3 is engulfed in flames. Awet emerges from a space gate, unable to believe Mago is dead. I should have been the one to end him. Ho laughs, wondering who will tame him, as Friat speaks up. Does an old man like me need to participate? Natura, a body refiner, replied, everything in this world is necessary. Meanwhile, the psychic powers worried, thinking, I'm so scared, I'm so scared, I'm so scared. And the Vi psychic took a puff of his pipe, saying, a hero dressed as a prison guard, I'm intrigued. With arms crossed, Mores sternly warns, Sunkun, be considerate and smoke in the designated area. The two beauties, Sai and Tiburon, both Natra users, appear together. Ding, ding. What the hell are you talking about? Another Esper, Haiyan Duang, bursts into laughter. More people, more evil than devils, have gathered here. Inmate B4 Tujujin, both an Esper and a physical enhancer, stares at the empty sword sheath in his hand. Stepness, a body cultivator, points at something. Are they the useless ones who have to rely on weapons? Terapia wonders, number 4 is still alive? Maladid, a summoner, puts his hands on his hips. I knew those outfits were more comfortable. The hero with powers remained silent. Kang Yu's eyes widened, blood staining his hat. Two more figures emerge from the gate. Prisoner B5, Iora, a psychic, glares at him coldly. Beside her is Hoang Sung Onyan, who seems excited to see him, Seo Kang Yu. Chang Yu unleashes his power, silencing the laughter around him. Is this the limit breaker? The white-haired boy is eager, urging Kang Yu to come and play. Xiang Yu charges forward with immense power as Seung prepares to meet him, a sphere of energy crackling in his hand. The two quickly closed in on each other, Kang Yu's red energy clashing with Seon Onion's blue. A roar that seemed to swallow everything echoed throughout the prison as the others watched the savage fight unfold. Others watched with amusement, hoping no one would be careless and get hurt. Warden? Another voice chimes in. The other wardens are telling the warden we need to leave. What? The warden found it hard to believe. How did things turn out like this? Nothing is going according to plan. Kang Yu props himself up, rising slowly. Kang Yu is berserk, in non-combat mode. All B3 and B4 criminals have been apprehended by the heroes of justice. I see. However, none of them had ever seen Seo Kang Yu in combat mode. I understand why that Lao X woman stopped Seo Kang Yu from fighting now. Others simply said, death. They looked at Kang Yu, so this is what death looks like. Those who saw his true self were fascinated, inspired even, and terrified. So that man had a unique ability, then it can't be stolen. Envy and a silent prayer. Hatu places his hand on her head in comfort. Why would he make such a decision? Sadness. And Seonungkwan gently touches his hat. Happy. Seo Kang Yu, why didn't you show me this skill before when you fought me? He laughs, impressed. You really are something. Without a word, Kang Yu attacks, his eyes wild with power. Songkwan smirks. But you're still holding back, aren't you? Kongu erupts with even more power, but is bombarded by blue attacks, pushed back again and again. But he quickly regained his balance, using his feet to launch himself forward once more. Like a bolt of red lightning, he hurtled towards Song Quan, his face contorted, no longer human as his punch was blocked by Song Wan's barrier. He laughs. All right, I'll freeze the space in front to prevent it, and they'll create an explosion together. The audience marvels. Wow, what a terrifying bastard. He's already this strong without using any combat abilities? And he's not even of age yet. How monstrous will he become when he's an adult? Seo Kang. Songwon stares into the smoke, shouting, "Where'd you go? I knew that wouldn't be enough to take you down." He continued to yell, "Seo Kang!" But before he could finish, Kang Yu punched him square in the face. He spat out blood as Kang Yu glared and delivered another blow to his midsection. Songwon's eyes widened as he was sent flying, crashing violently into a wall. The audience reveled in the spectacle. It was a battle between monsters. A red lightning bolt flashed, and both X and Tiburon's heads were simultaneously severed. Kang Yu glides through the group, heading for the summoner, landing a blow, but then he's surprised. Wet casts a defensive spell. Mago's defensive magic is truly top tier. Too bad he died so young. Can you sense the longing after seeing his comrade's magic? Kang Yu focuses his power, and cracks begin to appear in the barrier. Atwet clicks his tongue, admitting he envies that strength. The defense shatters, and another intercedes, kicking Kang Yu away. He flies into a wall, smoke rising from the point of impact. Hero watches, Kang Yu's image reflected in his eyes. A demon rising from hell, slowly standing, his gaze filled with murderous intent, stopping, both looking down. Songjuan grins, telling Seo Kang Yu he has to play with him, but then continues, saying he still thinks he's hiding something. Kang Yu's eyes widened at the boy's words. He chuckled, "Are you holding back because of the warden? How pathetic, that just won't do." He laughs, raising his hand. "I'll create a playground just for the two of us." His fingers close, clouds cover the moon in an instant, and the night sky of this prison is quickly filled. The earth and rocks change, and Lauax and the others can't believe it. They were quickly overwhelmed, unable to comprehend what was happening, as the others watched in stunned disbelief. Space is distorted by the twins. Am I seeing things? Get out and play, everyone. The prison itself is being transported somewhere else. At that moment, a massive explosion erupted from the building, threatening to tear it apart, and screams filled the air. Do XU and the other prison guards are in a panic? Red energy spreads towards everyone, and Seoa cries out before it can bind her. What's happening now? Red orbs begin to form, created by Seo Kang Yu's power. The spheres tightened, and before they could explode again, he hurled them away to protect everyone. Suddenly, a hand reaches out as Seung Hwan clutches the flesh, laughing maniacally, declaring the place quite sturdy. Then his eyes widen as Seo Kang Yu, ablaze with power, launches a furious punch. But someone creates a shield to protect Seung Hwan. It's Shinjia. From above, she extends her hand and Shinjia utters a vile remark. "You shouldn't interrupt someone using their skills." The arrogant woman flipped her hair, telling her followers, "Let's go, it's too dusty here." Meanwhile, Tatsu Jane gazed upward thoughtfully, then unexpectedly reached down to touch a stone. The stone glows as it's imbued with power, and Asin Ka's eyes widen with excitement. The stone, now imbued with Tatsujine's power, glows even brighter. Her eyes burned with excitement as a sharp blade materialized. Tane, with a cold expression, wields the newly created sword as the birth mother asks, "What are you doing?" But she says nothing, instead unleashing a flurry of sword strikes into the air, shocking those behind her and exciting the sinister. "Tsh." She then turned to the space gate and said contemptuously, "Why waste so much effort? We can get out this way. All right, let's get out of here. Everyone gather around." Meanwhile, outside the city, the citizens gathered, fearfully gazing at the disturbance. For before them stood Seo Kang Yu, a blazing figure with fiery eyes, and they cried out in terror. "What in the world?" Suddenly, a magic circle appears beneath Seo Kang Yu. Then he vanishes before their very eyes, leaving them frozen in disbelief. What just happened? Is he a villain now? Seo Kang Yu reappears in another location, surrounded by massive plumes of smoke that grow thicker, obscuring his form. Soon, only Seo Kang Yu's burning eyes remained, like those of a demon, atop a mountain of debris. What appeared was a massive sphere, with Seo Kang Yu standing beneath it as a hand emerged, revealing the crude sphere created to oppose him. From within the sphere, beams of light erupted, as Seung Hwan grinned malevolently. Boom! The sphere immediately explodes. After a moment, the smoke spreads, revealing the massive crater Seung Hwan's explosion created. Then, with an eerie air, he landed on the ground with a triumphant smile, while Seo Kang Yu remained, propped up on one hand. Meanwhile, his face was beginning to heal, the strange energy fading from his body. Meanwhile, at the giant crater, Shinka's group watched on. Shinka excitedly exclaimed, "Don't anyone get in their way." Let's just watch," she says, as prisoners B3 and B4 obey Shinka, even though they aren't the type to listen to anyone. "Hello, I'm Shinka, and I'm here to help you achieve your desires. Your deepest desires." Every time she talks to men, she puts on her most seductive act, using their desires, a feeling everyone has, like a crystal ball. Whether old men or young boys, she successfully enticed all the inmates into her world. But there were exceptions. Wet then coldly asked, "What if I refuse?" Shin replied, "If you refuse, I'll be very sad. You'll die, among other reasons?" At that, Seung-hwan burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha!" Seung-hwan laughed hysterically, as if he'd just heard a joke. "A new kind of human?" he said, wiping away tears from laughing so hard. "So you want to marry Seogangi for that reason, and then marry me? You're quite interesting yourself." Born shameless, he clapped and laughed. "I'm glad you think so." But Seong-hwan then said, "There's still one problem. I think fighting Segangu is more interesting than anything you can offer." "Is he showing his true colors?" Ung-hwan. Asenga puts on a kind face and reminds him, "If you only chase that fleeting pleasure, you'll become a dopamine addict. You need to think long-term. If you kill Kang-yu, what other joy will you find?" But Seung-hwan just smiles confidently, saying, "It's fine. I'm going to die anyway. I'm okay with dying while I'm still enjoying myself." With a sorrowful look, she spewed out the most nauseating words. "If I could bear Kang-yu's child, and then another with you, they would bring you joy as they grew. And once you come of age, you'll be even stronger than you are now, so you can enjoy fighting Sang-yu even more then. Look at the long-term benefits. If you join me, you'll be happy until the day you die." She continued to brainwash the young Seong-hwan, who paused to consider her offer as she stared at him with an excited expression, as if she had found someone as crazy and twisted as herself. He couldn't help but smile with excitement, and then he spoke. "All right, let's give it a shot. Sounds fun?" Seeing this, she happily exclaimed, "Oh, great, you've made a wise decision." Suddenly, Seung-hwan turns cold. "But I don't love you. So how can we get married in the future?" The woman approaches him, saying, "It'll be okay." She presses her breasts against his face and confidently asserts, "You'll love me then. I'm sure of it." Cut to a later moment, where Seung-hwan is caught off guard by an attack. Seo Kang-yu stabs him in the gut, pulls out his weapon, and sends him flying back, coughing up blood. Even so, he held the flesh in his hand, laughing triumphantly. "Heh heh, I guess one hand won't do it." As Seo Kang-yu glared at him with resentment, Seung-hwan began to taunt him. "Say something, Seo Kang-yu. Are you just going to stay silent? Or are you unable to speak in your current state? Do you know what this is?" Seo Kang-yu glared at him with hatred as he nonchalantly held out a sphere and said, "This is your brother." Hearing this, Seong-yu's eyes burned with even more rage. Seung-hwan deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Consumed by rage and grief, he roared, transforming into a frenzied beast as he lunged at his enemy. But Seung-hwan just stood there, taunting him. "Oh, so you can still talk." Seo Kang-ho rushes towards Seong-hwan, who calmly holds a sphere in his hand as the stones beneath Seong-hwan rise from the ground. With a wild, gleeful look, Seong-hwan raises the stones high, transforming them into razor-sharp projectiles. Under Seong-hwan's control, they grew larger, aiming their sharp points at Seo Kang-ho, who was speeding towards them. Seo Kang-ho raised his fist against the earth spikes, hurtling towards him. Seo Kang-ho throws a powerful punch towards the myriad of sharp points, his fierce expression unwavering as they hurtle past him. Suddenly, Seo Kang-ho's eyes widened in shock as the ground exploded around him, sending debris flying. Seo Kang-ho stood his ground, his transformed hands gripping the earth as he stared in shock at the massive object hurtling toward him. Amidst the dust and debris, the object hurtles towards Seo Kang-ho with incredible speed, and he raises a fist to meet it. Seo Kang-ho's fist gets closer and closer. Just as they're about to collide, Seo Kang-ho grits his teeth, and a massive explosion sends him flying. The object pinned Seo Kang-ho, sending him crashing into the mountain behind him with tremendous force. Seung-hwan continues to manipulate the object, which remains suspended in the air amidst the dust and debris. Seung-hwan grabbed the object, laughing as he stepped forward, raising it up and sneering, "You can't attack this, can you?" Seo Kang-ho struggled to his feet after the impact as Seung-hwan continued, "I've just had a great idea." Seung-hwan innocently looks at the object and says, "If I eat it, you won't be able to attack me, right?" Seo Kang-ho is shocked to hear this. Seung-hwan continued, "But it's too big to swallow whole." As he exerted his power on the object, he added, "I'll compress it a bit." Suddenly, something powerful erupts from the ground, and Seo Kang-ho ruthlessly stomps Seung-hwan into the earth. Seung-hwan's eyes widened in shock as he coughed up blood, and a massive explosion filled the scene with dust. Seo Kang-ho stomps on Seung-hwan, who's lying on the ground, and raises a fist. Seo Kang-ho locked onto his target, delivering a powerful blow to Seung-hwan's face, and the punches kept coming. This time, Seo Kang-ho's punch sends Seung Hwan crashing down, kicking up dust and debris as Stepness Hero and Tatsu Jin calmly observe the scene. Seo Kang, enraged, suddenly finds his arm seized, while Seung Hwan, defeated on the ground, reaches out to grab his arm. Suddenly, a blue light emanates from the two of them, and Seo Kang-ho stares wide-eyed at the person before him. Seung Hwan, smiling without pain, watches Seo Kang-ho as a surge of power erupts, drawing everyone's gaze. Kato shields his eyes from the power, while Ka makes strange noises. Sika clasps her hands together in front of her chest, her eyes widening as she exclaims, "How beautiful." Sinka adds, "What a shame, it would have been nice if they could have reconciled." Kato replies, "That will never happen." Kanis agreed, "I think so too." Looking down, he added, "Besides, it looks like this battle is about to end." Seung Hwan struggles to his feet, looking at Seo Kang-ho, who lies motionless on the ground, battered and bloody, staring back. Seo Kang-ho struggles to his feet, his eyes burning with rage as he rises while Seung Hwan remains on the ground. Seung Hwan's eyes widen as streams of power begin to emerge, one after another. These surges of power advanced, surrounding Seo Kang-ho, multiplying on the ground as they converged upon him. Shin and the others are astonished by the scene before them, as Shin exclaims, "What is that thing?" Sika and the others watched as countless threads intertwined, forming a colossal entity. A laugh echoed before the massive web. Seung Hwan stared at the massive web and lamented, "Just how many skills do you have? I can't win against you." Seung Hwan looks at the person before him and continues, "So, what do you think? How does it feel to kill?" Seo Kang-ho knelt on the ground, looking up at Seung Hwan, who grinned and said, "You must be as disappointed as I am, right?" They disappear with the slightest touch, hardly enough to release your pent-up emotions. Seo Kang-ho says, "Shut your mouth, the power still surrounds you." Seung Hwan replies, "So what?" With a smug look, Seung Hwan says, "After playing with me, don't you feel refreshed from releasing all those pent-up emotions? You must be so frustrated." Seo Kang-ho frowned as he watched Seung Hwan speak, who claimed to have been suppressing his power for too long. He continues, "Because you have to be with those trash awakeners, isn't it?" Lao Sa and his teammates appear in Seo Kang-ho's mind as Seung Hwan speaks, and he hesitates. Seung Hwan observes Seo Kang-ho's reaction, then stares blankly at the man before him. Seo Kang-ho's face darkens as he mutters in disbelief, while Seung Hwan's eyes gleam with contempt. He looked up at the massive web and said, "Well, that skill looks pretty dangerous. This must be your last attack, right?" "I'm running out of steam too. This is bad," Seo Hwan continued. "I wonder if I could have defeated you if I had listened to Ja and become an adult," Seung Hwan mused, gazing up at the terrifying net in the sky. Seo Hwan looked up at the Kang-ho web and declared that it would never happen, because he would die here. After hearing that, Shin was speechless with surprise as the net slowly rose into the sky, covering it completely. Shin exclaimed in alarm, "Huh? What's going on in there?" Ska asks, reaching out as a purple circle pierces the net. In a panic, Shinsa manipulated the circle and shouted, "Seung Hwan!" The image of S appears in the circle, as X witnesses Seung Hwan's agonizing death through it. Countless spikes pierce Seung Hwan's body, killing him instantly, as Seo Kang-ho's eyes widen in shock. What X saw was Seung Hwan being impaled by hundreds of blood threads from Seo Kang-ho. His eyes wide, mouth agape, without a single sound. Shin cries out in a panic, "Seung Hwan!" She raises her hand, unleashing her power, and Shin instantly teleports to Seung Hwan, gently pulling him through the gate. Seung Hwan was limp as he was carried away, seemingly dead from the battle. Shinka frantically cried out, begging for him to be healed. Terapia rolls up his sleeves, calmly tells them to step aside, kneels down and plunges his arm into Seung Hwan's chest. Immediately, the blood threads on Seung Hwan vanished, or more accurately, were absorbed into Terapia's hand. He marveled, unable to believe he could use his power to protect his vitals in the chaos. He then remarked that his fighting instincts were impeccable, as the blood threads extended up his elbow. Terapia rises and asks someone to wake Seung Hwan if he isn't already. He raises his arm, laced with bloody threads, and with a stoic expression, speaks of formidable power. Then, before the eyes of the other prisoners, he severed his own arm, only for it to regenerate as if new. He asked them, "Now, what shall I do with Seo Kang-ho?" A voice echoes, "What else?" It was Hiro, who spoke with a cold voice. They must be killed on the spot, but someone interrupts. "Wait," she interjected, drawing everyone's attention. After checking Chung Hwan's pulse, she looked up and said, "Before I do that?" she pleaded. An emblem glows in her eyes as she says she wants to speak with him one last time. The him everyone knows. There, Seo Kang-ho lay motionless, face down in the dirt at the center of the battlefield. Moments later, he staggered to his feet, surveying the scene. Something suddenly appeared in his vision. A curled-up mass of flesh that he instinctively knew was the most important person in his life, his brother, Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-ho slowly approached, gently picking it up with utmost care. Looking at that mass of flesh, his heart ached and despair began to consume him. Seo Kang-ho's vision blurred, and he no longer knew if this was reality or illusion. If only this were a dream, then my brother would still be alive. Suddenly, a portal opens before him. Sin steps forward, saying, "Kang-yu, she's begging. She seems worried. It's not too late, but life isn't a dream." Though exhausted, Xiang-ho knows his enemy and unleashes his ultimate attack. Xiang-ho glared hatefully as she prepared to strike, but Shinka hesitated, looking confused. "I truly don't understand this." A lightning flash, and Seo Kang-ho's powers are immediately suppressed. He was visibly annoyed. A Sin Cara-aligned criminal had cast a complex matrix, so negotiations were off the table. Atwet coldly stated that they had to kill him before he regained his energy, asking his colleagues if anyone objected. They all agreed in unison. Freyatta said with pity, "I feel sorry for that young man." Baekgyu weakly says, "I'm afraid of killing, but I think I'm more afraid of him living." Natura laughs, "Returning to the earth isn't so bad." Maladiti stretches and complains, "Ugh, hurry it up." Sipnus laughs gleefully, "That guy should be interesting." Vi sadly writes, "Is this the end? What a pity." Hyun chuckles, "Ha, he's scarier than a demon. Teasing him is fun. Coward?" A thunderous voice boomed above them. "Out of my way." They looked up to see Hero, now a giant, towering behind them. He clenched his fist, ready to strike Seung-hwan. Seung-hwan curled up, protecting the only thing his brother had left him, enduring the pain without a sound. Hero would strike first, as Huin Duong summoned a Kirin. Waiwet joins the fray, and the criminals from B3 and B4 begin their assault on Seung-hwan. The acrid smell of smoke sparks a question in Seung-hwan's mind. How long has it been? After the criminal's brutal torture, Seung-hwan exhales, lying motionless with a piece of flesh clutched in his hand. Hero raises his foot, ready to stomp. Okay, let's end this. Seung-hwan was still defenseless, able only to await the crushing blow as a vortex of wind stirred around Hero's foot. Who knows what he was thinking? Just as he was about to stomp, a blue light flashed and a hand rose up, using its power to stop him. When did Seung-hwan wake up? He tells Shinka, "Didn't you say I'd become stronger as I grew up?" Hearing that voice, Shinsa turned around in surprise. It was Zeung-hwan. His fellow criminals looked at him as Oh-hwan happily said, "You know?" Before his fellow criminals, he continued, "For the first time in my life, I have a dream to strive for." He said with excitement, his eyes sparkling like stars. "I want to defeat Seo Kang-ho," Seung-hwan continued, as Shin was left speechless. "So don't kill him. I'll be the one to end him." Wrinkling his brow, a glared and spouted nonsense. "Enough, we have to kill him now." Shin cut him off. Before West's astonished eyes, she tells everyone to return, her sweet voice echoing as they all promise to obey her. Hearing her words, everyone fell silent, none objecting. "Let's go home." Dust continues to swirl as light flickers through the clouds. Shinsa opens a gate for their departure. She cheerfully asked Seung-hwan, "Do you want us to help you?" Seung-hwan picked up his hat, saying it was fine. Pulling his hat down, he glances back at the motionless vehicle and vows, "Next time we meet, I'll win." He then vanished through the gate as news broke of the escape of 8B3, 5B4, and 3B5 criminals following the pulse weapon attack at Ruculus Prison. What will happen next? From above, an old man has been watching everything. He laughs with excitement. Ho, 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 ho. Kingston smiles, thinking the world is about to get a whole lot more interesting. Just as he suspected, Sin will soon turn the world upside down. Hong Sao, wearing diapers, giggles, saying, "Meow, meow, 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 you seem surprised." "What? Really?" It continued to meow. "Meow, meow, 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 meow." The girl who spoke to it hesitated. "I'm not ready yet." Sao Hong replied, "Meow, meow." Suddenly, their conversation was disrupted, and the screen went black. The Earth appears with a strange symbol as a voice rings out with excitement, "A new world, the world of Alpha, welcomes you." Then Jin, along with two others, appeared, and she cheerfully said, "Ha, hello everyone, I'm Sha, and I'll be your Eve from now on," she said, introducing the two people beside her. "Next to me are some guests." The man said, "Canis and the cat-eyed girl should introduce herself too. I'm Gato." A question appears. What is the Alpha world? Canis answers this question. "The Alpha world is a world that was created," he says, continuing. To harbor the infected humans, with you, Miss Singer, as humanity's Eve. The next question appears. Who is allowed to remain in the Alpha world? Gato answers, to become a part of the Alpha world, the following conditions must be met. First, she paused, they must possess great power, as a muscular figure appeared on screen, followed by a swarm of rats and Gato's voice. The second condition, they must not harbor those with rejected genetic sources. Gato continued. Third, they must be strong enough to maintain the species. The screen displays another question. What happens to those who don't qualify? Shin speaks with detached pity. I believe those with unselected genes are sinners from the old world. They deserve to die. Ska points to the camera, and what do we do with those who commit a capital crime? She says, that's right, they must be eliminated. Shin claps, declaring that those with the source of jealousy are unfit and deserve to be purged as a letter appears on screen. In the coming month, we will select new humans qualified to become members of the Alpha world and extend invitations to them. Ska made a throat-slitting gesture and said with a smile, anyone who dares refuse our invitation will be considered guilty of protecting those with rejected genetic sources, and they will also be executed. So please, consider our invitation carefully. She clasped her hands together, earnestly saying, well then, will the future of the new humans be bright or not? Then, winking at the camera, she says, it's all up to your future Ava. So long, everyone. The screen flickers again, returning to the original film as the girl pouts at the pink star. Meow, meow, meow. Star Red pouted back in response. Meow, mew. The screen flickers again, and the light from the large screen slowly fades away. In a pitch-black room, 7 figures huddle around a table, and under the harsh glare of a light, one voice breaks the silence. All right. He spoke about the Ruckless prison break and the broadcast that was shown to all of humanity after the escape. The confident WSCBUZ chairman speaks, opening the World Security Council meeting. His image and information appear on the screen as someone mutters, they said she attacks with electromagnetic pulses, right? Is she on the list of villains? We asked the Hero Association, and they said no. The bespectacled man says, this is trouble. Unbelievable. While the heroes of justice are gone, this happens. The woman next to him says, how do we deal with this? Someone interjects, before we deal with that, let's address a few issues first. The leader of the Peace Party, Nai, stands up and slams the table. The warden of Ruckless Prison, Seyoon, has been executing prisoners at will without reporting to superiors. Since when does one person have the authority to issue death sentences? This has caused quite an uproar, and one person speaks out, why are we harping on such trivial matters when we're in dire straits? Huh? That person says the warden simply made the best decision given the circumstances. Authority, a 2-term chairman of the Hero Association and the current leader of the World Party, says he would have done the same. Annie said, even in an emergency, she should have had time to report it, right? Authority immediately defended her, not wanting to waste a single second. That must be why she chose to find the scavenger. I can understand that action. He glanced at the person next to him. Do you have any thoughts? El Guido, the Minister of Justice, spoke up as he watched the old man beside him, deep in thought. While I don't agree with granting an individual the right to execute another as they see fit, everyone looked at him. El Guido raised his hands, chuckling. While I don't agree with granting an individual the right to execute another at will, given the unique circumstances, I fully understand. At this, Ba, the fire commissioner, said, that must have been a difficult decision. Looking at the circumstances, I'm concerned the other side will suffer heavy losses. Even the police commissioner, Kum, chimed in, clearly annoyed. Aren't we already suffering losses? Since public safety went to hell after that broadcast, have we even had a moment's rest? Defense Vice Minister Gazet said with a cigar, is it time we realized we're in the middle of a war, or are we still just dealing with a prison break? Authority slams the table, angrily declaring, I'm saying those prisoners deserved to die. He furiously points at Crom and Jera. Aren't we in this mess because you stubbornly clung to those sentences? Kum denies it was him. Authority continues, saying if he were still head of the Hero Association, they would have been dead before needing execution. I can't understand how you brought disaster upon yourselves by not killing wanted criminals the moment you caught them. Ever since that fool became the Hero Association's president, the world has been a mess. Boda calmly says, you haven't changed a bit, have you? And adds, you still think the decisions you made as chairman of the Hero Association were right. Take a good look at the heroes back then. He turned to Authority and continued, most of the heroes you led were never right in the head. Authority retorts with a sour attitude, so what? The two argue, one saying it's better to control them than let them become villains, the other retorting, "Are heroes really that important?" Authority frowned, realizing that after Lao Sa took over as chairman of the Hero Association, those who could be heroes turned into villains and caused trouble everywhere. Boda glared at him. "Authority, your idea of a hero is nothing like mine." Authority retorted, "You're all just a bunch of dreamers clinging to your ideals of a perfect world, blind to the reality right in front of you." Bez, who had been silently observing their bickering, finally spoke up. "Enough." Everyone instinctively turned to him in silence. He said, "If she were here..." Looking at the empty seat, he continued, "I wonder what her opinion would be." Authority silently gritted his teeth, clicked his tongue, and left. As he reached the car, his secretary opened the door and asked, "Did the meeting go well?" Authority snapped back, "Not at all." He scowls, saying, "Those people are a pain. I don't think there's anything to discuss. We just need to kill Guo Lu Fan Ren." He grumbled, "It's all that bitch's fault. That snake Lao X." The secretary asked, "What are you planning to do now?" Authority replies, "Ever since Lao Xia became the chairman of the Hero Association, the members of the World Security Council remember those detestable faces." He bitterly says, "The repentant faction includes the Peace Party, the Fire Prevention Commissioner, the Deputy Minister of Defense, and the Hero Association Chairman Authority." He frowns. "The punitive faction includes the World Party and the Police Commissioner." Then remembers Bada's face. "And the neutral faction is the Minister of Justice." With a sigh, he said, "It's because those four are working together against the two of us that our opinions are being ignored. Even the current chairman is gradually siding with Lao Xia." He said, "But right now, the chairman's seat is still vacant. We just need to help our people get that position, and that's it. To balance things out, he can do anything. If it were 3 against 3, our views might be taken seriously." Authority paused, then looked out the window. "We're going to see Seo Kang Ho, the former hero of justice." He spoke with conviction, and I'm sure a certain thought crossed his mind. Others have begun to act as well. Authority thought of a pink-haired girl with bunny ears as his secretary wondered, wasn't Seo Kang Ho quite close to Mr. Lao X? Authority says, "Yes, he has a god." He smirks, but the current situation has changed quite a bit, hasn't it? The secretary, following his orders, starts the car to meet with Se Kang Ho, who is currently in surgery. His lips cracked from dehydration. Seung Hoan groggily opened his eyes, and a question was posed to the heroes. Judd laughs at the question. "Why can't heroes kill villains?" "Ha, ha, ha. I thought the same thing when I first joined Equality," C sighed. He says you'll find the answer to that question as you work with Equality. Hap looks at him, puzzled. You want me to kill someone with my own hands?" He hesitated. "I don't want to." He waved his hand, saying he'd rather not be a hero if it meant killing people. Then Media spoke up, saying, "My sister is a death row inmate." Hesitantly, she says, "Yes, it committed a crime worthy of death, but I think it should be given a chance to atone." Mago strokes his chin. "Why can't heroes kill villains? Let's think about it the other way around. Why do heroes have to kill villains?" He pondered, troubled. Is it because their lives are worthless? Or have they given up on being human? What kind of person has value in living? What does it mean to be human? He then cheerfully said, "It's a tough one. Let's think together." Lao Sa calmly stated, "A hero's job isn't to kill villains. Our job is to save people." She reached out her hand. "From now on, save people with us." Seung Hoan's vision went dark, and Lao Sa's voice echoed. "SEO, you definitely will." He wonders why everyone... The scene shifts to the portraits of 5 familiar comrades. "Why did you all leave without giving me an answer?" Hongjia appears, saying, "A warden's job is to rehabilitate prisoners," before hesitating. "As an investigator, I don't oppose the death penalty. I have a responsibility to tell criminals what they did wrong before they're executed." Sekong Yu stood before him, his eyes weary, stating that the law convicts and they, as investigators, carry out the sentences. Seo Kang Yu is suddenly crumpled like a piece of paper, his words still echoing. That's why the crumpled paper is wrinkled before execution. The duty of an investigator. Seo Kang Ho suddenly opens his eyes. Blood rain falls. A bloody feeling spreads throughout his body. A voice calls his name, Seo Kang Ho, and a hand offers a ball of flesh. A giant version of Seong Hwan taunts him. "Even you find this amusing, don't you?" He exclaims, "After all that's happened, they're still spouting nonsense." Seo Kang Ho froze, the world around him a sea of blood. Seung Hwan jolted awake, gasping for air, as a voice called out, "Seo Kang Ho!" Lepers sitting cross-legged says, "You're awake." She asked worriedly. Are you all right? Seo Kang-ho is still trapped in the nightmare, the world a blur before his eyes. Lepers says, I'm sorry, she confesses. I should have come to help, even though I knew something would happen in the auction. Lipers seemed hesitant. I couldn't learn the details because the investigator covered up the disturbance. Seo Kang-ho shields his eyes, saying he's fine. He continued, saying that even if she went, she wouldn't be able to help. Lipers remained worried. Are you really okay? I heard about the mission you were assigned in the prison for executing criminals. Seo Kang-ho cuts her off. He looks at Lipus, actually. I'm not okay at all. Lepus looks at him. Kang-ho. See, Kang-ho angrily glares. I should have killed them all, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Lepus's eyes widened in surprise as Seo Kang-ho questioned her. Lipus, are you here to tell me not to kill the villains too? If so, go back. I'm no longer a hero, he declared as Lip looked on in disbelief. I'm an investigator now. Lipers lowered her head. We need to form a new hero association and select heroes in a new equality. She continued, I'm currently serving as the acting president of the Hero Association, but with the changes coming, we need a hero to lead us. Lepos looked Kang-ho in the eye, explaining that they were considering him a former equality hero for chairman of the Hero Association, but Kang-ho cut her off. I've made myself clear. He glared at her. I'm no longer a hero, and heroes should do what's necessary for heroes. The Seo Kang-ho said, once I recover, I'm going out there to do what I have to do. Liu stands up Kang-ho. Another voice chimes in. Kang-ho, the hero, you're absolutely right. Authority stood before the hospital bed, hands in his pockets, arrogantly gazing at Seo Kang-ho, then chuckled. Oh, so you're Investigator S. Kang-ho? Leapers is surprised. Authority. He slowly approaches. You've worked hard to execute criminals on your own, but you won't have to anymore. Authority firmly states that I will soon become the chairman of the Hero Association, and I intend to let the heroes execute criminals. Lipsoku? What? Seo Kang-ho is wary. Are you a representative of the World Faction? What are you talking about? Authority replies. I'll be stepping down from that position soon, he continued. To participate in the Hero Association presidential election, Authority adjusts his vest and looks at Kang-ho. I came to talk to you and see if you were interested in becoming the president of the Hero Association. But never mind. Consider this a visit and my greetings. He then turned and headed for the door, wishing him a speedy recovery and discharge from the hospital. Lepus could only wait and see. Lepus frowned, wondering if anyone would even vote for him. Authority just clicked his tongue and smirked. We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Lipers anxiously turned to look at Seo Kang-ho. Kang-ho just closed his eyes and said, I'm tired. He looked at Lipus and said, you can go. Lip was speechless. Stunned. After a moment, Authority got into the car and gazed out the window. He said, just as I thought, and fell into contemplation. Everyone's busy, and many others, including Lipers and myself, are probably looking for S. Kang-ho. He thought to himself, after the emergence of superpowers, many people have been struggling. The military and police are far too reliant on one individual's power. He continued, saying that S. Kang-ho's actions were wrong according to current law, prompting the secretary to ask, so what do you intend to do? Authority clicked his tongue, a thought suddenly occurring to him. If that's what the law stipulates. During the inter-party meeting, Rennie slams the table, declaring that Thruculus prison investigator must be punished. Crom retorts, isn't that a special circumstance? She says, even if my subordinates did that, I would let it slide. Rennie was about to retort, but someone cut in. Blah, 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 she says, speaking with authority. You haven't offered any actionable information or solutions, just meaningless ideal scenarios. Rennie scoffs. Ideal situation? I already gave you a solution. He pointed to the people at the table. The fire department, the military, and the police. Crom raises his hand, saying he would never agree to that. He continued, including the Hero Association's cooperation and the arrest of criminals. We will bring them to justice, Authority boomed. Is that your solution? Rennie replied calmly. Yes, that's right, Authority immediately retorted. Is your head in the clouds? Bez interjected. Authority was also growing weary of this situation. Then what solution do you have? Authority says, let them vote. Everyone is shocked. Let's vote, Authority continued. Let the nations vote on investigator Seo Kang-ho. He spoke sternly. Whether or not he gets the death penalty will change the law. Do you agree or disagree with the decision to execute Seo Kang-ho? Upon hearing Authority's words, everyone was stunned. A vote? Authority said, instead of arguing like this, a vote would be much clearer. He looked at everyone. Aren't you all working for the people? Rennie immediately protested, arguing that such matters were too dangerous to decide by majority vote. prompting authority to point a finger at him. So now you're looking down on the people? Authority gloats, seeing Renhei unable to argue. I see right through you, he taunts. You're avoiding it because you think you'll lose, aren't you? He said, glancing to the left. Am I right? Everyone turned to the highest authority, the chairman, who closed his eyes for a few moments before saying, Very well, let's hold a vote. The emotions of those present were mixed, and 2 weeks later, a blue-haired girl read the results of the vote. Everyone tensely awaited the results, 88% in favor, 12% opposed. The ayes had it by a landslide. Authority smirks. That's only natural. The girl continues, according to the approving side's opinion, everyone listens intently. This situation should be considered a declaration of war, and the enemy must be destroyed. There's no need to apply the law to them, as they are beasts who have abandoned their humanity. Authority's face lit up with excitement, adding that since these issues arose while pursuing ideals, the right to execute should be given to all heroes, not just Seo Kang-ho. Her voice was calm, but the opposition was clear. Seo Kang-ho's current state made it difficult for him to make sound judgments. Granting him execution authority is quite dangerous. Everyone is lost in thought. Granting execution authority to an individual could lead to the same problems as previous heroes. If one person values their judgment over the law, society risks collapse. Finally, she emphasized that it was the opposition's opinion, and Renhei spoke up, saying they could accept this outcome to please everyone. Authority slams the table. Damn it. His face contorted. To please everyone. The results are overwhelmingly clear. What is there to discuss? Ben warns him, don't cause any more trouble. He calmly said, Get Seo Kang-ho here immediately. In the office, bathed in the setting sun, Bez stood silhouetted and said, It's been a while, hasn't it? He said to the young man standing proudly before him, Seo Kang-ho. Ben said, Have you heard the news? Seo Kang-ho replied, Yes, I've heard. Ben asked again, So what is your decision? Seo Kang-ho replied, According to the results of the vote, I will execute them all with my own hands. Ben said, I have one more question. He awaited Kang-ho's reaction. What would you do if the vote went the other way? He frowned, and Seo Kang-ho replied, Then my red eyes would ignite, and I would kill them all before turning myself in. Bez thought for a moment, then looked up and said, One more thing. Bez wondered what Lao Xia, the former hero, would do in this situation. Seo Kang-ho seemed surprised, and after a moment of thought, he looked at Bez expectantly. Seo Kang-ho replied, You should hold her hand tight and ask Lao Xia directly. You'll know better that way. B sighed. Yes, perhaps that's true. He looked Seo Kang-ho in the eye, posing one last question. Oh, will you return as a hero? Shang Huang asked, planning to leave after this incident. After hearing that, he left, saying, I don't know yet. The meeting had barely ended when the press caught wind and began reporting on Seo Kang-ho. A special law regarding Seo Kang-ho has been passed. Before a sea of reporters, B stated, World President B has granted Warden Seo Kang-ho the authority to carry out the death penalty to deal with prison breaks. His steely gaze fixed on the screen. Authority watched the news about the recent events at Roculus Prison and the prevention of upcoming terrorist attacks. All right, let's start here, one step at a time. I guess we can get it back to the way it was. Lupus sat on the lawn, also watching the news, her silence heavy. Everywhere, B's speech was broadcast. A person clutching an urn of ashes, tears streaming down their face, slumped on a cold bench, tears falling incessantly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a familiar voice echoes, So that's how it is? Then we need to prepare immediately. Looking back, are all the preparations complete? The criminals eagerly await your final word. Executioners. Seong-han smiled unscathed, but not long ago in Spain and Portugal, a blue vortex appeared, carrying an invitation. Word has it, the world government and everyone else looked up, frozen in place, as a massive blue vortex appeared in the sky. Within it, a green magic circle. A cacophony erupted from it, but no one knew what it was. And in moments, an explosion wiped out everyone there. The attack left a massive hole in the ground, as a cheerful voice echoed out. Wow. Emerging from the gates of Za, the criminal stretches. It's hot, huh? The girl with the umbrella says to Wet, who launched this attack, You maniac! Moores was displeased, saying, What if someone received an invitation? Why did you attack so recklessly? Wet retorts that if they died from just that, they weren't worthy of an invitation. Immediately after, Jinka's image appears on screens across the globe. She says hello, her face as cheerful as ever. Hello everyone, I'm Exa. She points to the camera as the World Security Council watches intently. Saw announces that the execution of the gene defectives will now begin as the criminals slowly advance into the major cities. They eagerly prepare to wreak havoc here as Seo Kang-ho dons his cap, his eyes filled with determination. In the World Security Council's meeting room, the secretary reports that according to documents from the Hero Association, Wet, the summoner with tattoos under his eyes and on his neck, is behind this incident. He's a villain once captured by the hero Mago, and he can turn stolen summoning abilities into marks on his body. With a wave of his hand, he can create a massive explosion. Surveying the devastation, Wet felt no remorse. They were too weak. With the ability to copy his opponent's summoning powers, he grimaced at his own hand. I should have stolen Mago's sensory combat abilities, and then that cat-eared hoe with the physical abilities. She was a villain once captured by Yudi, a hero of justice. She could transform into a fox spirit, capable of slaughtering hundreds in the blink of an eye. She sighs. Her face is covered in blood. Who can subdue me now? Next is Huindu Yang, also of the special type, who always wears a mysterious smile. He's a villain who was once captured by the hero of justice. He claps his hands together, unleashing a flash of blue light. Two Kirin-like creatures appear, waving their arms and wreaking havoc. He has the power to summon demons, and Ho runs up to rub against him. Oh-hun scratches his head. They're strong, right? The girl with the umbrella, named Morse, is also a special type. She's a devil once captured by the hero of justice, Tome, and she seems to be a typical special ability user. Morse stood behind a man crawling and begging for help, saying, "You're too noisy, not very elegant at all." Then, as a no-exit sign appears, she says, "Ava was right." A bright orange ribbon materializes around the man's neck, and he's instantly strangled to death. Moore scoffs, seeing the unchosen genes as inherently inferior, as her secretary concludes that her power is incredibly complex. She continued. The Hero Association quickly mobilized forces near Portugal to deal with the situation. Authority frowned. Their arrival won't do any good since you didn't want to kill them from the start. B then said, "No matter." In that case, he looked at Bada. "Firefighters will be given priority to rescue people." Bada responded, "Understood, Chairman." B then turned his gaze to Gera and Crom. "The military and police are responsible for protecting the people," Gera immediately responded. Crom hesitates, saying they don't have the strength to stop them and will ultimately need to call on the hero team for help. Bez turns to Elgido. "Where is Officer Alito?" Elgido responded, "I'm listening." He says the prison warden said he started heading there as soon as he saw the broadcast. Ahin complains, "Haven't we fired her yet?" Bez asked his secretary if there was any way to know the enemy's objective this time. The secretary cautiously replied, "We haven't figured out what they want yet." Before this attack, Ska pointed out everyone's target allies, ordering the execution of those with unselected genes and to assist those who accept our invitation to join the Alpha world. Sync raises his hand, suggesting they start off light, making it easier to persuade the rest to join them later. All eyes turned to her as she continued, "Right now, I want you to focus on bringing people back, not slaughtering them." Then she spread her arms, savoring the decisive moment. "In the end, we can kill as many unchosen as we want." Morris spoke up, stopping the other three. Okay, that's enough," she said sternly. Was warming up her body to this extent really necessary? "Let's just do the mission Eva gave us." Hoyo says, "I want to destroy a little more." Hyungdu Yang nods. All right, but Autet wouldn't agree so easily. He says, "I'll do as I please. If I continue to destroy this place, those who accepted our invitation will eventually have to show their faces." Annoyed, Morez said, "You're going too far. Are you planning to ignore Ava's mission?" He simply replied, "And what are you going to do about it?" Before their eyes, Du Yang raised his hand, forming a summoning seal once more. A gaunt, skeletal, three-legged crow flew in, and as he climbed onto the bird, he said, "I doubt he'd leave even if you told him to." The fox spirit jumped up and down. "Ooh, let me come too!" Morris clicked his tongue, helpless, and turned away. "Once this is over, I'm reporting this to Eva." "Do what you want," Awet said, and they left him to it. Amidst the ruined landscape, a city ablaze, Awet sighs, lamenting that nothing has changed since his escape from prison. Annoying. He rolled up his sleeve, looking at the tattoo on his arm. Nothing changes. No matter how much he destroys, his power never grows. What a cursed ability. Looking at the rhombuses, he says, "I get it now." His eyes sharpen. He must continue to steal. Unbeknownst to him, a massive pair of feet descended, a rabbit falling directly where Atwet stood. He quickly creates a barrier when suddenly he hears a familiar voice. "Who are you?" A figure stood on a flying carrot as the giant rabbit vanished. The figure says with disdain, "You haven't changed a bit, even after all this time in prison." Lipus grimaces. "Didn't you learn anything in there?" The barrier Adwet created began to crumble. He frowned, saying, Lears arrived just in time to give Mago a proper burial. In a classroom at the prestigious USB Talent Academy, a teacher is lecturing when a boy in the front row raises his hand and says, "Teacher, I'm scared." The teacher smiles reassuringly, "You're all safe." He winks. "No matter what happens, I'll protect you. Follow me to the shelter." As soon as he finished speaking, a round of applause echoed through the room, and a woman suddenly appeared at the back of the class. Maurice, the one who had clapped, said, "Wonderful, what an admirable teacher." The children screamed in terror and scattered. Morris frowned. "You all seem fine, how rude." Grossi shielded the children behind him. He angrily takes a stance. "More, she's still calm. Do you know me? How unfortunate." She grabs her umbrella. "Don't worry. I know you also received an invitation from Ava." With that, she jumps down, beckoning those invited to follow. Profi interrupts, demanding she leave at once. He sat down and embraced the children. "I won't let you take any of them." Before Morris could act, he was rejected, and she said unhappily, "You're not very smart at all." She tapped her umbrella against her hand, and Moore began to use her power, thinking about how dare you interrupt me while I'm talking. Gry could feel the pressure from her, as Morris rubbed the brim of her hat. "I'll have to teach you a lesson. This academy for those with powers, built in the Greek style, was established after the Mian and Mile incident to educate children with abilities. Under the guidance of Lausa and Mago, special schools were erected all over the world, where children were taught by hero teachers how to adapt to society, and more importantly, how to control their powers." Morris throws her hat into the air, activating her domain of law, and it grows, trapping them inside. The children scream in fear, and Broy asks in shock, "What is that?" Morris slams her umbrella down and commands them to be silent. After her words, seals appeared on the children's mouths, turning into masks they couldn't remove. Morris smirks finally, some peace and quiet. Morris's special ability is called the Rule. It activates when she deems someone inferior, restricting, or even harming them. "If I see any more nonsense, I'll send you all packing." Broy eyed her warily as she summoned strange, multi-eyed objects. Morris scoffs, the typical ability of the strong bullying the weak. Morris says, "The 3 kids who received special invitations, step forward." The 3 children cautiously stepped forward, facing the terrifying gaze, as Morris produced a piece of paper. "Let's see, all of you have unique abilities? Special types have a wide range of uses, and from now on you will work together to build the Queen's world." She then looked at the children with their mouths covered and said, "Answer me." The chat ban had been lifted, and one boy anxiously asked, "Is the Queen the woman who appeared on TV?" Maurice smiles and replies, "Exactly, a beautiful woman with perfect ideals." The boy immediately replied, "Then I don't want to." All eyes turned to him. Moore nurses his leg, "Huh?" The boy continued, "Didn't that man say he'd eliminate everyone without powers?" The boy continued, "I have many friends without powers, and I would never hurt them." The cat-faced girl beside him added, "Me too. My parents don't have powers either." "They did nothing wrong." The little demon girl beside her echoed, "Mommy, me too." The children relentlessly questioned Morris, adding that their teacher taught them that discrimination and hatred are wrong. He also said that those who try to solve things with their powers instead of words are bad people. "You bad guy, let us go." Morris paused, then asked, "You don't like it?" The children replied, "No, we don't like it." She immediately uses her ability to create a no entry sign beneath the children's feet, declaring they should die. Orange ribbons appear on the children's necks, but suddenly Moore's eyes widen as Groy coughs up blood, a green light emanating from him. His neck, not the children's, spurting blood. Groy gasps for air, so his ability is to absorb any impact on a target, a special type, also known as a bodyguard. Moores chuckled. "Hohora, now I understand why brother sent you an invitation. A perfect ability for a bodyguard. One is essential for Shin Hyung to operate freely. It'd be a waste to kill such talent." Grofi, enduring the pain, began, "Morez, we know all about you. When you were young." But before she could finish, she was cut off. "Stop," she frowned. "Are you deaf?" "It's impolite to spread a lady's past around," Griffey said with an angry look. Maurice continued, "I'm not here to dwell on my past. I'm here on the Queen's orders to select those worthy of joining the Alpha world." Moores glared. "Abandon the children, and I'll spare your life." Bry immediately replied, "No, I can't do that." Hearing that, she was puzzled. "Why? Are any of them your own children?" Griffey replies, "No." Moores tilted her head, awaiting an answer. Then, with a resolute face, he said, "Because I'm a teacher. Grofi, a member of the Hero Association and a teacher at the Academy, has a defense strong enough to withstand attacks from 3rd and 4th floor prisoners. But when Authority was still the Hero Association president, he was always a rank 5 hero. Why was that? One day, Authority summoned Proy to his office, asking, "How long do you intend to keep doing this?" He looked at him and said, "We don't need a punching bag." The reason was that he lacked the killer instinct, the ability to eliminate villains. But when Lao Sa became the Hero Association's president, she summoned him to Rai. Lao Sa offered him a job as a teacher at a superhuman academy, which surprised him. Was I wrong? Is my ability not suited to be a hero? Lao Sa shakes his head, saying, "No, what are you talking about? I mean, do both. Be a teacher and a hero." She said nothing is more important than teaching children, so I want to entrust them to the best hero. Bripey says hesitantly, "But I'm not qualified." Lasa looks at him and smiles. "What are you talking about? Who could do better than you?" Bripey was dumbfounded, huh? Lao Sa looked at him affectionately. "Isn't it wonderful that you're the hero of heroes, sacrificing yourself to protect your comrades?" Proy was speechless, and back in the present, Moore said, "I have a great idea. Go and convince the kids." She boasted, "They'll listen to you since you're their teacher, right?" Griffey began. He's saying the world is changing. Remembering the ruined structures, the emergence of abilities, and the great wars that brought our society to its knees, his mind conjures the backs of heroes. Bry continued, "And to stabilize this society, we've had to sacrifice a great deal." Morris wondered, "What does that have to do with my question?" Griffey says, he looks more straight in the eye. If that woman's crazy fantasy becomes reality, this society will fall into chaos again." Hearing this, Moore flies into a rage. "Don't you dare insult the Queen," she says. "You're being awfully long-winded in rejecting the Queen's invitation. I don't care if society falls into chaos." Griffey denies her concern, and seeing Moore's confusion continues, because when society is chaotic and dysfunctional, he pities the fact that more children will suffer as you did. Enraged, Morez grits her teeth. She's hot-blooded. What do you know?" Gry tries to explain. "We know you very well." Moores ignores him, ridiculously pointing her umbrella at him. Immediately, iron rods pierced through them as she muttered, "All you've done is talk nonsense." Gry tries to use his abilities to take the hit for the children, who are crying. "Master!" Moores looked down on their futile resistance with disdain. How filthy. She was furious like a cornered fish when suddenly a shoe stomped down, forcing Moore's head into the ground. Before the astonished eyes of everyone, Seo Kang-ho said, "Morist, prisoner in special confinement, 3rd floor." Seo Kang-ho stomped harder on her face, using his power to crush her. Enraged, he demands, "Bring that bitch out here." But Morris is helpless against Seo Kang-ho's power. She asked, "Are you talking about our queen, you psycho?" Seo Kang-ho looked down on her. "Including you," Morris screams. "You wretch, you're doomed." She raised her hand, using her power against Seo Kang-ho. Chains instantly reappeared, binding his hands, feet, and neck as a guillotine materialized above him. Morez smugly declares, "Your day of reckoning has come." But in a heartbeat, Seo Kang-ho shatters her guillotine. The chains on his hands and neck shatter simultaneously, and he lands another blow on Morez's face. Her face was completely caved in, and her hat began to shrink back to its original size. Prof just stares as Seo Kang-hwan descends and roars. Broy responds, telling Prof to get the children out of here. Broy remains pinned by the iron rod. The power that cursed us has yet to be nullified. Hearing this, Seo Kang-ho clenched his fist and punched Morez in the gut again. After several more blows, Moore went still. The Fra that Morez summoned also gradually vanished, and Seo Kang-ho reminded her to run as far as she could. Gry immediately said, "Okay, let's go, you guys." Seo Kang-ho grabbed Moore by the neck. She still seemed dazed. Seo Kang-ho says, "I'll say it one more time. Are you threatening me? Bring that bitch here." Morris gritted her teeth at the threat. Moores began, "Ladies' grace." 2 concentric circles immediately appeared beneath their feet. She exhales a breath of relief. Before Seo Kang-ho's very eyes, Morris transformed into someone else, as someone she hadn't been in a long time. Before Seo Kang-ho could react, he was captured, and Morris quickly retreated to create distance. The men holding him, now invisible and disguised as gentlemen, repeat, "Ladies first." Morris raises her umbrella, drawing a circle around herself, a lady's domain, then throws it into the sky, where it expands to protect her. She says, "To think you have to face me, you must be very unfortunate." Lady's Grace is Morest's original form. Once her noble aura is activated, those who acknowledge Morest as a lady will also possess her superpowers. At the same time, this ability is typically aimed at the weak. That's why Moore frowned. She never thought this power could stand against Seo Kang-ho. He can break SK's space-time ability, easily taking out the two invisible men in front of Moore's. She simply wanted to buy time. This place will be my grave. Moore's main goal is to help the remaining criminals complete the task Shin assigned and return safely, and she's determined to buy as much time as possible. Se Kang Ho approaches. Looks like you weren't planning on bringing her here. Moore smirks. I don't understand. Hiding under the umbrella, she said. If I were you and the Queen's chosen one, I'd be bursting with excitement. Unbelievable that you'd pass up such a valuable opportunity. Se Kang Ho didn't care. He unleashed his attack, but Moore stubbornly persisted. Wait a moment. She raises her hand, and I can tell this demon thinks she needs to stall for as long as possible. Morris says, I know where the Queen is, and veins bulge on Se Kang Ho's neck. He wanted to kill this motormouth right away. Well, I don't need to know that. Se Kang continued forward. I only need to bring your corpse to a psychic and have them check. Morris was sweating. He hadn't thought of that. It wouldn't matter if he died here. She says, what do you plan to do when you find the Queen? Even if you get there, you'll have to fight everyone. Do you really think you can win? Even the Queen won't forgive you this time. Se Kang Ho ignores her, raising his hand as crimson rays converge. Moores realizes she knew it all along and warily eyes him, knowing she must end it herself. Se Kang Ho reached through her defenses as she contemplated disappearing without a trace, but the red light scattered, startling him. Before him, Shin-sa emerges from the gate, blocks his attack and giggles. You wanted to see me that badly? I guess your heart has changed. Moores is shocked. My Queen, it's too dangerous here, she cries. Suddenly, she glances at Se Kang Ho, who is radiating intense energy, having transformed into another form. Shin-sa cheerfully says, showing off all your power right away, I see. His mind hasn't wavered yet. But is he all right? Ignoring her rambling, Se Kang Ho throws a punch, breaking Shin-sa's defense. Se Kang Ho glares at her, filled with hatred. I will kill you with every ounce of strength I possess, no matter how small. Shin-sa clutches her cheek, saying how scary it was. But why isn't she upset? Seeing him so obsessed with me? Could this be love? Se Kang Ho shatters their protective barrier. He slowly approaches, and Shin-sa says, Morse, I'll take care of things here. You go deal with those who refused our invitation, all right? As you command, my lady, Morris replied. Before she could finish, red threads shot out and Se Kang rushed to kill her, but Ka was one step ahead, creating a teleportation gate for her. Sink seems surprised as a voice echoes from behind the children. I'm a little late. Morez, clutching his bloodied stomach, stumbled in, and the children screamed in terror. Grophy says, get out of here. Morez coughs up blood. But then, the cat-faced child stopped and spoke. What is it? The girl points at Moore, stating she's the one from the textbooks, shocking Shin. Oh, looking at the sky filled with blood threads, she says, we're just getting started. Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? Se Kang Ho appears and says, this will be your grave. Shin calmly approaches, saying, to use this technique, you must have reverted to your zero form, right? She scoffs. I think you're pushing yourself too hard. Immediately, Se Kang Ho manipulated the blood threads to lash out at her, his eyes cold as he gazed down, the threads piercing back into him through the blue circle. Sinna raises her hand, stating that, as she thought, this power is still not worthy of him, as Se Kang Ho coldly watches the tendrils wrap around her. Shin turns to the portal and calls out to Canis and Gato, who immediately leap through, noticing the strange surroundings. Canis asks Singa what's going on, and Gato adds that they shouldn't have shown their faces. Singa covered her mouth and chuckled. A tough case, huh? Gato shook his head. Instead of killing him, we should have stalled for time. He went straight for the kill. How could we possibly hold him off? It's impossible. Hearing that, Singa ponders. Then she happily waves her hand, saying they should just run. Suddenly, her arm goes numb, and Sinka is bewildered. What's going on? She can't open the gate. Se Kang Ho speaks. Didn't I tell you? He uses the dark sky prison to absorb the threads, and this place will become your grave. A space created from Se Kang Ho's power. Once inside, there's no escape. But now that she's trapped in Se Kang Ho's dimension, she'll never escape. And Za is starting to look afraid. What terrifying power. From the sky, strands of blood descend as Se Kang Ho makes his move. He throws a punch, landing it squarely on the barrier Za hastily conjured, shattering it instantly. She exhales, calling out to Canis beside her, Miss Shinka? Their eyes are fierce. Canis continued, I think it's time you took off our collars. Shinka laughed awkwardly. I promised Xiong Huan that he would be the one to end Kang Ho when he came of age. Canis replies, I don't think we'll make it out of here alive if we don't kill him. As Se Kang Ho prepared his next attack, Shin-sa replied, That's true. but I believe Sung Hwan will understand, she said. All right. At that moment, the neck chain and an immense pressure alerted Canis and Gato. Noticing their unusual reaction, S looked up. What's going on? She asked, her eyes wide as the bloody threads converged. Seo Kang-ho silently observes as a voice booms out, unrivaled in all the world. The voice shifted direction, and every eye followed. Canis and Gato cheered wildly as the man continued. No one in this world can stand against me. Shinka looked around, bewildered. Even if there were dozens, hundreds, or thousands of enemies, none could stand against him. Seo Kang-ho seemed surprised as the man continued. Once someone considers me an enemy, the whole world will be their enemy. Who would dare incur my wrath? A man appeared, laughing. That's what it means to be the best under the heavens. He asked Seo Kang-ho, what do you think? Before him sat an old man wrapped in bandages. Don't you want to be unmatched? Kingston asked. Seong-ho didn't answer, standing still as a statue, as the old man continued. You're strong, but not the strongest. He told him, but I can make you that way. Shinka scoffed, asking what nonsense he was spouting. Are you senile? She said. Where did this old geezer come from? His fist flew towards her face. Like lightning, Shin vanishes through a portal, reappearing to deliver a swift kick. We were talking. Kingston simply replied, Women shouldn't interfere when men are talking. Before the pet's stunned eyes, Zinka continued, An old man like you should disappear before blood flows down her nose. Zinka immediately covers her nose as her pets rush to her in a panic, her nose bleeding profusely. Zinka curses. Damn it, she glared at Kingston. You're as good as dead, old man. Hearing this, he scoffed. Old and near death, am I? Yet here I stand, perfectly upright. But for someone like you, that's impossible. Shin raises her hand in anger. Go to hell. She immediately summons countless portals. The light from her portals shines as bright as the stars. And Jinka angrily says, You're just a dying old man. Suddenly, Kingston appears behind her, declaring, You truly possess a powerful ability. He muses that she's not inferior to that white-haired kid. Shinka suddenly turns around. You! She raises her hand to create more portals, but Kingston ducks down, easily dodging them. Kingston continues, However, you and that kid have one major problem. Shin suddenly opens her eyes as Kingston strikes a blow, sending her flying and shattering her countless portals. Debris explodes in the air, and Sinka coughs up blood, unable to dodge the blow. Kingston, fist still raised, says, You put too much faith in your abilities. He continued, to the point where you haven't bothered to train yourself at all. Kingston slowly approached. Your body is... He looked at Shin, who glared back, and slowly said, I'll show you that a body with a soul poured into it is true power. The gates above him flashed, and something moved with incredible speed. Kingston realized it was targeting his left side. With one hand, he blocked Canis's attack, then gasped. Oh, he vanished right before their eyes. When did Kingston move somewhere else, he says. Even so, watching Shink's two pets rush forward, Kingston continued, Your subordinates have trained themselves well. Canis and Gato recklessly charge forward, while Kingston uses stones to counter, and S desperately tries to create a gate. Seo Kang-ho had been observing them from afar, surprised by the unexpected arrival. His eyes narrowed, but after assessing the situation, he quickly decided on his next move. To cooperate with Kingston and kill that woman. With that thought, Seo Kang-ho slowly approached. Meanwhile, B asked incredulously as Kingston appeared. The secretary replied, Yes, we received contact from Officer Kang-ho Ba. Kingston has always been eccentric, Jira added. Looks like he's found someone new to amuse him. Ben worriedly asked, Doesn't that mean the officer is in danger? Jira lit a cigar and said, It's all right, even though we don't know how strong Kingston is. He paused, then continued, But we know what he'll do. Crom sighs in frustration. Seriously. Bada says, I agree. He won't antagonize the third officer. He finishes, glancing at the person opposite him, and you will act unexpectedly as someone else. Beside Leda, there is an empty seat. Today, authority is absent again. Back at Professor Proy and the children's hideout, Morez is taking notes. She bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha. Why would a textbook have information about me? How ridiculous. Morez regained her composure and frowned. That really grates on me, Rai said. Not just you, but all the criminals in Roculus prison are recorded in there, Morris realized with surprise. What? Is she looking down on us failures? Graffy calmly replies, No, not that, but to understand all of you. After hearing that La and Mago had established the Ability Academy, a prison officer came to find them, pleased to meet them. A dignified officer approached, tipping his hat in greeting. I am Officer Se Kang-yu of Ruckless Prison. After hearing him, Mago says, you want to add criminology to the required courses? Se Kang-yu replies, that's why we need to understand them. Mores was incredulous. It was absurd. She looked and said, so what do you think? How do you feel after reading about my past? He asked tentatively, as Moore suddenly heard a voice. Why are you trying to talk to a beast? Grofey turned around in surprise as he continued, Gripey, you haven't changed at all. Authority approached, grumbling, I should have fired you. Griffey was stunned. Authority declared that everything they had been taught was wrong, then looked down at the children, saying, I will teach you, so take this opportunity to remember it well. Authority then looked at the blood-soaked Morist. Criminals don't become criminals because of their circumstances. With that, he loosened his tie, and Authority continued his sermon. Those consumed by emotion will say they became criminals due to their upbringing or society, trying to stir your pity. He glared as he continued, even if they were born criminals. Mores glared at him, seeing societal deviance as cancerous tumors. Authority rolls up his sleeves, revealing the veins in his arms and the tumors. He's locked and loaded. He continued, they must be completely eradicated, and I will give you a demonstration. Suddenly, Morist's voice echoes. She said, am I a boil on society? Mores, riddled with wounds, clutches her bleeding stomach, glaring resentfully as she speaks. Before Morest could finish, he cut her off, and Authority spat out harsh words. This disgusting excuse is so broad. I'll say it again. Authority rolls up his sleeves, his muscular hand clenching, and with a contemptuous tone says, no matter what era or society you were born into, you would always be scum. The scene intensifies as he continues, you are simply, his voice dripping with disdain for Moore, your very existence was a mistake from the start. Hearing those words, she roared, shut up! In the heavy atmosphere, a voice spoke, More. The old Authority put his hand in his pants and said, even the pain you suffer cannot compare to what countless victims and their families have experienced. He grabs a watch and Authority quickly straps it on, saying sternly, but I will inflict the greatest pain I can. He challenges Morest. She gritted her teeth until they bled in anger as he said, now let's see what I can do. The watch on his wrist was raised as he glanced at it and said, about 10 more minutes. Authority, a special body type. Morist then spoke, ready to face her opponent. She glared and taunted, come on. Swish, swish, swish. Acting with lightning speed, Authority closes in on Morest, delivering a devastating blow to her abdomen. Caught off guard, she spits out a mouthful of blood as the relentless blows to her stomach cause her to hemorrhage. He continues to pummel Moore with brutal attacks, leaving her no chance to retaliate. He punched her in the chest and she gritted her teeth, the balloons floating in the air as Moore grabbed her weapon and angrily shouted, you bastard! Suddenly, Authority lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow to Morist's stomach. The punch's shockwave sends red orbs flying behind her as she presses her hands against the wound, coldly uttering, accelerate, whoosh, swish, bang, bang. Countless invisible attacks strike Moore's limbs, distorting her face. Mores coughs up blood as unseen hands emerge from the air. Authority seizes her head, unleashing a blinding blue light. Below, a scream of agony pierces the heavens. Her face is covered in blood, her teeth shattered. Authority retaliates, kicking Moore square in the face, a brutal blow that sends blood flying. Seeing her exhaustion, he remarked, does it hurt? I'm sure Sun was very gentle with you. Bang! He delivered a brutal kick to his opponent's face. Moore's, his face covered in blood, slowly muttered, ugh, she angrily shouted. Ka. A red circle surrounds them. Moore wields a weapon, and groans fill the air as countless floating spirits appear behind him. One of them spoke up. Lady fit. The others raised their hands forward, quickly repeating, ladies. First. Ladies. First. Ladies. Suddenly, Authority kneels and punches the ground, uttering the word, accelerate, as countless blue lights pierce through the horde of zombies. Their clothes were instantly torn to shreds by the light. He looked up and said coldly, quadruple. Bang! Authority punches the opponent square in the face, blood splattering everywhere. Mores was sent flying backward by the force of the blow, and a blinding blue light suddenly appeared. Authority moved with lightning speed, appearing where Maurice was falling. A boom! He landed a powerful blow. Mores was sent flying, crashing into the glass. She plummets downward just as Authority appears, slapping her hard across the face. Boom! He punches her cheek, then a brutal blow to the stomach, and finally a straight punch to the face. Everyone present looked up in fear, horrified by the scene before them, as a blue light emanated from her body in the air. Authority clasped his hands together, raising them high, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at her. Boom! He landed a brutal blow straight into his opponent's gut. Morse is slammed to the ground, dust billowing around her, her body riddled with bruises as she coughs violently. Seeing this, Authority scoffed. You seem to be in a lot of pain. That's the perfect expression for you. He raised his leg, about to speak, but instead, Authority kicked her wound hard. Then he said, The victims and families you hurt must have suffered far worse. Morris screamed in agony. Caw! Authority glances at his watch and mutters, Looking at his watch, he realizes there are only 3 minutes left, prompting her to painfully recall his time acceleration ability. Hearing this, the Authority replied, Precisely. He continued, When I use my ability, I can control the flow of time of any object I touch, including myself. His hands reach out, Authority grips her head, and he says, I can also slow down time. His gaze and face turned terrifying as he stared at Moore, saying to slowly feel the pain and die, You boil of society. Grove and the children present were terrified and astonished by what was happening before their eyes. Everyone was wide-eyed and speechless, and the kids hiding behind Grove thought it was just a fleeting moment, but for Moore it felt like a lifetime. The hand pressing down on her head finally lifts. Authority slips his hand into his pocket, glances at his watch, and says, What a pity. If things were less tense, I could have spent more time. Hearing his words, Morris scoffed, then burst into laughter. Hearing that, Authority took notice and asked, Why are you still laughing? Moore's mouth gaped open, her eyes fixed on the sky, offering no response to Authority. He knelt down, grabbed her shirt, lifted her up, and asked if she had betrayed them out of fear of death. Moore's coughed up blood as her elder stated, I won't lie, I fear death, but that's not why I'm laughing. I never thought I'd complete the mission this way, but it's all for the best. Hearing her words only confused him further, and he asked, What are you talking about? Her gaze sweeping over Pro and the terrified children, she says, When I die, all those of the Moore's bloodline. Then, looking at Authority, will be caught in my power. Moore's triumphantly declares, They'll all join me in the grave. The death ritual. Hearing her words, Pro was shocked and exclaimed, What? Authority immediately turned towards Pro, a menacing look in his eyes, his body turning purple and savage. In a mysterious realm, barbed wires like a formation appeared in the crimson sky. Kingston, on guard, stares intently at his opponents as a dark aura surrounds him. Kingston faces Canis and Tom alone as they rush towards him with all their might. A dark aura weaves through the air, engulfing Canis and Tom before striking their limbs. They cried out in pain as their bodies contorted. Tom, consumed by rage, glared at Kingston and lunged forward with lightning speed, her sharp hands outstretched. But Kingston was faster, striking her on the head. Boom! She was knocked to the ground. Cracks spread across the ground around them, and seeing this, Canis gripped his collar, exclaiming with worry, Gatto, take off your necklace now. Boom! Kingston throws a punch, sending Canis and Tom crashing to their knees. Kingston sneers, calling them arrogant fools, and asks, Who do you think you are flaunting your sealed power? Kingston looked at them with disdain and said, You're far too arrogant. A strong wind emanated from around him. Kingston, poised for battle, fixed his gaze upon them, declaring, I'll make you... A swift and devastating strike followed, tearing Canis and Tom asunder. Blood splatters everywhere as Kingston swiftly retreats. He says, Never could have imagined this. Canis and Tom are shocked by what's happening to them, staring speechless at their severed bodies, slowly bleeding out. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the heavens, and Kingston, with a nonchalant expression, turned his head and said, Your arm. Have the healer reattach it. He's quite useful, you know. Meanwhile, witnessing everything, Za angrily pointed at Kingston, shouting, You damn faker! Shinsa gritted her teeth. You bastard! Out of nowhere, a figure appeared and punched Za in the stomach, the force of the blow sending her crashing through a nearby glass wall, shattering it to pieces. She coughed up blood and was sent flying through the air. Clutching her stomach in pain, Shinka hissed in anger, her eyes burning with hatred for her attacker. Seo Kang-ho rushed towards her like a storm, catching Shinsa by surprise as she fearfully raised her arms to defend herself. She cried out, Oh, don't come any closer. But Seo Kang-ho rushed towards her, ignoring her words, gritting his teeth in fury, his eyes wild as a white light flashed. Seo Kang-ho delivers a brutal kick to Shengei's stomach, causing her to cough up blood. With bloodshot eyes, Seo Kang-ho stared at his opponent, sprawled on the ground. She couldn't react to his brutal attack. Sinka was punched so hard she crashed backwards, sending objects flying. Sin's mouth spewed a mouthful of blood as Seo Kang-ho's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with rage as he glared at his opponent. Seeing her beaten like that, Kanis was furious and screamed, "Sinkasama!" Seo Kang-ho clenches his fists, black lightning crackling in the air as he stares at Ska's motionless body, ready to strike. Her voice trembled with fear. No, I can't die here," she screamed, eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, Seo Kang-ho's eyes widen as a hand touches his. Kingston appears right beside him. Seeing this, he looked at him with some surprise, and he said, "That's enough." He looked at him coldly and continued, "You can't kill him yourself, can you? An invincible being never accepts help." The scene shifts back, and Authority grabs Moore by the collar, lifting him up as he demands, "The goddess's ritual ability?" Hearing his question, she scoffed, "Yes, it will activate if I die, so what are you going to do?" Seeing this, Authority angrily said, "Listen up." He turns to Pro and says, "I apologize in advance." Proof is stunned. "What?" Authority uses his power to run his hand straight through Moore's body. She coughs up a mouthful of blood, but Authority's gaze and expression remain unchanged. A scream echoes as he declares, "If you take her back, cure her, nullify her powers, and then kill her, you can still survive. But if she somehow escapes your grasp, tens or hundreds of thousands more will suffer." Authority looked at Morest's body and continued, "So it's best to kill her here. And your sacrifice is the most reasonable thing to do. To cure cancer, sometimes healthy cells must also be sacrificed." He stretched out his arms, looked up at the sky, and declared, "To live for a greater cause is essential." He clasped his hands together and said, "I thank you for your sacrifice." Authority turned back to look at Morest's corpse, which was emitting streams of blue light. Proof noticed the anomaly as well, shielding the others behind him. Authority stared coldly at the corpse and said, "Very dangerous. Thankfully, this ominous power can only be used after death. It would be far more dangerous if it could be used while alive." He then stared at the deadly aura emanating from Morest's body, and without lingering, turned and left. With the same emotionless face, he waved goodbye to Proof. "Then I'll wish you a peaceful rest." With that, he suddenly called out Proof's name and said, "How proper. I don't need to apologize to you, do I?" Pro could only watch Authority leave, anxiety about death weighing heavily on him. Authority asked one last question, then waved goodbye. "Your body is quite sturdy, isn't it? Surviving is what you do best." As Authority departs, an eerie voice echoes, instantly sharpening Pro's gaze. It seems Morest's spirit has returned to carry out that vile curse, surrounded by countless massive chains. With a sinister smile, Morse gazed upon Broff's group, and in a flash, chains like colossal serpents seized a girl among them. The chains then ensnare the other children, and even Proof himself. Panic sets in as the children realize they face a swift life-or-death situation. They screamed relentlessly, startling Proof, who swallowed his fear and spoke in a warm, gentle voice. Hearing his voice, the children stopped crying. They turned their fearful yet hopeful eyes to him, as Prof reassured them once more. "Don't worry. I promised you all I'd protect you." With that, Bro stepped forward alone to face Moore's spirit, looking up at her, causing her to wonder. "What is this?" Proof asks, just as he said, "Look at those poor, pitiful children. They'll be safe." Morse looked at him suspiciously, seemingly not understanding what he meant. Grov stared at her, resolute. "Here, the only one who can go with you is me." Back with Seo Kang-ho, he furiously charges towards Kingston, his powerful aura and murderous red eyes striking fear into all. Kingston braces himself to block Seo Kang-ho's direct attack. The two immense powers collided, creating a shockwave, and Kingston, looking at Seo Kang-ho, suddenly smiled, saying, "Just as I thought." He watched Seo Kang-ho seize the opportunity to turn and rush to finish off Shinka, and continued, "If it were you, you would reach the true peak." Kingston blocked Seo Kang-ho's attack on S, his gaze hardening at Seo Kang-ho's silence. "And an old man like me is left behind? Let's talk." Shang-ho, impatient, gritted his teeth in anger. Seong-ho yells for them to get out of the way, raising his fist to charge once more, while Kanis and Kato watch Kingston and Se Kang-ho's struggle with fear and anxiety. As Se Kang-ho raged, he heard Kingston's voice. "Young man," he said, easily blocking Se Kang-ho's fist with one hand, his tone advisory, "I understand how you feel." Suddenly, white lights emanate from Kingston, filling the space around them. He slowly lowers his hand, saying to Seo Kang-ho, "To resolve this situation, we can't let emotions take over." With that, he took a stance, preparing to counterattack, and Se Kang-ho sensed the danger emanating from him. He narrowly dodged Kingston's attack, which was redirected into the sky. What followed was a sight that shocked Sakang-ho. A massive hole in the ceiling, the result of Kingston's earlier punch. Shin suddenly sat up but was left speechless by the scene before her. Just as she began to panic, she heard Kingston say that if she wanted to escape, Shinka looked at Kingston, who stood tall, not turning back as he said to her, "Now's your chance, girl." She gritted her teeth, staring at Kingston, wondering if he was telling the truth. She quickly teleports away. Canis and Kato, seeing their master safe, waste no time in following. Seo Kang-ho stood frozen, silent and still, as Kingston stared directly at him. The two stared at each other in silence for a moment, before Kingston finally broke the eerie atmosphere. "Sit down, let's talk," he said, just before Seo Kang-ho charged in a frenzy. He didn't seem surprised, merely uttering a sound as he calmly braced for the attack. "Very well, the body can speak volumes." Back with Moore and Bro, Moore's questioning voice echoed. "What?" Bro stood calmly before her, speaking Utori's words. "Aside from defense, I'm nothing special. At first I didn't even like my power." He paused, then continued, "But after talking with Laosa, I realized my power is needed in this world." With that, Proof activated his magic, declaring, "I will use all my power to take all the damage for these children." The children seemed to understand Proof's words, looking at him with worried eyes and calling out to him. "Teacher." Moore was confused and questioned Proof. "Why did you have to go that far?" Proof calmly replies. "I already told you," he said, looking directly at Moore, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Because I'm a teacher." She screamed back enraged. "What does that have to do with him walking to his death?" Groove patiently explained. "Moore, we can't understand him because we live in completely different worlds." He then looked at her with a sharp, accusatory gaze, saying she was raised by the wrong people and turned into a killing machine. Hearing this, Moore was instantly enraged, gritting her teeth as she snapped at Grove to shut up. Grove continued to look at Moore with that condemning gaze, his voice continuing. "In this life, you have no choices of your own, manipulated like a puppet." Moore, hearing him continue, frantically screamed for him to stop. "Shut up." But Bro continued to condemn her, walking down the wrong path for someone else's future. Moores finally snaps, telling Bro to shut up, but he refuses. "No, I can't do that." He repeats his earlier words once more. "I'll go to hell with you and fix all the mistakes you've learned." Moores, seeing his stubbornness, cursed, "Damn it!" Grove continues, and as he speaks, he glances at the children, who are teary-eyed as they look at him. A teacher's job is to dedicate themselves to their students' futures. He then recalls when he first started teaching. "Since my appointment as a teacher at this school, I've been ready to sacrifice for my students." One of the children screams in terror, trying to stop him. "Teacher, no!" With the kind eyes of a dedicated teacher, he comforts his beloved students. "It's all right, kids." He smiled gently, offering his final words to the students. "Become good adults, because you are our future." The children, unsure of what to do, could only look at their teacher with tearful eyes, as if begging him to stay. And Moores could only grit his teeth in silence. The future. Memories flood back to Moore's childhood, and a gentle voice echoes, "Hello, everyone. From today on, I will be your guide." 3 ragged troll children, out of work, stared with innocent curiosity at the person introducing themselves as their teacher, who leaned down to meet them and introduce herself. "I am Tylum." She looked directly at the children, a friendly smile on her face, and continued, "From now on, you will be my future." 12-year-old Morest was among those 3 children, gazing up at her new teacher with wide, attentive eyes. "Are you ready to sacrifice for me?" We continue with Morest's childhood memories as Tum selects children with special abilities from the orphanage. After this, Tum continued her plan and had them study at the school she created. Tum stood on the platform and greeted the children she had chosen. "Hello, children. Please call me Teacher Tum." She looked at the children with a somewhat eerie gaze. Then, her following words revealed her greed and ambition. "I will become the queen of this world, and you will receive your lessons." Young Moores looked at her with timid fear, sensing something was wrong, as Tum continued, aiming to mold them into loyal warriors of this school. And with that, she offered words of encouragement. "So try to keep up with the lessons, okay?" Young Moore felt a deep unease at Tum's words. What followed was a devilish period as Tum molded killers to her will. Moores and the other children spent years learning under Tum's guidance. She relentlessly taught the children cruelty, how to easily kill with their powers, and indoctrinated them with twisted etiquette. Not only that, but she used brutal, demonic methods to test their loyalty and more. After rigorous training, Morris caught Tellem's eye with her exceptional potential, developing her abilities faster than any other child, earning Tum's favor and the position of class president. This favor came with certain privileges, including the right to punish other students on Telam's behalf, slowly corrupting her as she inflicted pain on her peers. The innocent, questioning gaze was gone, replaced by a soul cleansed by inhumane lessons. Morse followed Telam's teachings more earnestly than anyone else. She watched blankly as her friend suffered painful punishments at her hands, and in those moments she always felt that something was wrong. And it was during times like these that Tum would appear, one night. As Moore stood blankly in the hall, Tum appeared from behind and asked Han Moore, "How are you, Moore?" She gently asked Han how her day as class president was. Moore hesitated. "Well, I remember seeing my classmates scream in pain as they were punished." She then honestly tells Tai Lum, "I don't know why, but when I punish my less capable classmates..." Here, she looks at Tai Lum with a puzzled expression. "I feel nauseous and can't control it." Hearing this, Tai Lum simply smiled and softly replied, But in her eyes there's an unconcealed sense of triumph. Morris asked suspiciously, "Why is that?" "My lady," TL said affectionately to the girl Morse. She suddenly asked a very strange question. "Do you like bugs?" Morse quickly answered with honesty, "No, I find them disgusting." This answer pleased Tai Lum greatly. Exactly. That was the point. It's human nature to feel disgusted by creatures inferior to oneself. She patted Moore's shoulder, saying it was a perfectly natural emotion. Then she leaned down, looking directly at Moore, saying that as time passed and her friends did their part well, that feeling would gradually diminish. "So do your best, Moore. It was good of her to give you the role of class president." Words that seemed to gradually brainwash Moore. From then on, Moore continued to use her authority to punish her classmates, and though she still felt a strange disgust, and though at times that nausea was almost unbearable, what was coming would come. Just as Tai Lum had said, that feeling gradually disappeared over time. During a group lesson, Tai Lum looked down at her soon-to-be adult students and said, "Time has passed so quickly since you all came here." She stood proudly on the platform, looking down as she declared, "After you've grown for 5 years, I will become the queen of this world." And so, the children of yesterday have grown, still training relentlessly under Tai Lum's watchful eye. Even fighting each other has become part of their training. They fought like madmen, rain or shine, seemingly immune to pain and the harsh elements. And so, the day came when they finally matured and stood before Tai Lum with reverence, his plan unfolding without a hitch. He gazed upon them with satisfaction, as if admiring his perfectly crafted tools. Everything continued like that until that incident happened. One beautiful sunset, a man, slashed across the abdomen, leaned against a wall, groaning in pain. "Ugh." Along with that, a cold, emotionless voice echoed. "What? Can't kill him in one go?" A man says with doubt, "Perhaps I overdid it last night." He held a woman in his arms, who then asked, "Let's see." The man gently strokes her head and replies, "We should rest tonight." The identities of these two mysterious people are also revealed. The man is CL, and the woman in his arms is Hilo, both belonging to a mysterious, undefined system. Back at Tai Lum's school, drops of blood fall onto the floor as she lies motionless. Covered in blood, CL's fist pierced right through Tai Lum's chest, leaving her dead and wide-eyed. Seeing this, he wonders aloud, "What's this?" He nonchalantly remarks that she was too weak. Claire and Hilo exchanged words, seemingly self-reproaching, yet their faces remained emotionless, even betraying a hint of excitement. "Authority told us to be careful. Have we become too strong?" "Perhaps." Clack stood beside Tellen's corpse and sighed. Either way, her plan to start a school and raise the children into a rebel army is quite the pipe dream. Hilo, hearing this, asks, "Should we go to school?" Clack agreed. "Too lazy." Hilo shivered and said, "But if we don't go, authority will nag us." Claw paled at the reminder. "Guess we'll go then. Let's get this over with." The two Claws quickly moved to the great hall where Tellem's students were. The students, led by Morris, stared at the scene unfolding on the platform, silently listening to McLaughlin's words. He presented Tellem's corpse to them, then declared the school would be closed from now on. Immediately following his actions were terrified screams, as Morris witnessed his teacher's lifeless body being brutally carried away by Clot. "Teacher!" The broken sounds echoed as Hilo remained indifferent. Immediately, the students charged towards them, launching a coordinated attack. But Hilo remained still, calmly raising a hand and snapping his fingers. Instantly, they were sent flying. Maurice gaped in astonishment as his comrades were defeated with a mere flick of her finger. Clark and Hilo silently watched the group sprawled on the floor as Clark sighed. He lamented that she had trained them too well, while Hilo questioned whether bringing the children was the right choice. Claiming his opinion, he said that re-educating them to integrate into society would take a lot of time and resources. With that, he glanced at the pained faces writhing on the floor, and after a moment added, even if re-educated, they're still mobile killing machines, ticking time bombs just waiting to explode. Turning to Hilo, he asks, have these kids killed anyone? Hilo replies sternly, we caught them before they acted, so probably not. Claus wondered, were we too hasty? This is a difficult situation. He drops the corpse to the ground and continues to discuss with Hilo. What now, Hilo? What's this? Hilo decides that dealing with them now is more effective than risking trouble later. Hilo explains his decision, stating that they've been brainwashed and live in a different world. These children will surely grow up to be villains. Claw agreed instantly. Yes, I agree. Moore, unable to recover from the counterattack, could only lie helplessly on the floor, listening to the two decide her fate and the fate of others. He muttered, echoing Hilo's earlier sentiment. Better to put in the effort now than deal with trouble later, Hilo reminded him. All right, the reason can be fabricated. Taelum's students stare at them, fear rendering them speechless. They stared in bewildered fear at Claw and Hilo, who approached, ready to eliminate all of Tum's killing machines. Hilo gently reminded him to save his strength for the evening. CL nodded in response before extending his hand. Firestorm! Piercing screams filled the air. Ah, fresh blood was everywhere on the floor. Blood flowed from the eyes, noses, and mouths of the students, their faces filled with fear and agony as they screamed. Morris sat on the floor, looking up at the scarred man in the distance, asking, why? Why would he want to kill them? Besides being educated here, the large man named Klepp asked the girl, his words laced with danger. He recalled the gaunt, filthy children of the past, and slowly recounted the lives of the students here. Born abandoned, raised in orphanages. The villain taught the children about human anatomy so they could learn to kill quickly and efficiently. Hearing that, it's clear how dangerous it is, right? Moores was so scared by what he said that she was about to cry. She backed away, watching Kiel approach. Sorry, but you shouldn't have been born in the first place. Then, a spray of blood splattered on Clem's face, along with his parting words. May you be born into a decent family in your next life. More and more blood splattered everywhere, falling to the floor as Hilo watched Kyle decimate the students with glee, her cries echoing with each of Kyle's blows. Blood splatters against the walls as she continues to scream. Amor could only whimper in terror. Meanwhile, Clores, with an emotionless face, didn't even blink as a tragic slap echoed through the room. Then Hilo came over, took Cly's hand, and said, Cly, I can't take it anymore. He turned to her and she said, Wait, Hilo, deal with this one first. Before he could finish, she interjected, No, this one stays. Hilo looked around the blood-soaked classroom, then at the bodies of the students on the floor, and continued, These dying children. Finally, he looks at the terrified Morest, the only child who survived, and Hilo excitedly exclaims, Isn't this situation thrilling? Seeing Clark standing still, he urged him on. Huh? Hurry up, he said, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts indulgent. You're hopeless. Okay, I'll just give authority the gist of it, Clark said, before he and Hilo embraced in a passionate kiss. Taking advantage of their distraction, Moore slipped away, and so, thanks to Chloe's momentary lapse, Moore survived. The sky turned red and she had run a good distance. Moore could only weep in silence. She made unintelligible sounds, feeling exhausted, pained, and broken, before finally collapsing. She was lost and wandered for a long time. Lost and alone, Moore dragged her weary body down the road when a man approached, asking, Are you a disciple of Tum? The tall man, wearing a crude and menacing iron mask, continued, Come with me and fight with me for the revolution. And so, Moore was brought under Caracas's wing. Fighting under Caracas, Morris wrought untold damage upon the world, until Caracas was beaten bloody by another. And after Caracas died, Morris was captured by Tom, who used magic to create unbreakable chains suspending her in the air. Tom eventually imprisoned her in the loose prison, and Morez sadly spoke, ending the flashback. My whole life, I've learned to live this way, to believe these actions and this life were inevitable. Moore stares at the man and says, So now you're suddenly angry and yelling, now you're telling me I was wrong? How can I accept that? She recalled a time long ago when someone called out to her, saying it wasn't her fault, but the world's. If she became queen, she would change the world to suit her. SK's eyes were full of sincerity as she asked Moore if she wanted to be her subject. Back in reality, Morest questioned loudly, Answer me. Bro, Moore looked at the children, stammering, I. She recalls the authority's cold, bloody face and speaks his words, the hero's words. Her face goes blank, and Morest utters the question that has haunted her. Was I truly not meant to be born? Bro called out to her. More, no one should ever not exist in this world, Bro gently says. He wants More to understand how terrible her experiences were. I understand that completely, but that doesn't mean she's forgiven for the sins she's committed. You've committed too many sins. Her face filled with panic at his words as he placed a hand on his chest and declared with resolve, I will walk with you, soothe the pain you suffered as a child, and hold you accountable for your crimes. Moore stared down at Bro, unblinking, as he declared he would accompany her as a teacher. Grove spoke up. Moore, I have one last request. Please shield the children's eyes from what's about to happen. It's unclear what he said to upset her, but before Bro could finish, Moore angrily screamed at him to shut up, shut up! Bro looked up at the sharp blade above him, then gently turned back to his students, smiling. Please, everyone, turn away. The children cried out, Teacher! A smile graced his face, without regret, as he said it had been an honor to teach them. At that moment, the children began to feel fear, some crying, others frozen in place. Moore's eyes were more ferocious than ever as the blade began to fall. Grove couldn't bear to watch and squeezed his eyes shut as the blade fell with a sickening thud. Slowly opening his eyes, Grove saw Morris's head before him and exclaimed in shock, Morris, someone like you. She spoke. You don't have to follow. I know I was wrong. Beside you is a blade that is slowly disappearing. Morris whispers her final words. I've known all along, I just didn't want to admit it. Because once I admitted it, I realized I'd gone too far. Disgusting. Her memories returned to that day in the hall. After punishing her friends, she held a staff, and before her were her injured friends, still trying to comfort her. Moore, we're okay. A student clutches her arm, saying that if she doesn't do it, Lum will reprimand her, right? We'll be okay. Moores looks down to see her reflection stained with her friend's blood. Disgusting. Then, her memories shift to the time she was captured by Tom. She called her Morris and said it was time to stop living as someone's puppet. Looking into Tom's eyes, she saw how disgusting she had become. The memory shifts to Marest's time in Luke Plus prison, where she sits alone in an empty room as a voice echoes from outside. Nice to meet you, Morris. Morris glanced through the small window in the door and saw a lovely girl standing outside, introducing herself. I'm Hung-ji, the warden here. Is there anything you need? In the dark cell, seeing my reflection in the warden's soup, I was disgusted with myself. It was too painful. Therefore, I cannot admit it. What I learned was not wrong. What is disgusting is this world, and what is wrong is also this world. I tried to believe that so I could keep living. Moore remembers laughing with his students, then reverts to his childhood form. Moore stares blankly at Pro's face. The flashback ends, returning to the present where the high-hanging glass panels begin to crack and fall. Moores cries out, realizing she can no longer hold on, her eyes slowly closing. It was a truly disgusting life. With that, Moore slowly faded away and vanished. Grove stared blankly in the direction of the dissipating smoke, as his students rushed from afar to embrace him. Kingston told Se-Kang-ho that his anger wouldn't change the situation, calmly offering sincere advice. If you don't grow stronger from here, you won't be able to kill that kid or the girl. In the end, the problem. Kingston paused, then continued, it all comes down to you. But Se-Kang-ho didn't stop and continued to charge toward him. Seeing that he wasn't listening, Kingston continued, using their previous fight as an example. Just now, if you were stronger, you could have ignored me and killed the girl. Kingston continued to lecture him, saying that anger was just a stage of denial, but Se-Kang-ho showed no signs of calming down. You're just angry because you can't accept your own shortcomings. Angry at yourself, aren't you? Se-Kang-ho lunges towards Kingston. He seemed to have lost all patience with Kingston's advice, while Kingston calmly watched Se-Kang-ho's actions. He doesn't seem to want to admit it, does he? But I understand, admitting your shortcomings isn't easy. Kingston has no intention of avoiding Se-Kang-ho's attack, but you must accept it. He effortlessly blocked Se-Kang-ho's powerful attacks, stubbornly continuing despite the onslaught. Shortcomings are a part of you. Only when you accept and acknowledge it can you move forward and achieve your goals. With that, his expression suddenly turned stern. I'll ask you again, Kingston said to Se-Kang-ho. What made you so angry? His question struck a nerve. Fragments of painful memories flood Se-Kang-ho's mind. Death and separation, dusted off and dragged back to reality, forever haunting him. He gritted his teeth, refusing to be consumed by the painful memories, and Se-Kang-ho finally snapped. Se-Kang-ho screams at Kingston, haunted by the painful images of his past. Those images flowed into Kingston's hands like a stream of dark shadows. He spoke again. But what was the reason for all of this? He asked, clutching the memories flowing into his hand, and in an instant punched Se-Kang-ho in the chest, sending him flying back in agony. With that punch, his memories shattered, And as Seo Gangho fell, he sensed something different. Painful memories of the past flooded his mind. The heavy injuries in battle, the heart-wrenching farewells to loved ones. All those memories, like an old film trapped in his mind, were suddenly awakened, leaving him no time to react. Outside, a bright blue sky contrasted sharply with the gloomy atmosphere inside the building. Shang-ho lay motionless on the ground, staring blankly at the sky outside as Kingston slowly approached him. He asked solicitously, "Well, have you calmed down at all yet?" Seo Kang-ho remained silent for a long moment, then covered his face with his hands and hesitantly asked, "What am I supposed to do?" Kingston had finally received his answer. What to do? He didn't answer, but simply said, "Don't you already know the answer?" With that, he extended his hand to Seo Kang-ho, who eventually reached out and took it, offering his silent reply. Meanwhile, near a gate connecting universes, a voice breaks the silence as Aho, frustrated, laments to Ju Young. "Seriously, I haven't seen your lovely face in ages and you're already leaving?" Hyung Ju Young chuckled. "Orders are orders." Speaking of which, his eyes darted forward, adding, "Besides, someone seems to be standing where he's looking." He glanced at her as he said, "Looks like this won't end any time soon." That girl is Mienge, an Esper. In a corner of the ruined city, Leiper struggles to withstand the relentless attacks of his opponent. Meanwhile, Wet relentlessly unleashes spells on Lipus, the constant clashes creating massive explosions. Just then, SK, who had just escaped Sekong, suddenly appeared. Yuet had clearly opened a portal. "Why aren't you back yet? What are you doing?" Wet turned to answer, "I still have things to do." But before he could finish, Sin called his name sternly. He turned to see Sinka covered in wounds, face burning with rage, shouting, "Get back here, or I'll kill you." After that, things gradually stabilized. The issue of Za's invitation was resolved, but the event left a ruined city, resembling the remnants of war. In the aftermath, Kingston, accompanied by Si Kangu, requested a meeting with the world government, held at a government headquarters. The meeting room buzzed with discussion. So that's how it is. Kingston stood there leisurely, smiling as he said to the others, "I wondered why we couldn't meet without restrictions." He paused, glancing at everyone in the room, and continued, "Turns out it's because there are some familiar faces." Boda and Jira, the familiar faces he spoke of, greeted him. "Long time no see, Kingston. How have you been?" Kingston chuckled. "So you finally made it to that position?" "Greedy bunch," Jira replied calmly. "I thought he'd be even more ambitious than you." Boda chuckled in agreement with Jira. "Ha ha, that's right." Seeing the three had finished talking, the man in the head seat immediately spoke up to get their attention. "So, Kingston." It was none other than Bez who hesitated before asking Kingston the reason for the meeting. Kingston didn't answer right away, but looked at BZ and asked, "Are you the president? You're quite young, aren't you?" It was then that he got to the point, declaring, "I'm not here to talk, but to make an announcement." Standing directly opposite BZ, he declared with imposing force, "Sao Kangu is now my disciple, so stay out of it, that's all." As soon as he said that, the faces of everyone in the meeting room changed, shocked by Kingston's announcement. No one expected him to make such a declaration and then leave without another word. After Kingston left, the core members in the meeting room immediately began to discuss whether to support or oppose Kingston's proposal, as Bez inquired. 4 opposed, Kum, Buddha, Gera, and Enyi. Only Authority supported, while El Guido remained neutral. Authority, angered by the opposition, slammed the table and demanded, "Is this all there is to your authority? Why are you all opposing? Overwhelming power is on our side. Are you going to pass up this opportunity?" He pointed and questioned, "Especially Grom, I don't understand your choice." Chrome frowned at the mention of her name and spoke her mind in an irritated tone. Criminals are criminals, and none of their demands should be accepted. Even the government agreeing to meet is annoying enough. Enhi, sitting next to Authority, also speaks out in protest. He's a funny one. Wasn't Authority Kingston the criminal you insisted be executed first? Yet now he trusts the words of a man he once deemed so dangerous. Authority quickly retorted to the accusation. "These guys, things are different now, aren't they?" Over at BZ, he can only sit and listen to the others arguing endlessly. He's got a massive headache over this whole thing, lost in thought, trying to figure out how to solve this tricky situation. But their bickering only made him tear his hair out in frustration. Damn, this must be his misfortune as leader. Meanwhile, in a dreamy warm bath, S has returned and is soaking in the warm water. And Sin is also struggling. She nervously bites her nails, unable to stop thinking about Kingston's terrifying power. That old man seemed much weaker. After being imprisoned for so long, she couldn't help but wonder. But has he really weakened? Just how powerful was he in his prime? As Ska muttered to herself, Seo Huan entered and called out her name. Shin, wrapped only in a blanket, looked at him inquisitively. You invited me to bathe together, but he hesitated. Is this really necessary to defeat Seo Kangwoo? When he entered and asked, Shin Seo happily spread her arms and replied, Of course, this is an essential step to growing up. Sheng Huan's appearance seemed to ignite something in her, making her more confident. No, my plan won't fail. She gazed at Seong Hwan with burning eyes. She has Seung Hwan, and many secret cards, Hero, Terapia, and Aura, flashed through her mind. With that thought, she happily embraced Seung Hwan, thinking that time would solve everything. But she squeezed him so tight he complained that he couldn't breathe. Within the Hero Association, authority sits solemnly in the front row. And there's Mianji. Seeing that a good number of people had arrived, the host spoke up. It seems everyone is here. So, regarding the election of the third generation of equality, the person standing on the podium is the acting chairman, Laos. She scanned the room, taking in everyone present before officially announcing the start of the meeting, and Lepus stepped up to the podium to clearly explain the process. The equality selection process is as follows. She looks at the diverse candidates and continues. The association president will nominate 5 candidates if the number of heroes agrees. Lepus thought of the towering government building, her voice growing more resolute. Each individual will be vetted by the government. The bronze badge of honor shines in the firelight, a symbol of everyone's pride. She adds that if no disqualifying reasons are found, they will be chosen as equals. Growing impatient, Lepus quickly raised her hand to get everyone's attention and hesitantly said, The equality candidates I would like to propose include... But a voice suddenly cut her off, causing her to pause awkwardly. The man questioned arrogantly, Who allowed you to decide on the candidates? It was authority. With his arms crossed, he sternly reminds Lip, You're only the acting president. After regaining her composure, Lepus Lip unflinchingly asks him, Authority? Then why are you here? You've already been stripped of your hero status. Authority coldly replies, I'm here to attend the meeting as a leadership representative. Lears sternly reminds him to be clear about his authority and that he should just sit quietly and observe. You have no right to discuss the affairs of the association. Authority, unmoved by her words, remained firm in his opinion. I'll say it again. I do not recognize you as the guild's president. Lears shouts back, agitated. We don't need your concern. Authority spoke steadily, glaring at her with a threatening gaze while warning all the candidates present. Our world government will boycott any equality candidate chosen by interim chairman Rapper, regardless of the reason. Rappers was stunned by his insidious words, blurting out, What? A solemn silence fell over the hall as authority spoke clearly. You're not the official chairman, just a temporary one. Everyone listened intently to his words. The important decision of choosing equality? Authority stated boldly, seemingly emboldened. You're deciding the fate of the association, something a temporary leader can't do. Only a permanent chairman can. Lepers quickly objects. Authority, are you even aware of the current situation? We need to choose equality as soon as possible to resolve the crisis. Authority sarcastically replies. Solve the crisis? It's almost comical coming from you. Learsis suddenly recalls a map of Portugal, and Authority asks, Tell me, Lears, what did you do in Portugal? Authority, recalling her tenacious fight, continued in a low voice, Instead of catching criminals, you were just playing around with Wed. Behind her, a magic circle blazes brilliantly. You think if you don't kill the target, it's all just a game? I prioritized protecting civilians first. She remembered unleashing her power, and then Proof and the children, glaring at Authority, questioned him sternly. As for you, Authority, I heard you were going to sacrifice the children taken hostage, Leiper said, expressing her dissatisfaction. Why do you always make others sacrifice themselves? You haven't changed at all. Authority growls her name, Lepers. Authority stares back, uncomprehending. Why should I change? It is you who needs to change. Lepers froze for a moment, glaring at him. The man's deep voice echoed through the hall once more. Authority paused for a moment, then rose to his feet, turning to stare at the group behind him. It's all of you who need to change. Authority spread his arms, asking calmly, What about what I did in Portugal? I made the decision that best fit the situation. Seeing their grim, restrained expressions, he continued gleefully, In the end, there were no casualties, right? Lepus couldn't believe the audacity of the man before her, twisting right from wrong so brazenly, and she gritted her teeth in fury. Authority continued his sacrifice of words. Grand words indeed. He pointed at her, his voice stern. You are the ones sacrificing this society to protect criminals. Authority thought of the towering building, always lit, using precious tax money to nurture and shelter countless murderers. He saw her silence and pressed on, invoking social responsibility and reform. Empty words. He envisions the courts of justice as a dark nightmare, rehabilitation. What a joke! Authority passionately declares that they never change. They're all scum. He imagined he saw Shinka secretly manipulating the entire planet, saying, "Look, they just escaped and are already preparing." Authority emphasizes that they're hiding under that mad woman's banner, preparing for another massacre in this situation. Lepers is silent, unsure how to refute his argument. Authority scoffs, questioning how someone who was once Mago's disciple could choose equality and run the Hero Association. Authority continues, "It's obvious how it will go. More nonsense about heroes not killing people, pretending to be righteous and acting noble to comfort themselves." Authority stared at Lipus, then declared that no one wanted her as the Hero Association's president, and that she was no longer the president who pretended to be one. Lipus could only grit her teeth and glare at him, the soft sunlight streaming into the hall through the skylights. Lipus compromises, very well. Authority. With newfound resolve, Miss Ha declared, "So, what you're saying is, if I become the official chairman, I can proceed according to protocol, correct?" Authority stood and stated firmly, "Yes, that's right." Lepus, looking at the silent attendees, continued. "Then let's just vote," he declared, as Authority seemed to be searching for a favorable outcome. "So, you mean a public vote?" "Fine." Laius dismisses it immediately. "No." Her voice echoed through the solemn hall, tainted by the urgency of the moment. Lipers gazes out, confidently addressing the packed rows, stating that they will gather opinions from the heroes present and the decision will be based on the majority vote. She asks for his opinion. Authority hesitates, looking around. A majority vote, huh? Aren't these all heroes carefully selected by Lao Xia? He focused on their appearances and harshly said, "This is too biased." Lipus recalls his proud bronze badge and sets the rule accordingly. Just like equality's selection process, a 2/3 vote is required for approval. Authority hesitated, contemplating for a long time as he gazed at the heroes around him. Time ticked by. Finally, the results are announced, the voting tally displayed on a blue screen. The question, do you accept Lipers' equality selection result, which has completed verification? 52% voted in favor, while 48% opposed. The vote failed to reach the required threshold, and the result was disapproved, leaving Lipus stunned. The 48% dissenting votes meant the 2-3 majority wasn't reached, a nightmare that haunted Lipus as she hesitated before the results. In stark contrast, Authority reveled in her misfortune. How unfortunate. He laughs wildly, a smug and self-satisfied expression on his face, despite failing to achieve the majority vote he desired. Authority smirks, suggesting they may need to elect a new association president. As Authority said, these heroes were all selected and active since Chairman Lao Shi's time. Lippers couldn't have foreseen this outcome. She stared blankly at the group, the vote failing to reach the required 2/3 majority. The vote fails, the result clear for all to see. All thanks to Authority. The scene shifts and his image comes into sharp focus. As the ruckulous prison incident unfolded, a brutal disaster that only deepened the prison's grim atmosphere, Authority quickly approached all the heroes, earnestly trying to persuade them and carefully presenting his views. Initially, most opposed Authority, the second chairman, and the heroes' faces collectively showed displeasure. But as Authority persisted, more and more people were gradually persuaded. A barbaric event was unfolding. Despite disagreeing with Authority's ideology, the powerful position of chairman was tempting, and many heroes agreed that a re-election was necessary, a view strengthened by Lao Sa's radiant presence. To lead his policies, Lao Sa had overwhelming power and achievements to prove her ideals, while Lipus appeared in stark contrast, lacking both. That bronze badge of power serves as yet another affirmation. Segangu, the former member of ITY, seems the most fitting to inherit La's ideals. But Selgangu's image is now almost synonymous with savagery and bloodshed in the public eye, because he changed his views and killed the prisoners. Back in the present, opinions among the heroes are divided. Authority taunts Lipers, suggesting her colleagues doubt her ability to lead the association. "What will she do now?" Lipers stammered, stunned. "A vote," Authority interrupts her. "A public vote?" Lipers stammered. "But there's no time. We could nominate candidates and let the heroes decide." Authority cut her off. "No, that's not it." He briefly recalled La's imposing figure and used it as an excuse. You know very well that your esteemed third chairman, Lao Sa, clearly stated that the position of chairman must be elected by popular vote, and in the event of an emergency or natural disaster, the government may shorten the election period. Lip was speechless. The only sound in the hall was Authority's mocking question. Oh, you knew this too, didn't you? Authority continued confidently, stating that anyone, even non-members, could run for chairman, as stipulated by the esteemed Lao Sa. All the heroes were silent, as if agreeing with him. Authority looked at her mockingly. Well, what are you doing standing there, temporary chairman? Authority smugly orders her to inform the government that a re-election for chairman will be held so they can set a date, and that she must fulfill her duty as chairman. Lepers is in a difficult position, unsure of what to do. Authority emphasized, even if it's just temporary, that he's resigning as world leader and running for chairman of the Hero Association. The question before everyone is, between Authority and Leapers, who is more suitable to be the association's chairman? Golden sunlight streams into the luxurious chairman's office as a weary BZ dozes in his chair. Suddenly his brow furrows, revealing his worry and anxiety as Bez drifts back to a day long ago. It was a beautiful sunny day, the vast blue sky overlooking the lush green forest as BZ, dressed for the outdoors and carrying a large briefcase, paused at a sudden sound. What boldness! Before him, Kingston, in martial arts attire, sits leisurely on the high cliff. He requested a private meeting? Is it really okay for the chairman to do that? Bez approached the foot of the cliff, looking up as he honestly replied, I've heard a lot about you from Boda and Guerra, and I don't think you'd hurt me. Kingston muttered, These old geezers have no shame. He quickly returned to the conversation, saying sincerely, I heard you have no powers. Yet you climbed to the top. Impressive. Bez ignored the comment and cut to the chase. Mr. Kingston, it's just the two of us, so I'll be blunt. Bez stared intently at Kingston, seeking answers, and asked sternly, What is your purpose? Kingston didn't answer directly, but looked at him with a profound gaze and asked, Chairman, do you understand the evolution of abilities? Bez pondered this, picturing a light bulb with its filament burning brightly, and slowly replied, When it comes to ability development, the summoning type is the clearest example. The stronger the power. BZ thought of muscular people, while special and physical abilities peak after puberty, during their physical prime. Amidst the majestic mountains, a gentle breeze carried green leaves and Kingston's indifferent voice. Half right, half wrong. What's Bez so surprised about? Before Bez's questioning gaze, Kingston slowly explained, both physique and special ability types do become stronger with age. But with a slight wave of his hand, a hazy black dust emanated from it, and Kingston's chilling voice echoed, Physical abilities can break predetermined limits through hard training. Bez was taken aback, and a gust of wind rustled through the trees. Kingston continued, Aren't you curious? Kingston thought of the ferocious red figure with immense power, capable of summoning storms. What if a person reached the highest level of their supernatural power and also maximized their physical abilities? Bez pondered this. He gasped, realizing the nation would struggle to maintain control. Kingston, high on the rocky outcrop, called out, Hey, Chairman! He raised his eyebrows with a mischievous glint. Shouldn't you be asking Sigangu about that? I'm not the one to answer that question. I simply want to see the ultimate limits of humanity. Bez was surprised, but Kingston simply said, That's all. The flow of memories shifts again. BZ recalls sitting at his desk, turning to the person opposite him, and with his authority says, You want to add someone to equality? He faces Lao Sa, honestly saying, I didn't expect such an important procedure to need to be passed. Lao Sa firmly insists that he's worth it, but BZ probes further. If you say so, he must be very skilled, but as a teammate, is he reliable? Lao Sa responds with unwavering confidence, as trustworthy as his own strength. She added, I see him as a reliable teammate. Her words echoed a moment from the past. It was then, speaking with Kingston, that Bez, under his gaze, declared his unwavering faith in his own intuition, saying without hesitation, I believe in Xiang Yu. Kingston then said something unexpected, leaving Bez puzzled. Then the answer is obvious, isn't it? He gave a forced laugh, knowing opposition wouldn't change anything. The scene shifts, and a sigh of relief echoes in the president's office. Finally, Bez rises, leaning on the desk with a sigh. A crucial decision has been made, allowing for a moment of relief, but then a strange sound echoes. The secretary peeked her head in, cautiously calling out to the chairman before announcing, I heard the Hero Association is electing a new chairman. Bez seems interested in this and signals the secretary to continue. The secretary hesitantly continued. She hesitated before announcing some urgent news. Authority has just declared his candidacy for chairman of the Hero Association. BZ clearly didn't want this to happen, his face a mask of disappointment, boredom, and confusion, while Kingston wore a satisfied smirk. Bez has accepted Kingston's terms, a matter known only to officials involved in the World Government Summit. The meeting unfolds in a solemn chamber, attended by only a select few, shrouded in absolute secrecy. Meanwhile, within a towering skyscraper, the Hero Association presidency election, framed by the government, is about to begin, electrifying the already bustling city. After 3 days of candidate registration, there will be 3 public debates, in stark contrast to the tension gripping the hall. For 2 weeks, a red-rimmed pie chart appears, as the Hero Association president will be chosen by popular vote. The top-security prison, always brightly lit, presents a difficult problem. However, the term of the president elected this time will be a maximum of 4 years. If the Lucillus prison break is resolved, the term will end. Beneath the city's peaceful facade, hidden agendas simmer. Furthermore, in principle, anyone can register as a candidate, which could lead to chaos if there are too many. At this moment, the bright spots representing the brains of locations around the world are more important than ever. Therefore, only those supported by the representative heroes in the area are eligible to run. Authority, with its stern clock symbol, and Lipers, with its rabbit and carrot, became 2 distinct factions, both declaring their candidacy during the registration period. In the familiar conference room, the purple-haired mute, a psychic with a microphone, begins the opening remarks. Greetings, members of the Hero Association. I'm Mute, and I'll be hosting this chairman election. With the serious participation of these influential figures, I'll explain the election process, where each candidate will have the opportunity to address the entire association. She looked towards Authority, who was already on the podium, and introduced him. First, a speech from candidate Authority. He said to the heroes before him, "I'll keep it brief." Authority pressed a button on the remote, and an LED screen lit up, signaling everyone to look. It was a stark image of the Lucillus prison inmates. Authority stated sternly, "Your blind pursuit of ideals has unleashed these monsters." He looks down at the heroes and questions, "What do you intend to do? Capture, imprison, then release them again?" Authority frowned, clearly displeased. "I trust you won't repeat such foolish actions again." Next is Lyrcis's speech. Standing at the podium, she presented evidence to support her claims. During Authority's time as chairman, he condoned the slaughter of civilians by heroes. Lipos thought of those heroes, Hero Clo, her voice growing firmer. Perhaps the number of civilians killed by heroes was no less than that of the villains. Thinking of SK's cruelty, she couldn't help but agree with the urgency of the matter. "I know the situation is dire. A madman preaching eugenics threatens humanity, but Authority is no different from SK's madness." Lipos looked at the people below and continued earnestly. "He places value on human lives, forcing minorities to sacrifice in the name of justice." She closes her eyes, expressing her sorrow. Everyone is equal. Never forget the duty of a hero that Lao Sa emphasized. Liper's rabbit symbol and Authority's clock are complete opposites. The initial strategies of both candidates were as follows. In the city, with its towering skyscrapers, consolidate support. Across the continent, both were busy attracting representative heroes from each region to their side. The Authority's clock symbol appears, with heroes supporting Authority, including the seasoned North American Anganer Su and the old man from India, Aletter. The rabbit badge appears, heroes supporting Lipe, representing Europe, a girl from Oceania, Poi, a masked man from China, Myanmar, and a man from the Middle East, Cafe Ga. There's also Hassan from South America, and Anigo from Africa. In the city center, after consolidating their support base, the 2 candidates made headlines. Both Lipers and Authority relentlessly campaigned until the very last day, using negative tactics to undermine each other. And as the registration period drew to a close, Manhwa addressed the LED board. "So the registration is over, right?" She squints at the screen, and now there will be 3 debates. Suddenly, she was utterly stunned. "Huh." Meow squints at the others and the screen before them, blurting out, "Huh? What's this?" She announces that someone has unexpectedly registered as a candidate, surprising both Authority and Lipers, who instinctively look at the screen for information, as a cough echoes through the hall. An unfamiliar voice echoes, "Greetings, members of the Hero Association." A young girl stands on the podium and gently introduces herself. "I am Medius." Contrary to her voice, her eyes reveal a hint of wickedness and triumph. She continued, "My current occupation is a repeat student." Liper's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. "What is happening?" Authority said nothing, but his face revealed contempt and disdain. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally exclaimed, "What the hell?" Medius's sudden appearance seemed to weigh heavily on the entire room, but in stark contrast to the awkward silence, Medius wore a confident expression, clearly anticipating this situation. Medius's appearance clearly bothered Authority, who immediately complained, asking what was going on. Do they think the Hero Association president election is like a high school class election? Clearly, only those supported by a hero representative region can run. Indeed, the crowd's criticism was about to erupt. Suddenly, a stern voice cuts through the noise. I will support her. It was Kafega, the hero representing the Middle East, and his words stunned the entire hall. Authority and Lipers couldn't believe their ears, their eyes wide with shock. What? Lip was especially stunned that a representative who once supported her had changed his mind. Mr. Kafea, you used to support me. Kafea calmly replied without hesitation. I've changed my mind, as if nothing could sway his decision. His eyes were filled with conviction. Now, I support Medius, that girl. Medius smiles faintly, as if she knew this outcome all along, her deep eyes piercing through the mortal world. In an instant, the tides turn and Medius emerges as a new factor, overturning the entire game, leaving candidate number 1 L. The first two candidates are not significantly different. Candidate number 2, Authority. The biggest difference in this race comes from the newly emerged candidate. Candidate number 3, Medius. 3 candidates have officially registered. The news spread like wildfire, quickly making headlines in major publications. Seeing Medius dominate the media, Authority couldn't help but feel annoyed. Every article talks about that high school student. It's quite the sensation. News about Medius is spreading, drawing mixed reactions, so it seems the press will be quite busy. But many criticized Kafea and the girl, saying elections aren't a joke. So did that girl even investigate? Authority moved quickly, needing more information on Medius, but her data remained elusive. She's just a normal high school student, nothing special. Authority began to speculate and hypothesize about Medius's identity. A person with supernatural powers? The vague data quickly throws his secretary into confusion. It's unclear, perhaps some kind of assumed ability? Confusion fills the room as Medius's mystery silences. Even Authority. Lipers is clearly displeased. She questions Kafega, demanding an explanation. Kafega remained calm, unfazed by Lipus's questioning, telling him to ask whatever he wanted. But Lipus thought Kafega was being too emotional about this. Perhaps it was a rash decision made without enough thought. Did he know the girl beforehand? Even so, he couldn't let personal feelings affect such an important matter. No, I'd never met her before. What? Kafega began to recall the events that led him to make his earlier decision. Days before I walked into the office for work, he had encountered Medius. In my own office, I found her sitting in my chair. At that time, Kafega clearly showed his rejection of Medius, frowning openly. At first, I thought she was an intruder sent by the villains and was about to subdue her, but Kafega's hostility didn't last long. It faded before Medius's words. But after talking a few times, Kafega's memories seemed jumbled. He couldn't clearly remember the details of what had happened. Not dozens, not hundreds, but countless times. Medius's words seemed to have some kind of magic, as Kafega was swept away, agreeing with and supporting her. I feel as though I've spoken with her countless times, and at some point I became certain that I had to support her. Lipers was utterly perplexed by Kafura's vague memories, wearing an expression of utter disbelief. Cafe can't be allowed to drown in her memories. Lipus speaks up, please allow me. Is that all right? Yes, go right ahead. Lipus quickly reached out and used her ability on Kafura, creating 2 large rabbits with medical symbols on their heads that gently appeared behind her. As expected, Lipus found nothing unusual, which greatly surprised her. There were no signs of hypnosis or mind manipulation. But what is this? Finding no shady evidence, Leos could only try to persuade Kafura with reason. Even so, Kafura immediately cuts her off, saying deciding something so important based on a feeling is wrong. This isn't a feeling. Lepers, how many times have I told you? Sie's eyes shine like a devout follower gazing upon their god. An unwavering gaze of loyalty, absolute faith, a certainty. I believe she must become the association's president. With Kiera so resolute, what could Leos possibly say? Any advice would be superfluous at this point. Medius's emergence remains a major question mark in this election. What will this mysterious figure bring to humanity's future? A difficult question to answer, going beyond mystery, not quite a threat. Authority and Lipers are most affected by this, but they have bigger fish to fry. Authority and Lipers still have their doubts, but they decide it doesn't affect the situation, so they focus on each other. It seems neither of them consider Medius a rival. They're only trying to compete with each other. The debate begins with the host's dulcet tones. Mute waves to the audience, welcoming them to the debate. I'm Mute, your host for this debate, and before we begin, I'd like to explain the rules. First, let's talk about time. Mute begins to explain. First, each candidate will have 10 minutes to speak, and they will be numbered accordingly for this debate. The speaking order will follow the candidate numbers, and the candidates must prepare not only speeches, but also difficult questions. During these 10 minutes, candidates can present their platforms or question their opponents, with time management being key. The time spent answering will be deducted from the questioner's time, so they can interrupt if they don't need to hear the whole thing. An equally interesting mechanism is the rebuttal, where each candidate can raise 2 objections during their opponent's speech. Mute smiles brightly, explaining the debate rules from beginning to end, taking the lead each time for 1 minute. Now, let the debate begin. The candidates quickly introduce themselves to the public, starting with candidate number 1, Lipus. Hello, I'm Lipus, Mago student and a member of Equality. Next is Authority, candidate number 2. Pleased to meet you. I am Authority, the second-generation former chairman of the Hero Association. And finally, the new factor in this election, candidate number 3, Medius. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Medius. The debate begins, and it's candidate number 1, Leus's turn to speak. As interim president, Leus knows how to lead the discussion. We have endured countless wars, and his speech begins with the deep roots of our current situation. Since the emergence of superpowers centuries ago, wars have erupted between nations, followed by the evolution of conflicts in each era. After the unified world government, countless civil wars erupted, conflicts that took many forms but never truly disappeared. And after the Hero Association was formed, society was divided between heroes and villains. War became an inevitable part of each era. Lipus seems to emphasize the process of being submerged in that terrifying inevitability. We spent most of our time in the collapse of society like that. From the bitterness brought on by conflict, Lursus once again emphasizes the role of many senior heroes, but thanks to the efforts of Lausa and many others, a new social foundation is rebuilt. Laus's student speaks with conviction, now that society is finally functioning as it should. Lipers implies Authority would undo all the heroes' hard work. Think back to Authority's era, when heroes were like outlaws with conflicting beliefs and methods, indiscriminately slaughtering villains and civilians alike. It seems this speech is entirely aimed at Authority, with the goal of discrediting him. If Authority becomes chairman of the association, those things will repeat, and the society we've struggled to build will collapse. As Lipers passionately argues, Authority interrupts her, stating that society is already collapsing. Authority isn't taking this lying down. He's signaling a counterattack, demanding a minute to respond. Can't she see the situation? This old man has lived for many years, and his debating experience is vast. I truly can't understand why the sacrifice I endured, though tearful, is considered a massacre. Authority begins to argue that sacrificing society for criminals is considered moral. If sacrifice is inevitable, we must ensure it's not in vain, even though Authority's words are swaying the crowd. All traces of evil must be completely eradicated, Authority declares, as if this were his own playground. It's precisely because the seeds of evil were left behind that this situation arose. Lepo senses something is amiss. It seems this old man is cheating. Wait, Authority, the 1 minute isn't up yet. So he deliberately put his hand on the clock, using his powers to argue past the time limit. Get your hand off that clock now. Is 1 minute really this long? No wonder Authority has been talking so much. He smirks, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. What is she even talking about? That punchable face only fueled Lipus's anger as she retorted, "If you don't let go." Lipus didn't even finish her sentence before M's cold voice echoed. Enough, enough! M immediately cut Lipus off, preventing her from speaking further. M uses his ability to silence Lipers, reiterating the rules. She can only speak when her opponent's rebuttal time is over. The mute ability silenced Authority as well, but the old man shrugged it off, seemingly unconcerned, and was asked to refrain from using his powers. The battle seems to revolve entirely around Lipers and Authority. They're striving for an image, and their actions are perfectly understandable. They are fiercely defending their positions in the elections. Public image is paramount. It's currently a state of semi-war, with Authority and Lipus striving to project a powerful image. The two sides argued back and forth relentlessly, Lipus looking tense as they traded barbs and accusations. Authority was no different, his face equally enraged. Instead of emphasizing their platforms, Authority and Lipus focused solely on attacking each other. The debate was incredibly tense, but of course Authority, with his strong image, began to express his doubts. He openly disdains Lipers, but something about it feels suspicious. How can a girl who can't handle one villain resolve this situation? Or is she saying she's stronger than Lao She? Lipers is far less experienced and cunning than Authority. Lubis is no match for her. Her master's shadow looms too large for Authority to handle. Her candidacy is a stroke of luck. Because she's only remembered as Mago's student, she's seen as someone who still needs to learn, and her appearance has become a disadvantage, making it difficult for her to win over the public. Most importantly, her rabbit-like appearance makes her seem weak, as authority silently assesses the situation. So the next person he's targeting is Medius. If he just crushes that variable, this debate will end, as he wishes. Finally, Medius takes the stage in an atmosphere leaning towards authority, yet she shows no signs of anxiety. It's Medius's turn, and she begins her debate by unexpectedly complimenting her opponents. Authority transformed the Hero Association from a small organization into a global corporation, with his decisiveness and incredible drive. Lepus also receives praise from Medius. Lepus, who inherited a far-reaching will, has strengthened this corporation with strong ideals and beliefs, Medius calmly continued, to the bewilderment of her two opponents. And so she made a shocking statement. I want to combine the strengths of both to resolve the current situation. Medius was about to respond, but Authority cut her off, saying, My platform is you, kid. He mocked Medius again with that condescending tone, saying this isn't a student council election. Go back to studying. This debate isn't about policy. The old man, still as rude as ever, continued to mock Medius relentlessly, suggesting he was just a poor student trying to impose his prejudices on others until he had to be stopped. Authority, your time is over, but don't worry, I'm willing to use mine to talk. Seeing Medius's generosity, Authority took advantage. Then speak, child, what is it you wish to discuss? Medius, with an indifferent look, continued, I am a person with abilities. She begins to reveal her information, stating that the Academy Chairman Laubilt is where she grew up, so he couldn't possibly know what abilities she possesses. Is that so? Then what special abilities does this little one possess? Medius had no intention of indulging Authority's demands. I'm under no obligation to reveal that. But Authority wouldn't let it go, insisting that if she wanted to lead the association, she needed the right abilities. Authority resorts to reason, insisting that no hero in the association would follow an incompetent leader. So, Medius issues a direct challenge, his eyes shining with confidence and arrogance. Choose the place, Authority. We'll fight as soon as possible. Authority was speechless at Medius's proposal, stunned. What? The debate is being broadcast live on every platform, and of course, Medius' challenge is immediately transmitted. Office workers are even skipping lunch to watch. Medius's image is being watched by his family, 9 people huddled together, phones in hand, watching the live broadcast. The debate is even broadcast on billboards atop skyscrapers, a direct challenge. What do you say, Authority? The recipient of the challenge is still in shock, eyes wide and mouth agape. Before Authority could process the situation, Medius cut to the chase, proposing a mixed martial arts match using their abilities. Authority remained silent, his experience telling him he was in a bind. Authority fell into contemplation, completely stumped by Medius's challenge. An unexpected, direct challenge, rendering all of Authority's tactics virtually useless. No matter how strong an image he's built, Authority is caught off guard by such an unexpected response. He's been calling Medius a kid all this time, and now he's hoisted by his own petard. Moreover, his strategy of labeling his opponent is now backfiring. Authority now faces 2 choices if he accepts the condition, a choice that will somewhat tarnish his image. Having called his opponent a kid all along, it would look strange for him to fight one. Authority was at a disadvantage either way. Furthermore, with his current political dominance, facing off in a debate would lower Authority to his opponent's level, damaging his reputation. With this choice, 2 scenarios could unfold. Even victory would be meaningless. Either way, Authority's reputation is at stake, but defeat could end his political career. With Medius's confident expression, everyone knows she's just cornered her opponent with a risky move. But what if they refuse her terms? This choice brings even more risk, branding him a coward afraid to fight a kid. This decision will surely bring Authority a lot of criticism, branding him a coward and tarnishing the image he worked so hard to build. This would severely damage his strongman image, and backed into a corner, Authority considered every option. In a short span of time, Authority accelerated his thoughts, devising a series of countermeasures, but M, who had participated in countless debates, was also surprised by this move. No matter what BK chooses, the most important thing is to understand Medius's cocky attitude and her mysterious abilities, which make the game with Authority even more difficult. What is her power? Authority fell into deep thought, her triumphant expression from the debate with Lepus completely gone. What kind of ability does she possess? Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a lush green landscape, filled with fresh air, where Authority lies on the grass, gazing leisurely at the sky. Don't you feel like something's been off lately? Yundu Young was confused by Authority's vague words. What do you mean? Authority continued to philosophize. I don't really understand, but whatever. I feel like those words just keep repeating. Geez, I'm always like this. How long will this go on? Authority responded with a sigh, his eyes gazing thoughtfully into the distance. Am I just getting old or is something amiss? Meanwhile, Medius doesn't give Authority any time to think, asking directly why he isn't answering. Authority knew he had to quickly come up with a plan, so instead of answering directly, he beat around the bush. It's true that as a child, she's acting emotionally. Daring to challenge in the middle of a debate is hardly rational. It seems I'll have to drag this debate into the mud to get through this. He's trying to use his maturity to overwhelm Medius. This debate isn't child's play, but this old man messed with the wrong person. Medius is in this to the end. I'm completely serious, Authority. Medius uses Authority's own arguments against him, pointing out that strength is what matters most, just as Authority said when dismissing Lipus. While talking to Lipus, you even said he was weaker than Lausa and therefore couldn't be trusted, right? Medius continues to cite evidence from within the Hero Association itself, during Authority's time as chairman. Medius's sharp analysis is airtight. You pitted heroes against each other to rank them, didn't you? Medius's words hit Authority where it hurt. Then you should try ranking me once too. Medius is determined to push Authority to the limit. If this place isn't suitable, we can decide on a location after the debate. His stalling tactics failed, and Medius berated him. Authority realizes she's in trouble, lamenting that she's been caught by a true viper as Medius extends a seemingly friendly hand, but her smile carries a hint of malice. I shouldn't have provoked her in the first place. She's not like me, she has nothing to lose. Authority stalled, trying to buy time again, but she had a point. He continued to speak, but no sound came from his throat. So that was me's ability. Authority is effectively silenced, unable to speak, even if he wanted to. Mute quickly signals. Authority has exceeded their allotted time. Authority Medius has decided to cut you off, so please remain silent. Authority was stunned, having already lost the initiative. Was this girl just waiting to hear the answer she wanted before cutting off her time? Seeing Medius's meticulous calculations, Authority grew wary. Just what kind of power did she possess to be so confident? Now in a passive position, every action Authority takes is disadvantageous. Should he play dirty? Perhaps a risky gamble could pay off. At full speed, if he could strike without anyone knowing. As Authority pondered, he suddenly froze, a look of bewilderment on his face as Medius observed his every move. Authority is shaken. Lucky for him, he didn't make a move. Medius's deep purple eyes seemed to pierce the soul. Her emotionless expression sent chills down Authority's spine, his eyes widening with fear as countless doubts raced through his mind, until Medius finally began her speech. The first debate neared its end, and Medius began his address, starting with a concrete analogy. Visualizing these entanglements, our society, after countless battles, is like a mass of tangled knots, full of unresolved problems. The problems were so numerous that Medius envisioned them as an untangling mess, knots that had no intention of being undone. Then, the impact of people on these problems is violently severed, and the one Medius mentions as cutting everything off is a familiar name. I believe that was Authority. However, Authority's solution didn't make the problems disappear, and instead of cleaning up the severed knots, Authority continued to slash relentlessly. Because of this, even normal threads began to be cut, and there was another figure who deeply influenced these events. The one who took those threads and reconnected them. I believe it was Lausa. It's no surprise Medius made that connection. Lausa is the one who mended this world. However, the problem didn't stop there, leading to the chaos of the world as it is now. But within the knots that Lauex reconnected, some were already rotten, and that's causing the current problem. Medius may be following the previous generation's perspective, but we can't just leave things as they are. She recognizes the mistakes of the past, but can't simply cut everything away like before. Medius expresses her sincerity, hoping it reaches the entire populace. We must carefully sever what is necessary without harming the good, and meticulously mend what remains. Medius embodies this harmony, a school of thought that acknowledges the merits of both sides. This is a time to avoid extremes, to find balance and move forward in harmony. Her earnest declaration was heard by all. As president of the association, I, Medius, will petition the government to grant heroes the power of on-the-spot executions. Medius' unexpected measure leaves the crowd speechless. Those heroes granted this power will be selected through an even more rigorous screening process. In determining the list of villains to be executed on the spot, I pledge to make decisions with the utmost care. Furthermore, Medius doesn't forget to add how to deal with Alpha's death row inmates. Of course, she declared with unwavering conviction and piercing eyes. All Alpha death row inmates would be executed on sight. That is all. Time's up. The final seconds have passed. With the first debate concluded, the candidates, regardless of their performance, could only return home. Finally, the difficult question posed during the debate was about to be answered. Who is fit to be the next leader of the Hero Association? Chapter 41. As the debate nears its end, Medius maintains his confident smile. Authority seems quite tense, while Lipus has completely lost his earlier confidence. After the first round of debates, Lipus and his symbol received a rather low score, with an approval rating of only 8%. Authority, appearing with his familiar clock symbol, fares slightly better at 35%. And finally, with an overwhelming percentage, Medius wins the poll with 57%. The continental map appears with sparse bright spots. In addition, some heroes who once supported Lipus have declared their support for Medius, including Myanji, the masked hero from China, and Hassan from South America. The brightly lit podium stood ready for the press conference, as Learsis addressed the situation. She pleaded, hoping to regain everyone's support. I listened to what Medius said during the debate. I spent too much time talking to authority and couldn't refute Medius's claims then. The reporters listened intently to her presentation in silence. Silently assessing the situation, Lepers added, "What gives a high school student, lacking in social experience, the right to decide the life and death of others?" Lepers expressed her displeasure with the matter, revealing she was just as dangerous as the authority. That was her assertion. After criticizing Medius, Lipus continued. The scene shifts to another lavish room as Lipus enters solemnly, a hint of pleading in her eyes. Inside were Myanji, Kafega, and Hassan, who had once supported her but now backed Medius. Kafega asked her in a low voice, "Why did you call me here?" Lipus doesn't hesitate to voice her concerns. "Don't pretend you don't know. Why did you choose that high school girl?" Hassan casually added, "It's simple." He subtly raised his eyebrows, implying that there was no other reason. Lep paused, hesitating. "That's just how you are, but—" She looked at the woman in front of her, a little disbelieving, and asked Myanji, "I didn't expect you to make this choice." A man's figure appears between them, as Juyu Leapers says softly, "If your master, Master Ju, knew about this, he'd be very sad." Myanji then speaks up. "Our master." She recalls a past moonlit night, butterflies fluttering as Juyu mused, "The world is a complex place, Myanji." He stared at a butterfly, his voice carried by the wind. What was once considered right can become wrong, and vice versa. Juyu and Myanji stood in a flower garden, and he looked at her, saying, "Beck, I have killed many villains in the past." Juyu is lost in his memories, seeing himself standing calmly amidst hundreds of corpses. Juyu continued, "The reason is simple. Because at the time, I believed it was right." Lao Sa appeared in the scene as well. Juyu's voice suddenly carried a hint of nostalgia, but after meeting Lao Sa, my thinking changed. Even so, I still don't think my current view is absolutely correct. He looks at Myanji, instructing, "Myanji, there is no right answer in this world. Even so, no matter the circumstances, do your best to adapt. As long as you've done your best, that's enough." Ju's words still echoed in Myanji's mind. Her gentle voice filled the room, echoing words he often spoke. Myanji spoke reasonably to Lipus. "After listening to the entire debate and looking at the current situation, I think Medius is more suitable to be the chairman of the association than you." Lipus was stunned into silence by Myanji's words, frozen in place, while Kafega spoke with clear apprehension. "Lipers, we don't support you," he said politely. "Please refrain from meeting with us during the election." Lepus bowed her head in silence, unsure how to change the current situation, while Medius always appeared radiant. She was surrounded by a sea of bright lights as the media swarmed Medius after the first debate. The newspapers splashed Medius's face with sensational headlines and exclusives, delving into her school days and her family. Articles about her family, the latest election news, Medius and authority on the front page, stories about their confrontation. The press is flooded with images of Medius, and among the trending topics, Medius's mysterious smile stands out, sparking widespread curiosity. Just what is her power? Authority scrutinized the information, eyes wide. On the screen before him was a close-up of Medius during the election, a video capturing every detail of her expressions and gestures from that day. Authority stared intently at the screen, as if trying to extract information about this mysterious woman from the short data clip, paying close attention to her features, especially her violet eyes. Suddenly, Authority's eyes widened as if he'd discovered a hidden detail. The silent room finally had a sound. "Yes." Authority realizes the truth in stunned silence. He muttered softly, realizing the truth as SK Canis cautiously spoke at their base. Skasama, don't you find life has become repetitive and boring lately? Kai agrees. I agree, Sin sighed. So humans feel that way too? She raised her hand to stroke her chin. I'm not the only one thinking this, am I? On the other side, a hat bearing an intricate insignia appears. The very hat they wear. She sat in the corner of the desolate house, gazing up with boredom, trying to see the hat's brim, silently lost in thought. In the ruins, a piercing scream echoed. Waha! Ah! A young boy with tears in his eyes cries out in anguish. I'm so bored I can't take it anymore. I'm bored to death. That was Fratu, who possessed a special system. Images of him from childhood to old age flash by. His life lasts only a week, and he relives it over and over. Now, in his boisterous teenage years, Fratu lies groaning amidst Natra, Beckenwill, Uet, and Vid. Fratu shouts, "Aha! When will I ever get out of here?" Natura smiles gently. Please wait a little longer, Kasama, as a variable has occurred. Please be patient. Vi mutters to himself while writing, What an interesting ability. I feel a surge of inspiration, Fratu called out softly. Natura watches him, curious as to what he's planning. Fratu says excitedly, Let's go out for a bit. A worried voice echoed through the ruins. Brother will be furious if he finds out. Another naive voice chimed in reassuringly, As long as we don't get caught. Fratu, arms outstretched, tried to persuade Natra. We'll just go to the nearby village for a bit. It's no big deal. Natura, seeing Fratu's eager expression, considered it for a moment and finally relented. All right, it's been a while since I've felt nature. Fratu cheers. Awesome. You're the best, Natra. Natura turned to the others and asked, What about you guys? Beak hesitated, declining. Oh no, I'm too scared to go out, so I'll pass. Vidi closes his eyes, draws circles in the air with his pen, and says, I'd rather not. In comics, characters who wander off on their own are usually the first to die. Fratu is displeased. How unlucky. Natura gestures an invitation. But what about his West-san? West hesitated for a moment, suddenly recalling San's terrifyingly angry face. Thinking of this, he suddenly fell silent, no longer having the energy to discuss the matter, and Wet tactfully declined. You guys go on, I'm not feeling so well. Natura still smiled. Is that so? Fratua muttered, slightly disappointed. How weak. At this moment, the dense fog casts an eerie shadow over the lush forest, as tremors begin to ripple through the earth. Natura and Fratua stand on a towering branch, leisurely observing the space below, before leaping to the ground, their faces beaming with joy. Ah, it's been so long since I've smelled nature again. This ability is really convenient. Fratu suggests they head to a nearby village, but their pleasant chat is interrupted by the arrival of heroes from various regions, each radiating a palpable bloodlust. Miyanji wasn't wearing his usual mask, revealing the patterns on his face. Hassan and Kafega were armed, as if heading into a life-or-death battle, especially with Medius behind them. Her purple eyes intensified with coldness, and Freydua and Natra were momentarily paralyzed by the murderous aura. What are those things? Meanwhile, Authority was moving quickly, followed closely by his secretary, who asked if Han was holding a press conference. That's right, Authority finally makes a decision that leaves his secretary bewildered. I intend to accept the challenge that Medius proposed. What? The secretary, sweating profusely, double-checks. Are you joking? I'm not joking. This is the only way I can win. Authority's words suddenly trailed off, as if he'd realized something. No wonder she's like this. Judging by Authority's tense face, Medius is no pushover and has likely been in debates like this before. So she possesses such a cheat-like ability. How can we possibly win? What do you mean? Authority seems to know about Medius's hidden ability, while Natra and his brother are locked in a fierce battle against the representative heroes. Fratu is heavily wounded, blood seeping from his body, while Natura fares slightly better, but is still in terrible shape. Medius merely watches from behind, but her murderous aura is the strongest. Meanwhile, Authority reveals Medius's shocking ability to reverse time. Looking at Medius's indifferent face, it's hard to believe she holds such a terrifying ability. Elsewhere, a fierce battle rages on. Medius's image appears, her eyes filled with a sorrowful yet eerie and terrifying light, as the secretary asks in astonishment, You can reverse time? Authority turns and affirms, yes, no wonder the debate kept going off track. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. She's replayed the argument countless times, changing the future to her advantage. The secretary, puzzled, asked, Then how can we defeat her? Authority replies, Luckily, she has a weakness. He glances at his secretary, instructing her to look at what he just sent, and she immediately examines her iPad. Authority calmly asked if she noticed anything different. On the screen was an image of Medius, the first scene appearing quite normal. But in the second clip, a subtle change appears. The ends of her hair begin to differ, a dark purple emerges, and the length seems to extend for a moment. After a moment, the secretary seems to realize the issue and replies, "Her hair got a little longer, huh? That's what I thought, right?" Authority's eyes remained calm but full of hidden meaning, as if he had seen through all the secrets. He emphasized once more, "Yes." He calmly asks why she thinks that is. After a moment's hesitation, the secretary offers her guess. Because she has too many dark thoughts. At this answer, he paused for a moment, then reacted with displeasure. "Are you kidding me?" Authority discovered a secret. While this woman can reverse the time of everything around her, she can't do it to herself. He confidently explains, recalling Medius's injury, that if she's wounded, she can't reverse it. Authority believes she'll return to the past with the wound. With that, he smugly thought, "The moment I accepted her challenge, I knew I would win." The secretary then worriedly asked, "But wouldn't someone who controls the flow of time also be physically strong?" He hastily reminds her, "Have you forgotten?" Authority reveals a sinister expression, saying, "I also possess the power to control time." The secretary's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to speak, as Authority stated matter-of-factly, "I've been manipulating time far longer than she has." He scoffed, his tone brimming with confidence. "I will win." His aged face contorted, his sharp eyes gazing forward as he continued, "Perhaps this is the fate of those who wield the power of time. We wield our power at the cost of our lives." Medius's image flashes through his mind. Meanwhile, the ability users fought fiercely against the monster vines as a wounded Natura gasped for breath, looking up with a sigh. The plant tendrils grew longer and longer, relentlessly attacking. Cafe Ga coldly unleashed a powerful strike, slicing them to pieces, then glared and warned, "Controlling plants is not a power for killing." The plant tendrils revive and surge forward, followed by a resolute voice, "But I like it. I can admire the beautiful curves of the plants. Let me show you." As he finished speaking, a powerful golden blade swung out, and Natura's eyes widened in horror as he sensed the impending danger. Kafega swiftly parried each attack, but Natura was not so fortunate. He was slashed by thousands of cuts across his body, and Natura was painfully knocked away. Blood poured from every wound as he gritted his teeth against the pain. Kafega turned to face his opponent, his eyes burning with furious menace. "My sword has a curve, too." Oh, snap. Just then, a hammer came crashing down from above. A cool youth descends from the sky beneath the full moon, slamming his hammer into the earth with earth-shattering force. The surrounding earth explodes into dust. A tense atmosphere descends as all eyes turn to the newcomer. This man is none other than Hassan of the Awakened group, and he brazenly strikes an innocent person with his hammer, saying, "I can seal someone's abilities for 24 hours by striking the crown of their head with this curse." Hyan arrogantly points at Kafega, threatening him, while Mianji Karega, the infamous headhunter, watches. Suddenly, he glances at Praetor, confidently ordering him to remove the hood from the guy behind him. "I can't see his head." Meanwhile, Mianji, a masked esper, stared at her hand and declared, "Now Mianji," the shape-shifting sword with the eerie face says, "Based on the color of the mask, her abilities will change accordingly." Then she quickly waves her hand, freezing everything in front of her with her power. Natura is also caught, his legs frozen, unable to move, as Mianji looks up and commands, "We'll defeat him first." The current color is blue. Power equals... Natura glances back in alarm, asking, "Pray, how long do we have to wait? Are you still not fully grown?" Clutching his chest in pain, Natura admits, "It will be a while yet." He coughs up blood, but his eyes remain firm as he declares, "I will return to my golden age soon." Natura gritted his teeth, continuing to attack the plant's growing tendrils as the full moon was about to be obscured by dark clouds, its faint light gradually fading, leaving only weak rays piercing through the gaps in the gloomy clouds. With hopeful eyes, Briartour mumbled again as the surroundings seemed to sink into darkness, bringing a cold and silent oppression. A strange chill permeated the air, making it heavy as Natura gritted her teeth and endured, while Priya, though still hopeful, now had a vacant look in his eyes, muttering, "Just a little more." The moonlight, tainted with black, loses its purity as Priartour's lips quiver and he cries out. Ah! Priartour appears now with a new look, a strong, vibrant body and a face free of wrinkles. He exclaimed with glee, "Yes, this is it. Rejuvenation is the best. This is Priartour's current body, 23 years old, with peak physical abilities." He stepped forward, clenching his fists, and said with confidence, "Time is on my side now." As he spoke, Medius appeared out of nowhere. She grinned, and the members of Natra stared at her in stunned disbelief. Bree asks angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Medius replies calmly, "It's funny listening to your nonsense." He growled, "What's so ridiculous?" Everyone waited for an answer, their faces blank. From behind, Hassan smirks, as if he knew something all along, and Medius says coldly, with a sinister look, "I won't side with you." Suddenly, a film reel appeared in her mind, flashing back to the past. Her face swollen and body covered in wounds, Natura coughs up blood. Prayer Tour, standing nearby, was also brutally beaten, while the sharp-faced and cold Kafega swung his sword in attack. He uses his ultimate move to finish off Mianji Mask, and Hassan raises his massive hammer once more. He soars into the sky, delivering a fatal blow to the Natura group, each struck down as if by divine judgment, but they no longer have the strength to resist. "As long as I'm alive," Medius' voice echoed as Ha'an coldly watched the two red-headed figures. Medius smugly declares that time is on their side. The room is dark and silent, save for a single ray of light from the ceiling lamp. The authority leaned back in his chair, lost in thought, when his secretary suddenly entered. "A candidate." He opened his eyes and asked, "Have the reporters gathered?" She denies it, saying, "It's not that." The secretary wears a shocked expression. "There's something important you need to see. This video was just uploaded." Authority looked at her quizzically as the video began, showing the Child King's playful side. Suddenly, an emergency news bulletin cuts in, and Medius appears. "Greetings, viewers. I am Meduse." She then projects two other faces. "Tonight, I've apprehended the third-floor prisoner and Natra, both securely restrained and guarded in a sealed room. The two of them are currently carrying swords on their shoulders, standing at attention, with Hassan and Mienji nearby, supervised by 3 regional representative heroes." Medius continued to recount her plan, originally to eliminate them on the spot, but since I'm still a civilian, she's temporarily handing them over to the government. "The final decision will depend on who becomes the association's president next week," she says with a confident smile. "Oh, and one more thing about the duel with authority. An offer has been made in the current situation. Let's deal with that after this matter is settled. I'll arrange a meeting with authority. Instead of internal disputes, we should focus on capturing the villains." A sly smile spreads across his face. "I believe the authority will understand this as well." With that, Medius bowed before the screen. "That's all from me. I'm Medius." The screen then went dark. Authority frowned after watching the video as the secretary continued to report. "Oh, and there's an invitation for a dialogue with Medius," she asks, as the chairman ponders. "What response do you desire?" As a result, authority is now on the sofa, asking, "What did they mean by that?" He calls her by her nickname. The girl rewinds time, and Medius calmly responds. "So you did notice." The authority confirms. "Not just me. Others who can manipulate space-time have noticed as well," Medius said calmly. "You're right, I do have the ability to manipulate time, but I can't rewind my own." Authority understands and continues, saying that the time she can rewind is also limited. He guesses it's a week, 10 days at most, because if she could rewind infinitely, she would have rewound the prison break. The girl agreed, that's right. The outside world was already leaning towards the twilight of the world government to avoid social chaos. I kept that fact hidden, even after Sin's broadcast ended, so I couldn't grasp the exact information at that time. Medius exudes a mysterious aura. "Just as you suspected, I can rewind time by a week, meaning I know things a week before everyone else." Utori stroked his chin. "The election results won't be out for another week, will they?" She readily agreed, "Yes, it is." His usual composure vanished as he glared and asked, "Tell me where you got this information. What's your purpose?" "Is this process necessary for you to win?" She shared without hesitation. "During our debate, I realized that probing him clumsily or dodging questions would be a bad move, so I chose to be direct, even though the light inside was dim and weak." Furthermore, Medius directly brings up a point. "We're both manipulators of time, aren't we?" She puts on a friendly face. "From one with similar abilities, I'd like to share my story freely." Authority brushed aside the idea, saying it seemed like she wanted to connect, but he had no intention of doing so later. She smiles sadly. "Is that so?" Unfortunately, their conversation had ended, so the young woman stood up, promising to meet again at the next debate. But authority stopped her. "I have a question." He wondered why her emblem was a capybara. "I thought you had some physical ability at first. The badge on your chest shines brightly." The reason? Medius just said it was cute and left it at that. Everything proceeded as it should, thanks to Medius's achievements. Atricha stared ahead, the hero representing the authority region, hailing from India. Next was Anarigo from Africa, a regional hero representing Lipus, and they both turned their attention to the capybara badge that had switched to Medius's side. The debate hall was marked red, and the second debate was cancelled with the consent of all 3 candidates. Meanwhile, someone else is watching the footage Medius released. Ska isn't angry at the S-class prisoner's sudden actions. She grimaces, annoyed that someone with such troublesome abilities has appeared, and S's discomfort with Medius's existence grows. Kingstone focuses on channeling his inner energy, and despite Medius's appearance, he smiles, pleased with his progress. Those who quietly pursue their own goals. C exhales a hot breath, his eyes blazing as the government, strained or striving to build the world they deem right, remains busy at work. The election site remained deserted as time passed, and now it was time for the third debate, with Mute taking the mic to begin the event. Hello everyone, I'm M, the moderator for today's debate, the final one, isn't it? The clock is set to 60 minutes for this final debate, giving each candidate ample time to speak. The guilds are arranged, and the speaking order will be the reverse of the candidate numbers. The clock is reset. Each candidate has a maximum of 10 minutes to speak, with 3 rebuttals allowed, and they must adhere to the old rules even when the clock hits 0. If all 3 candidates run out of time, the debate will end. Mute extends his arms, inviting the candidates to enter. Lipus, in first position, wears his signature bunny ears as he steps forward. The girl's eyes show a steely resolve for this competition, while Lears, number 2, sports a simple clock symbol. Authority, hands in his pockets, casually walks out, his face betraying nothing. Authority and the final candidate with the number 3 capybara badge both look surprised as Medius steps out. Mute was stunned for a moment, and the viewers outside were equally speechless. A strange, dark hair fluttered past. Medius appeared with a completely different look, but her eyes remained the same. Medius begins the final debate. The candidates enter their positions, but don't start right away. Before we start, I need to confirm something. Meow points to her and hesitates. Ah, you're Medius, right? She responded. Yes, Medius asked the moderator. May I begin? Mute immediately agreed. Oh, all right, let's begin the debate. The young woman confidently began. Greetings, everyone. I am Medius. Today, in this debate, I want to reveal my ability. This move was incredibly unexpected. I possess the power of time, and the people outside watch the screen intently. Though it may not seem like it, I can't reverse time for myself, but I can reverse time for the world. Before this third debate, I reversed time many times to gather information. Medius shares her valuable intel. She now knows the location of Alpha Base and all the enemy's secrets. Authority simply watched her in silence as Medius continued. If I am elected president, I will use this information. Lears's eyes widened in shock. The vision she paints of a city engulfed in flames, attacking the Alpha World base and starting an all-out war. I pledge to choose the future with the least amount of casualties for the civilians. She touched her chest and swore. And even if it costs me all my time, I will try to end this as safely as possible. That is all. With Medius's statement concluded, all eyes turned to the next candidate. Authority. After only a few seconds, he declared, I've made my decision. He was serious when he said those words, supporting Medius and withdrawing from the game. Lepus was stunned. Meanwhile, Medius remained unruffled. Rewinding to an earlier time, she was having a secret meeting with Authority. Why did you call me Authority? He gets straight to the point, acting like he doesn't know. Haven't you already seen this future? Didn't you know what I was going to say? You seem very annoyed. She's gone back countless times. Right? It feels like I've had 10,000 cups of coffee in just one sitting. So, what have you been doing all this time? Medius smiles and replies, I'll make that clear during the debate. He paused for a moment, then continued. Medius, after careful consideration, I see that the Authority has expressed its opinion. You are the most suitable person to resolve this matter. He also foreshadowed what he was going to say, so I decided to support you in the election and withdraw. If I support you, it will be easy to get elected because that rabbit's approval rating is currently at rock bottom. Medius wasn't quick to celebrate. Of course, there were conditions, weren't there? Utori concedes, that's right. He delves deeper into the matter. As you know, the president's term will end once this situation is resolved. And so, an agreement was made between them. Medius would not run in the next election. Medius agreed. All right, Authority, I accept your offer. Authority tilted his head in suspicion. It seemed she was hiding something. I can't believe you accepted so easily. You're still putting on a friendly face. Why would I refuse help? But Authority clearly has more to say. Finally, as a senior in the field of time abilities, I have some advice for you. He uttered an enigmatic statement. Don't mistake controlling time for time being on your side. He sincerely advises that time is always fair and strangely terrifying. Medius listened, the smile gone from his face. I'll keep that in mind. Lepus, now enraged, began to shout, relentlessly berating her. If that's the case, why did you even participate in the debate? You should have withdrawn before it even started. He coldly replied, That's my business. Authority didn't even look at her, and it's still my turn, right? Lepers retorts, saying he would withdraw, so what does time even mean to him? But he cut her off. I haven't officially withdrawn yet. Authority suggested, Host, please mute that rabbit. It's my turn, but she's being so loud I can't even speak. The girl with the microphone was stunned. Lepers wondered, being noisy? She retorted angrily, I have 3 rights to appeal, and I'm using my time to speak legitimately with you. He frowned, raising his hand in protest. Fine, keep rambling, and I'll give you all my time. You programmed it to give her all my time and mute me. Please mute the surroundings too. I don't want to waste any more words on her. Lepers gestures towards the door. You greedy old man, are you toying with me? Then get out. Authority raises a hand in explanation. If I were greedy, I wouldn't have backed down or given you my time. You foolish rabbit, Medius suddenly raised his hand. Well, I've said everything I needed to say. Can I go now? I'd rather spend this time gathering intel on the enemy. Lipus scowled. Where do you think you're going? My time isn't up yet. The girl with the mic watches the argument in confusion, wondering if this is what they call a debate. Sunlight streamed through the window as time ticked by, and the final debate came to an end. The whole city was silent as Medius received the results with a blank expression. The 4th Hero Association president, Medius, immediately confirmed the election results with the world government and summoned Medius. She entered the conference room where the representatives stared intently at BZ. Here, Medius shared all the information she had gathered, along with her predictions for the future. With a stern look, he pledged the world government's full support to Maze, sparing no assistance. While updating on the current situation of Kangsang EU, Maes, with a hint of sadness, thought of his treatment and simply said, I see. After exchanging information, the room was left in darkness with only a faint light. As she walked, she heard a voice and turned to see the 4th Association President Ido approaching with sympathy, saying that the ability to turn back time and hear the same words over and over must be exhausting. You've been through this countless times, haven't you? He said with a somber expression. Though this is the first time I've said this, you've likely heard it many times before. This world has no place for repetition, Mace. She remained silent. Ado earnestly pleaded with her to remember his words. After speaking with the world government, Mice met with the heroes, asking them to cooperate with her policies. Most agreed, but Lipus was the biggest problem. She sighed, rubbing her forehead wearily. How many times had they had this conversation with Lipus? Lipus coldly replied, Really? I feel like this is the first time we've talked. Their voices echoed through the room, and she'd refuted that answer countless times. Surely someone as strong as you must feel uneasy, so how do you plan to convince me this time? There's no need for persuasion anymore, miss, to be frank. I respect your opinion, Lepers. Even so, you're still a very important asset. Please, hold fast to your convictions. But I hope you'll join this operation. Letho replied, You don't need to ask, I'll participate anyway. At the Hero Association's grand building, Authority smiles, hands in his pockets. Pleased. Congratulations on being elected the 4th chairman of the association. Ms. politely thanks him. Authority observes her, noting that she doesn't seem to have convinced that rabbit. A weak woman who can't even kill a villain? Miss doesn't think so. She firmly stands by her beliefs. He's amused, urging her to finish everything quickly, saying he's looking forward to her first speech as the 4th president. If you need advice, I'm always available. Thank you. The Magus emblem appears. The inaugural address of Medius, the 4th chairman of the association. She speaks from the podium. Greetings, members of the Hero Association. I am Medius, the 4th chairman of the association. The avatars of the 3 equalities appear, depicting a bird spreading its wings alongside the scales of justice. She announces, The reason I've gathered you here today is to announce the selection of the 3rd generation equality before we begin the campaign. Below, the audience watches with sharp eyes. These are the names I've chosen. Suddenly, the symbolic insignia erupts in a blaze of light. Amir Tsvega, a man with a sword on his shoulder, a red-haired girl, a tall, melancholic man, the alchemist Alter Ego, and a rabbit girl followed by Lip, the rabbit barrier. The crowd below was shocked, many were angry, and finally, Medius looked directly at the person in front, calling out authority, a smirk on her face. And the leader of this group will be authority. That is all. He frowned, mouth agape in disbelief. Medius's choice of the IQ team has thrown the heroes into disarray. Lipos's eyes widened in surprise. What? Kafega remained silent. At the meeting, Medius smiled at Authority, saying, Authority, after this speech, could you spare some time for me? I need some advice. Authority frowned slightly, but didn't refuse. Later, the two met privately in a dimly lit room, where Authority spoke first, seemingly hiding something. And it turned out to be this. Medius casually replied, I have no intention of hiding anything. If you ask, I'll answer. He scoffed. I have no intention of working with people I don't get along with. It's just asking for trouble. That's why I'm suggesting you become their leader. Authority then asks, You think they'll listen to me? Medius smiled and said softly, Authority, if you join Iagwa and Twasnak in this campaign, your chances of winning the next election will be even more certain. He replied without wavering, That won't be necessary. I'm sure to win the next election. That rabbit is no match for me. What makes you so sure? If Lip joins this campaign as an IQ member and achieves great merit, she could become a threat in the next election. Authority frowned, certain that would never happen. She continued to hypothesize. Or, what if another variable like me runs in the next election? He fell silent, and Medius continued her persuasion. If you help me in this campaign, I'll use my abilities to help you win the next election. Authority was quite surprised by her offer. Authority, lend me your power. If you side with me, your influence in the association will grow, giving you a significant advantage in the next election for chairman. He pondered Medius's words in silence, then quietly said, In the timeline you experienced, it seems I was on your side anyway. Judging by how you didn't go back in time, that must be the case. Understood. It's a waste of time for us to sit here and talk. Fine, I'll support you. But remember to keep your promise to help me in the upcoming election. Medius immediately replied, I see. She paused, then said with an impassive face, The more we talk, the more interesting I find you. What? Authority was confused by her statement. Medius slowly explains, Most heroes, when speaking with me, ask if they'll survive the campaign, but you never once asked that question. Authority was slightly taken aback, saying, Because I can't imagine a future where I'm dead. The only future I see is me as chairman. Focus on the operation, and end this, because I'm definitely the next chairman. Authority urged him on, and Medius, through a speech, reiterated the reasons for choosing the IQ team, gaining the hero's approval. And so, the third generation of the IQ team was chosen, and Medius named this operation Operation Extinction. To counter the Hero Association's moves, SK sent invitations worldwide, but Medius, knowing who would accept, dispatched heroes to eliminate most of them before the letters even arrived. This resulted in very few people joining SK's ranks. Canis observed those standing outside, remarking that there were fewer than he expected. Just then, Terra, of physical type, called out to Sa, Hey, Alphagon, why are we only ranked third-rate? Sor, of the physique system, Nudius, of the special system, and Asen, of the anomaly system, all looked over, thinking they were just as good. Varus, a man of the physical system, frowned and asked, Where's Huang Sung-Huan? Smiling, Shin says to them, Based on your contributions in this battle, I will promote you. And if your achievements are truly extraordinary, there may even be a reward. As for Lord Chungwan, he is training separately. They were silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Then, in the dead of night, giant fireballs painted the sky above Sa's base crimson. Of course, she was aware of the commotion. Singa looked at her fire-conjuring hands and said, Red, huh? Seems my luck's not bad today. Canis, seeing the fireballs in the sky, anxiously shouts, Singa! Fireballs appear in the sky. She calmly replied, I'm watching too. In the still night sky, enormous fireballs slowly descended upon their base. Then, Ska quickly created a large purple shield to block the fireballs, but Team Ia was already prepared. Kafega stood on a giant carrot, sword in hand. He chanted the spell Arab, then slashed his sword, shattering the purple shield covering the area. They quickly shattered and the fireballs rained down, devastating the area, a truly terrifying and widespread attack. Authority and Lepus observed from a distance, and he clicked his tongue, saying, If you summoned Mir and added fireballs on top, the power would be even greater. But you refused to do it, Lepus retorted. I've told you, that would be too powerful, harming even our hero allies. Authority glanced at her. If our teammates would die from that, they should just quit being heroes. Lepus was extremely displeased with his words. You're the one who should quit. Hey, I'm the captain. Just then, Terapia appeared from behind, saying, Come on, no more arguing, let's move to the coordinates the chairman provided. Authority smirks, asking, All right, is everyone ready to move out? Wipe out those cancer cells. The Hero Association mobilizes and Operation Extinction officially begins. This is the Media Strategy Council. Mute, the sound-canceling Esper, is in charge of security. She can create soundproof spaces to prevent eavesdropping. Grove, a protection-type Esper, is in charge of security, preventing any assassinations targeting Medius. Ethiopia, the genius mechanical engineer, is in charge of communications, overseeing the devices used to relay instructions. This council has convened and concluded that without information on where Shinka is headed, they cannot act. M crossed his arms and asked, "Strange, how did we use the attack on him at Ruckless Prison? Was there an inside man?" "That information," Medius stated sternly. "After killing SK, we'll use mind reading to find out." She placed her hands on the table, calling everyone back to the meeting. "Now, let's focus on the mission at hand." Yes, Association President Medius has spent 2 years of her life preparing for this mission. She spent that time contemplating alone. She slowly chews on cotton candy, eating and so on. Medius holds a stack of papers, determined to prevent the death of even one hero. That's the motivation behind her planning. So she intends to rewind time as soon as a dangerous situation arises. She looks weary, holding her head in her hands. "This ability is inconvenient. It would be great if I could rewind my own time while keeping my memories. It truly is an extraordinary ability." Isn't she being a bit too greedy? Medius kept rewinding time, crafting the future she desired with the Council of Strategists, rewinding time far too many times. Is she dreaming of a perfect future? Authority leaned back slightly, one hand in his pocket, and said, "Min told her that time is fair." A purple light flares as time rewinds again and again. A circle forms like a mirror, reflecting the image of Media. However, the future she desires will never come to pass. Medius has dispatched powerful heroes to fight the enemy. A voice echoes, "Area Representative Hero, please deal with the Level 2 villain who accepted the invitation with a Level 3 or higher villain." "What?" Leipers stared ahead blankly, frowning as she spoke. "You're the villain I'm supposed to take care of." The girl looked displeased, saying the Equality members would handle it. How rude. Her name is Censura, and her ability is censorship. She believes the world needs wholesome thoughts. Anything she deems indecent, she photographs and imprisons within the images. Oh, how indecent, how indecent, how indecent. Lipus bit her lip, clenching her fists. Wasn't Medius placed here to deal with her, giving me an advantage? She's clearly a terrible match for me. She raised her hands and a light appeared with a rabbit cloak covering her body. Leapers tugged at the cloak and asked, "Hey, is this okay?" No, why not?" she asked with a worried expression. "Standards? What standards?" Censura immediately shouts, "It's what I think. How would you understand that it changes depending on her feelings in different situations?" She grabs the camera, ready to snap a picture. She simply has the body of something that needs to be censored. "Why are you walking around in that outfit? Are you a pervert?" Lipers, enraged, gritted his teeth. "You're dead meat!" He unleashed his power, sending Censura crashing to the ground. "This is what I wanted." "Extreme," Lepers fuming continued. "I like rabbits." "So what?" She raised her hand and spoke into it. "Medius, are you there?" "Yes," Lepus replied. "What is it?" She angrily retorted, "Weren't you the one who said I'd have the upper hand here? Are you trying to set me up to die? You're Equality, yet you complain about handling a level 3 villain? Shut up. Censura is unconscious on the ground. You wouldn't kill a villain, would you? That's why I'm assigning blame to a villain who can hardly kill anyone else. Someone we won't have a problem with even if she escapes." Lepus then spoke up, "Are you kidding me?" Furthermore, she looked at the camera lying on the ground. Among the photos she kept were civilians. "If we kill her carelessly, those civilians will likely die." Lepus silently observes and listens to Medius. "That's why I chose you to deal with her. Do you understand now?" She raised Censura and said, "This troublesome brat, I'm an adult now, so be quiet." The full moon shone brightly in the sky, its gentle rays illuminating the world below. Kafea, his face fierce, gripped his sword and advanced when a voice suddenly rang out, "How fortunate." He looked up at the girl sitting on the building as she looked down at Kafea and said, "I've been wanting to meet you." And he just calmly stared at her? Huh. She leaps from the building saying, "I never thought I'd meet both of the individuals known as Sword God. Today is definitely a special day. A good day to die. Although I asked to learn from that Sword God, I was rejected because she said she hadn't achieved the swordsmanship she wanted." Cafe continues to stare silently. Ah, me. She draws her sword, an aura illuminating her. "What is a sword? I've cut down countless lives, yet I still don't understand." The mercilessly slain. "Because I sought enlightenment, his face was splattered with blood, yet I found it in the most unexpected place." She raises her weapon, her eyes burning red. The sword in her hand and her body were enveloped in a surge of power. Kafaga calmly drew his sword as she rushed forward, her red eyes flashing. He stood still and unleashed his ultimate move. instantly grievously wounding her and causing her to cough up blood. Only then did Kafaga speak. It's not a tool you wield for yourself, but something you wield for others. In a corner of the city, beneath a dreamy purple night sky, a hand is raised to shield the head. Authority stood still, observing something, then looked up at a figure standing on a building. That must be the one I'm in charge of. He glances at Authority and asks, he is Authority. He's getting on in years, but despite that, his fighting spirit is still quite something. Too bad Amiya isn't here, but you'll do. Hey, his voice makes him stop. Authority grabs his tie, declaring he hates trash that speaks as if they're important. He violently tears off his tie, saying words are a waste, and he'll just kill him. Trash. The mutant took Authority's punch to the gut, his hand opening to reveal sharp claws. He tried to retaliate, but Authority dodged the blow. The mutant clutches his stomach, praising, that was a heavy blow, a good blow indeed. And as expected, the speed increases with time acceleration. So fast, so very fast. Authority raised an eyebrow, confused by his muttering. The mutant draws his sword, relishing the feeling of a strike, but his opponent interrupts him. What the hell is this trash talking about? Authority then reveals, I haven't even used my time abilities yet. The mutant is stunned. What? He didn't even finish speaking before eating a kick to the face. I simply dodged it. Trash. Red blood sprayed as the mutant's body flew backward, his head bleeding, causing him to groan in pain. Authority scoffs, even transformed, he couldn't dodge that? There are levels to the enhancement types, you trash. He suddenly whispered, what if he actually used his time ability here? The mutant hurriedly shouted. But Authority didn't care, and rushed in to finish him off at 4 times the speed. The enhanced mutant's head is crushed. What was he waiting for? Red blood rains down on him. Did he think more time would have changed anything? Trash. And so, the hero's battle came to a successful end. The 3 great equalities have successfully defeated the third-floor criminal, and Leos has imprisoned the girl with the camera in a sphere. Lipers stood alone when a voice called out to her. It was Authority, appearing suddenly, startling the girl and causing her to scream. She then recognized Authority, who began to scold her. I knew that crazy rabbit was up to something, she wondered. What does she know? The prisoner Lipers is holding is still unconscious. And why didn't they kill that camera-wielding woman instead of dragging her along? The Authority rolls up their sleeves and removes the barrier. I'll send her to hell. But Lip objects, talking nonsense. The old man doesn't give in, so he'll just blow away the barrier. Lipus, unafraid, conjures a magic circle, but someone telepathically contacts them. Authority, please calm down. Medius is the one speaking to them. There are civilians trapped inside her barrier. Just bring her back to the prison camp and we'll deal with it later. But he was still not satisfied. What if she escapes? Medius assures him. Authority, in all the futures I've seen, that camera-wielding woman has never become a variable. He then asks, will she die within a week? Medius replied, I haven't seen it yet. She elaborated on her work. Currently, I'm not watching by the day, but observing by the hour. Authority then exclaimed, by the hour? Medius, what kind of future are you painting? She answers him with an illustration. If you've sketched a grand picture, you must keep drawing until it's complete, no matter the mistakes, as quickly as possible. Then, that drawing was erased. If you keep drawing and erasing, how will you ever finish? She was absolutely certain of her plan. Even if it took longer, she wouldn't let a single hero die. Authority looked at her blood-stained arm and reminded her, Medius, no future is perfect. Don't try to carry it all alone. Heroes will inevitably fall. Still, she remained resolute. Even so, I will do everything I can. He didn't argue with her either. You're the president now, so I'll listen to you. He still wouldn't let go of that prisoner. But very well, let's look to the future. 1 week from now. Based on that progress, we'll decide this girl's fate, Medius whispered and complied. Understood. Bloody memories of heroes flashed through her mind. It repeated more and more. Medius, eyes wide with surprise, reported, Authority, according to the results after my return from experiencing the future, she does not become a variable, and she reaffirms after being escorted that she will be held in prison without any problems. He reluctantly agreed. All right, let's drop it. The war room fell silent as Authority spoke. So you seriously doubt we can win this war? Medius hesitated. Victory seemed possible, but if things continued as they were, some heroes would perish. He wasn't surprised. It was inevitable. Medius remained focused on his goal. Authority? If there's a way to save them, shouldn't I try, even if it costs me all my time? He sighed in frustration. Authority then turned away, but not before, reminding him to leave some time for his election. They ended their conversation, understanding each other. Lepers wondered about the election. What were those two talking about? He turned and barked an order. Silence. The rabbit is moving to the next area. Inside the meeting room, discussions were also actively underway. President, are we sure of victory? If victory is assured, then let's focus on reducing hero casualties. Medius shares a car with them, but something strange. She ponders, even as Alpha World's villains are wiped out in battle, naming them off one by one. Steve, then the Black Man Therapy, and the calm one in the villain group, Ahura, and the crazed girl, and finally, Shung, who they can't underestimate. She said something shocking to keep them from showing up. What were they discussing? If so, nearly half of their key forces haven't engaged. Did they flee? How suspicious. Luckily, we listened to authority this time, and they're getting desperate. We should speed things up and then look further into the future. Their side is doing very well. The heroes followed Medius's orders, wiping out villains one by one in a gloomy, multi-story building with little traffic. The singer appears through the mirror. Is everyone ready? The powers are all converging on her, the overlords. She's serious as the characters in her eyes light up. You all feel it too, don't you? Something's not right with the flow of time, but they listen in silence. Medius mistakenly believes time is on his side, as her dimensional gate emits countless mysterious dark energies. Gentlemen, please turn back and instruct them, but time is truly our ally. Go forth and teach them a lesson. Xiaobenzu nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man spoke, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Sei Kang Sangu, the one who defeated Sung Ho Huang. Maladidi cracks his shoulders. When will he arrive? Tsujin raised an eyebrow. It's been a long time since we've had a decent fight. Sync disappears beyond the gate. Has Amia arrived? They begin their sortie, united in their goal for Alpha's glory. The fourth-floor task force is deployed. Hassan breathes a sigh of relief. With a smug look, he stammered that he had everything under control. Too easy. She wondered, Hassan? Do I really not need to do anything? He replied, looking annoyed. Yeah, it's best if you don't use your powers. It's hard to hold back. Hearing that, she felt a little frustrated. You're going too far, Hassan is confident. But hey, the second-floor guys are still easy to deal with. Time for a test draw. I bet the guys at Equality are worried about floor 34B, huh? Yes, he seems a bit bored, while we're likely stuck on the second floor. In the distance, a man dressed like a cowboy approaches them, a cigar in his hand, a sneer on his face. Vus greets them. Pleased to meet you, heroes. The two are horrified, realizing, oh crap, it's Varys, a physical enhancement type. Varys is a member of the Tragic Villain website, a bounty hunter of heroes, and she's so shaken she can't control what she says. Floor 4444, Ha'an reminds him. Calm down, Pocket. He openly scorns the enemy, but we still have Medius. This was definitely prearranged. Whether it's the fourth or fifth floor, one swing of my hammer will end it. Varys simply watches in silence as Ha'an formulates a plan. He suggests they work together to somehow knock off his hat and strike him once on the top of the head with all their might. He suspects Vus has realized something. Ah, so you're the one who specializes in headshots to seal abilities, he confirms, and Varys wonders how much the regional hero's reward is. I remember it being quite generous. He proposes, there's always been something I've wanted to ask you. Hassan was confused as Varys removed his hat and pointed to the top of his head. What about this case? I have 2 cowlicks. Han was surprised. 2 cowlicks. 2 cowlicks? He nods. Indeed, he said as doubt crept in. What does that have to do with my abilities? Does having 2 cowlicks mean you have 2 heads? That means you have to hit 2 spots. Baki stands by witnessing the confrontation between the two. He retorted, What? People only have 1 crown. Is that his argument? Don't bald people not have the top of their head? Hassan spouts nonsense, saying, Who doesn't have the top of their head? On the contrary, I love hitting bald guys because their heads are so exposed. Varys marveled, adding another piece of information to his repertoire. He teases him, saying he should get himself checked out before making fun of bald people. Hassan looks bored. 2 cowlicks are a sign of early hair loss, you know. Hearing that, he was speechless. Varys is a little angry. He declared they would kill us in the most painful way possible. He wondered why. He starts brandishing his gun, saying I've told him something he didn't want to know, making him feel humiliated. Recognizing Varys's movements, he and Poiset take their positions. Poiset, get ready. Yes. She begins to focus her power. Hassan and Varys watch in surprise. Whoa, that's intense. She's transformed into a giant rabbit, her face contorted with rage. Ready. Varys seemed intrigued. A physical enhancement type, huh? This should be an interesting fight. Kingston explains that physical enhancement types differ from special or summoning types, which typically control external energy. Most physical enhancement users only control the energy within their bodies. He listened intently to his master, because many in this system believe their powers are predetermined at birth, leading to laziness or even abandonment of training. Kingston described their power like a container, but in reality, their container is just too small and their energy is like water. When the vessel is small, the energy overflows, and once it exceeds control, it becomes useless. Kingston earnestly instructs, "But if you know how, we can hone and expand this vessel through training. You will hone your vessel with me." Hassan's eyes reflect his master's declaration as he learns to control his chi. And as Varys quickly draws his gun, there's something else to note. With enough mastery, one can reach a certain realm. The two were ready, though, as the bullet was fired with incredible speed. Hassan and Popkett work together to dodge his attack, and the powerful bullet pierces through the buildings behind them. They were surprised by this display of power, while Varys was silent, seeing they were unharmed. Kingston taught them that one could infuse objects with Kai. Beside his gun, a rope appeared. He grabbed the rope and flung it towards them, binding them together and sending them crashing to the ground. Having gained control, he smirks. "Now you can't move, because I've infused the rope with chi. It's harder than steel." And now, Viros looks menacing. "I'll tear your head off," a shocking voice booms. Then a masked man appeared, flying in to punch Varys in the gut. Caught off guard, he couldn't react and coughed up blood from the blow. Hassan and Poiset were shocked to see Yu, who sent him flying into the crossbeams. Kingston speaks up. "Not bad, your growth rate is quite impressive." He chuckled, telling him to keep feeling the energy in his body and move accordingly, then raised a hand to his forehead to peer into the distance. "Let's see what you've got." He observes the intense power surrounding his body, thinking, "Oh, this one's the perfect warm-up. Not bad at all." Kingston instructed him to try incorporating his unique system into his attacks, just like they practiced. He instructed that killing him in one hit would be a failure, but to use at least 3 moves. Kang Yu understood. Varys stands and adjusts his hat. Am I just a punching bag? Kingston indeed braced himself on the ground and sat down. "Very well, I'll observe from here." From the shadows, he commands them to fight. "Go, my disciple, the tragic hero bounty hunter." As the Hero Association operates on a hierarchy, naturally from rank 5 to rank 1, the bounty is valued according to the level of danger. Bruce, a leader in the field, earned the most from Sunks, an equality candidate. After that mission, Boris enjoyed a leisurely retirement, only monitoring the bounty board. He was relaxing in the sun, noting the rise of new faces. But one day, a name on the website caught Avna's attention. S. Kong EU. Despite being an equality level, SE Kong Kong EU has no bounty listed. Out of curiosity, Boris contacted Tragedy to ask why, but Tragedy's response was that SE Kong Kong EU is immeasurable, having never fought, so there's no information on him. Tragedy then suggested that Boris fight him once to set a price, and they would pay him handsomely. The boss declined, unimpressed, back to the present. Boris explained that he didn't think much of him then, just a passing curiosity. Boris continued, "But after hearing that you defeated Huang Sung-hwan, I decided to see it with my own eyes." As he spoke, Seo Kang-yu drew the gun from his hip. "Just how much are you worth?" Boris unleashed a barrage of bullets at Seo Kang-yu. Bullets flew towards Kang-yu, but he stood motionless. With a cold expression, he waved his hand, and another, invisible hand appeared. Kang-yu unleashes the dark light shattering strike, deftly manipulating the bullets, then swiftly closes in on Boris, knocking him down. Boris immediately felt the pain, coughing up a mouthful of blood, as Seo Kang-yu's punch carried a dark red force. It spread throughout Boris's body as Kang-yu continued his relentless assault. Dark Soul Tremor. Boris is sent flying into the air by the attack. But Kang-yu wasn't finished there. He clenched his fist even tighter, unleashing a flurry of blows. Kang-yu treated Boris like a punching bag, relentlessly pummeling him. Boris struggled to understand why his bounty wasn't clearly stated. Kang-yu's eyes turned cold as a white cross of light appeared in the sky. He leapt into the air, his fist positioned at its center. Kang-yu speaks. Black Knight Frenzy. Boris lies on the ground. "You're covered in wounds. Your bounty." He smiled approvingly. "Truly immeasurable." Kang-yu said nothing as a pillar of red light descended from the sky. With formidable power, he struck Barus, shaking the very earth around them. Hassan and Morse watched in stunned disbelief. Hassan pondered if he could handle a 4th-tier being like a child's toy, he must have been secretly training. He glanced at Kingston behind him, but unexpectedly he was learning from Kingston. Hassan called out loudly, "Kingston," while Moore stammered, "He offered to take me as a disciple too. I want to as well." Kingston was confused. "What's this?" "Get lost." Hans sighs. "Medius, I apologize for doubting you." So that's why she abandoned him. Morse was surprised, thinking he was dead. Suddenly a voice echoes, "Our chairman is truly the best." Kingston sinks into thought. Kingston assessed Medius's abilities as being on par with the authority. He stares at the image on the screen, realizing Kingston suspects he can experience the future and return to the past. With this power, he could shape the future as he wished. He gazed at the sunset sky before him. Kingston frowned in displeasure. That wouldn't be very interesting. Should he just find and kill Guo? Kingston stared intently at the screen, recalling Bez's words from the past. Kingston, I've decided to entrust Kang Yu to you, but if something unforeseen happens, I won't be able to continue entrusting him to you. I hope you understand. Kingston scoffed from his perch. Ho, are you threatening me? Bez bowed deeply in response. This isn't a threat, but a plea. Kingston questioned, how could the head of the world bow his head and beg another? Don't you feel ashamed? Bez replied, for the safety of my people, I'm willing to do anything. Kingston pushes himself up. Commendable, he smiles. Fine, I'll think of it in a positive light. Kingston waved his hand and left, observing a little more. If it gets boring, I'll just go take care of him. Kingston postponed his decision, recalling his promise to Bez. But after Medius reversed time for several months, Kingston had decided to kill him. Kingston looked up thoughtfully at the sky, a clear blue without a cloud in sight, and sighed. So that's how it is? Xiang Yu, meditating behind him, spoke up. What's wrong? Kingston frowned, wondering if Xiang Yu wasn't yet able to sense it. Why hadn't Kong Sang Huan noticed anything amiss? Kingston said, Nothing. Just focus on your training. Kong Yu was confused, and Kingston looked up at the sky again, thinking, is this all there is? Back in the present, Kingston praises Kong Yu, noting the refinement of his technique. He applauds, knowing nothing improves skill like real combat, but inwardly thinks, there's still a long way to go. Kingston looked at Kang Yu, thinking that he still couldn't feel it. He calculated that perhaps more real battles were needed to enhance his senses. Kingston muses, well, this is turning out to be more interesting than I thought. He turns to leave. Let's go. Finding their next opponent, the scene shifts and Medius reports, Sekong Sang Yu has eliminated Bus. Connus says with concern, to clear the 4th floor this quickly? Mute marvels, that's C. Kang Yu for you. Medius agreed, yes. Mia looked at her and said, if this continues, we might actually be able to save all the heroes. Medius suggested they continue to turn back time. She continued, piece by piece, like assembling a puzzle. News of S-rank Kang Yu's participation has spread to the heroes. Authority frowned, glancing at the watch on his hand. Is that so? He smirked. All he had to do was catch that stray mutt. Suddenly, another voice cut in. Oh dear, that hurts. Malediti is expressing their grievances as if you see us as nothing at all. She gives a sinister smile. Long time no see, former chairman. Authority frowned. It's the current chairman, actually. Equality's group was moving smoothly when Menge appeared, and someone greeted them. Long time no see, MJ, Ho said, waving excitedly. Fancy meeting you again, Many? Du Yang smirked. Let me send you back to your master. Mian responds, not bad, but it's not time for Medius. She reaches out, creating 2 symbols filled with mysterious details. This time, I'll definitely catch you. Yuet then summons his blue power, saying, come and get it, bunny. Bakhe trembled behind them, saying, just don't kill me. Medius replied with a resolute expression. Don't worry, I won't kill anyone. Elsewhere, Ego confronts Vidi's group. Vidi asks, is that you? His face is filled with disdain. The number 4 therapy mentioned, the maid added, looked just like him. They glared at the figure with unfriendly eyes. Ego grits his teeth, angrily retorting, my name isn't number 4, I am Anter Ego. As night falls, the city lies in ruins. Tatsujin faces Amiya, who greets him, Aya, I've been wanting to meet you. Amiya responds coldly, with our relationship, I doubt we need introductions. Without another word, the two clashed. Powerful opponents face off, while Kingston and Song Yu's group also encounter their rivals. Kingston remarked, oh, not bad. He looked at Connus and the fox-eared girl before him. You removed your collars beforehand? Kingston gestured. Hold on, I need to speak with Seo Kang Yu. The fox-eared girl immediately protested. Who said you could? Suddenly, their eyes widened as Kingston's cold voice echoed. His expression was menacing. Wait, the 2 of them were frozen in fear. Kingston turned to Kang Yu and said, now, let those guys fight it out for a while. It's the perfect exercise. Kang Yu replied, I've followed your instructions. He emotionlessly asked, "But how long must I suppress my power? Can't we just finish them off quickly?" Kingston smirked. "Absolutely not. You can feel it too, can't you? You're much stronger than before." He continued, "But it's still not enough." This made the fox girl and Canis wary. Kingston continued to lecture Sei Kang Chang Yu, telling him to listen closely. "Here, no one but me can be your opponent." His words implied, "only here." Tang Yu is confused. "What are you talking about?" Kingston prompted him. "Look, can't you feel it yet? You need to get better at using your qi." Kang Yu observes the surrounding atmosphere. "Feel what?" Kingston looks up, gazing at the ruined city. "You'll understand soon enough." Kingston turned to the others. "All right, you can move now." He lunged at them with incredible speed, leaving them terrified. But Kingston pinned Canis to the ground before he could react, holding him by the neck. "Fight me one-on-one." The fox-eared girl panicked as Canis struggled to move. "Don't worry, I don't intend to harm you, but if you came here just to save him without fighting Seo Kang Yu, I'll kill him immediately." He makes a deal with the fox girl. "If you defeat Seo Kang Yu, I'll let him go." The fox girl is confused. What does he really want? At that moment, dark energy gathered once more. Kingston replied, "I simply wish to see it before I die." He glanced at Seo Kang Yu, who was already in position. A battle between those who had reached the pinnacle, a final amusement for an old man. Finally, Kingston rises and says, "All right, give the order to fight." He turns to instruct Kang Yu. "Kang Yu, use as many skills as you can, but don't kill him right away." Kang Yu replied, "Understood." Kingston frowned, contemplating that this was the only way. He looked up at the changing scene, believing that only then could he win. Elsewhere, Xinka stared down below as Seong Hoan Hoang asked, "Xinsa, has Kang Yu arrived?" Xinsa replied, "It seems so." Seong Hoan Hoang then gave a strange smile. "It's been a long time." He guessed the others were thinking the same thing, as Ahura appeared, corpses floating above her. Ahura surveys Seung Hoan Hoang, who confidently smiles back. Below, Seo Kang Yu is also ready, as S and Media speak simultaneously. In this battle, the cat-eared girl and Sung Yu charge at each other, ready for a fight to the death.